for the final time this season. A very warm welcome from everyone here at Somerset County Cricket Club to the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton. Fourth and final day of the Healthy Insurance County Championship Division 1 match between Somerset and Kent. The latest news from the middle is that Somerset have declared their first innings. 404 for 4 declared, so Kent will start their first innings at 10:30. The first session is 2 hours long. The luncheons will take place between 12:30 and 1. Afternoon sessions between 1 and 3. Tea will be taken. And the evening session is scheduled between 3:30 and 5:30 p.m. The scheduled close of play. 96 overs to be bowled in the day. A reminder that Somerset have declared their first innings 404 for 4, Kent will start their first innings in 25 minutes time. just joining us here at the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton. Confirmation of the Somerset first inning scorecard now that they've declared on 404 from 86 overs. Tom Lammonby was caught by Harry Finch off the bowling of Daniel Bell-Drummond for 109 of 151 balls. Tom Abel was caught by Tawanda Mayeye off the bowling of Arafat Ruyan for 20 of 46 balls. Louis Goldsworthy was caught by Jack Leaning off the bowling of Jazz Singh for 122 of 203 balls. Andy Umid was caught by Harry Finch off the bowling of Jack Leaning for 49 of 88 balls. And Tom Kohler-Cadmore was not out 68 of 31 balls. James Rue unbeaten on 3 from 6 deliveries. There were 33 extras in total, of which 8 were byes, 6 leg byes, 18 no balls, and 1 wide. Bowling figures for Kent: Michael Hogan, 11.2 overs, 1 maiden, no wickets for 30 runs. Arafat Ruyan, 16 overs, 2 maidens, 1 wicket for 87 runs. Joey Everson, 17.4 overs, 2 maidens, no wickets for 66 runs. Jazz Singh, 19 overs, no maidens, 1 wicket for 95 runs. Daniel Bell-Drummond, 13 overs, 1 maiden, 1 wicket for 54 runs. Jack Leaning, 6 overs, no maidens, 1 wicket for 34 runs. And Joe Denby, 3 overs, no maidens, no wickets for 24 runs. Somerset 404 for 4 declared in their first innings. Scorecards have been emailed to members ahead of this match, which can still be picked up from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion reception. And the 2024 membership package went on sale at the start of this game. Got members of our commercial team available to answer questions, sell membership and outline all of the 2024 benefits. They'll be available at reception of the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion throughout this fixture. And also if we head to the 1875 Club, now until 11 AM, or head to the long room from 11 AM till 12 PM. Staff are available to answer any questions you might have about renewing for next year. Thank you so much if you already have. It's been a fantastic uptake so far. You can also purchase tickets to our end of season dinner, which takes place on Thursday the 5th of October. There are still tickets available, limited tickets, to celebrate what has been a tremendous season here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Just head to the Somerset County Group Club official website. Take your seat as we celebrate the achievements of the past 12 months. And finally, if you are a member, you may well be aware that the access window for tickets for the game between England women and Pakistan next year is available to you. On Sunday the 26th of May 2024, England women against Pakistan in an ODI match here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. If you're not a member but interested in entering the ballot for tickets, well then you can register now. All the details via our official website. Whilst at the Cooper Associates County Ground, we kindly ask that all members and supporters adhere to our spectator code of conduct. Discrimination of any kind will not be tolerated at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Smoking is not permitted in any of the stands or buildings. This includes e-cigarettes. Designated smoking areas are situated behind Block 5 of the Somerset stand in the 12-man area and also in the St James Street car park. Exits to the ground are the same as the entry points, plus in an emergency, the Joel Garner gates between the Somerset stand and the James Hildreth stand will be open. In the unlikely event that any unpleasant situations should arise, please draw this to the attention of your nearest steward or text SCCC steward followed by your message to 66777. This will alert security and the steward will be sent round to help. Texts are charged at your standard network rates. Please help to keep the Cooper Associates County Ground clean by putting your litter in the bins and always recycle when possible. Thank you. The match referee is Phil Whittercase. Our scorers are Lorne Hart from Kent and Holly Rose from Somerset. Please welcome match umpires Tom Lumley and Martin Saggers. The Kent opening batters, number 2, Ben Compton, and number 14, Tawanda Mayeye. And please welcome, led out by Captain Tom Abel, Somerset.
A very good morning to you. Welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground. It's the final day of the season here at Taunton. One more match next week that Somerset have in the County Championship. And the news that I can give you straight away is that they have declared Somerset on their overnight total of 404 for 4. So all the speculation about whether Viv Richards' record century for Somerset in 48 balls might be shattered by Tom Kohler-Cadmore has crumbled to nothing. I'm Stephen Lamb, and alongside me is Harry Everett. Harry, we've got to speculate in a totally different way.
Yeah, we're all a bit gutted, aren't we? We just said in our preview, have a look on the Somerset Twitter channels, myself and Stephen Lamb, just saying we're a little bit gutted to not see Tom Kohler-Cadmore get the chance to break Viv Richards' record and get Somerset to 450 for that final batting bonus point, which is a real rarity. 450 these days, isn't it? But instead they're going to search for 20 wickets, which would be, well, 3 bowling bonus points in the first innings, and then see if they can take it into the second innings. But we'll see what Lewis Gregory can do with the first over from the Trescothick Pavilion end.
Yeah, he's got the new ball in hand, has Lewis Gregory, and hoping for a little bit of assistance from the conditions, the autumnal conditions. And he's going to be bowling from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end, just lobbing that brand new ball up in the air, glinting in the sunlight. It's not completely out the sun, but we've had some showers of rain. There was a rainbow over the Quantocks first thing this morning. And you can see Gregory casting a shadow in the sunshine at the moment. I think it's going to be intermittent. We're hoping the rain will pass us by, and we're pretty well ready to go. Ben Compton, the left-hander, is on strike. There's a leave to get things underway. You can see the Somerset attack mode in the form of those 5 slips that are in there.
Is that Tom Banton at, what, gully, 5th slip? It's got to be a gully, isn't it? There's 1 slip's gap. You know when 7th slip almost becomes gully because there's no room left? Lewis Gregory's not express pace these days, and there's Tom Lammonby's only two people away from Tom Banton.
But all-out attack from the hosts, backing up that declaration. Playing inside the line, I fancy, Ben Compton there.
Yeah, absolutely. A solid player is Compton.
We've lost an awful lot of cricket, haven't we, in this game due to the weather, which has been such a shame. It's going to be very difficult to force a result, but it's not impossible.
No, we've seen weird things on the cricket field. So that Essex-Somerset game last year, remember Pete Siddle and Craig Overton steaming in on a Saturday morning, getting far more wickets than you'd have expected in what should have been an easy Essex run chase.
Bat on ball for the first time this morning. The push defence, it's a no ball in fact, from Lewis Gregory.
Now, Kent gave Somerset 33 extras, which sounds a lot, but I guess when it's 404, that's the percentage isn't quite as bad as you think. 33 across 3 days of rain effects. Well, no play at all on day 2 when I was meant to be on commentary on day 2. Did not see a ball bowled in anger. Just plenty of 5-a-side football and 1 touch, 1 bounce in the indoor school instead.
Compton hurried a little there into a defensive push. So 2 without loss, Kent. Nothing off the bat as yet in response to Somerset's 404 for 4 declared. Just the 4 batting points. They had an opportunity for a 5th, but it's unlikely it would have made any substantial difference to the table at the end of the season.
I guess it's just the prize money. Can Somerset eke into a 5th or a 4th place?
No need to play that.
Because pretty close between Somerset, Lancs, Warwickshire, and even Hampshire, really. Surrey and Essex are a good way above everyone else, but from Nottinghamshire in 7th up to, it's almost like 3 groups in the Division 1 table. Surrey and Essex at the top, then Hampshire to Notts in the middle. Notts are pretty much safe now. And then Middlesex, Kent and Northants battling for 1 staying up spot.
Yeah, and Kent badly in need of batting bonus points, which will be in their collective mind. I just wonder how it might affect the way they approach this.
Yeah, it's a tricky one, isn't it? You can't spend too long looking at the forecast when you've had 3 days so rain affected. Do they come to a deal on 4th innings? And I don't think so.
Unlikely, given the need for points.
Exactly.
On the Kent side.
There's going to be nothing like that. None of these arranged things like we had at Warwickshire Northants last week.
Getting everything behind that, Ben Compton to end the over. But for the no ball, it would have been a maiden from Lewis Gregory.
Plenty of chat in the YouTube comments. They're a bit behind the times. They've obviously not been watching our pre-match video on the Twitter and not been listening to us on the commentary. Make sure you turn your commentary up on the YouTube. We're talking you through the first innings. Yep, not the second innings. No forfeiting.
The headband's on.
Here we go. Jack Brooks, for the last time in a Somerset shirt, he has taken the new ball at the start of the innings.
Quite right too.
Be very surprised if he takes another new ball today. If we get 80 overs in, we'll have done well. But yes, Brooksy Ferret. Jack Brooks, what a special moment it would be if he were to end it with a couple of wickets.
He's in possession of lots of memorabilia, he told us at the in the pub yesterday evening. Yeah,
what was he saying? He's trying to find space for it all. Can he add some more to? Here he is, Jack Brooks, headband on. And Tawanda Muye just has a little fiddle outside off stump. Don't really see him as an opener. Here we go, the Jack Brooks headbands have come in. Thank you very much. A special moment. How aptly timed. How are we doing this evening? Are we going over the headset? So you're going underneath? I feel like John McEnroe, Pete Sampras. We got him in the director's. Oh, this is brilliant. Brand new as well, no sweat. We'll get comms cam on shortly to explain what's going on. He's got so many of them. Jack Brooks with his white headband in. Tawanda Muye again is wafting it. I don't like leaving it. Likes bat and ball. Jack Brooks isn't impressed. James Rue runs across towards Gregory at first slip to take it.
Well, it's not a convincing start, is it, by Muye? There was a cross-batted waft at his first delivery and didn't look in any kind of control of that stroke either, which will encourage Brooksy Ferret. That's better. Pushed out to mid-wicket.
Yeah, looked a bit more solid there, that ball, didn't he? Tawanda Muye is a very talented player. I've spoken to people who played touring games against him, played school cricket against him, and I've watched a lot of him on the YouTube channel and been very impressed with what I've seen. But you just don't need to keep playing on it. The first couple of balls, he could leave a couple. We know he can go inside out over extra cover. It's a tremendous ball striker. Back foot punch was a bit more solid.
Yeah, he was right behind that. Nervous start, perhaps, those first 2 deliveries. So, nothing off Jack Brooks as yet.
Richard Walsh, who just arrived in the press box. He's not happy with the declaration. Jack Brooks, that's a better shot. Not a shot, a leave from Tawanda Muye. Not impressed with our headband warriors from the looks we're getting from next door. What are we wearing?
I don't think I've ever worn a headband before.
No, I'm not really sure what to, over the years, under the years. It's an interesting one. Oh, Richard Walsh is going to have one too. Everyone's going to have one. The whole press box is going to have a headband. Polly wants one.
Ah, lovely shot. Through extra cover for 4. That's a nice way to get off the mark.
Yeah, we said he's got that in the locker, and I think that's his area. Normally straight extra cover more. That's a little bit square cover almost. More cover than extra, but you wait till if he gets in, boy, can this ball hit a cricket ball hard, cleanly. Serious talent.
Yeah, there was a silken touch about that.
Yeah, didn't put much on it, did he? Just sort of pushed it.
All timing. Raced away. So, spoiled Brooks's figures. Last ball of the over.
Oh yeah, we're allowed to be big Jack Brooks fans in his final game, aren't we?
Very much so. The slips are ready. So's Lewis Gregory. So's Ben Compton. Oh, beauty, beauty. Wicket number 1, and Compton has gone. That was a perfect delivery from Lewis Gregory. And Somerset, well, pretty much the perfect start. Kent, 6 for 1. In response to that 404 that Somerset already have on the board. And wonderful start for Lewis Gregory.
Yeah, Ben Compton is the limpet. That is a crucial wicket. If there's going to be an action, a rear goal action you could say, or just a defensive day for Kent, if they were going to try and see out this day, then Ben Compton would be the key man. So to get him early is massive for Somerset. If you don't get him early, he'll just dig in. He'll bat all day long. Got patience in spades as Ben Compton. So need a good ball. Lewis Gregory's provided it. And Somerset are off and rolling.
Yeah, it was a beauty. We'll have a look at it again. I think he had to play it.
I think it was a decent ball, yeah. Just outside off stump, maybe. It's a brave leave if you leave it, I think.
It's that uncertain place, isn't it? Shall I, shan't I? But Lewis Gregory has 1 for 2 in his second over. Here he comes.
Oh, it's the beauty.
Oh, just kissing the outside edge.
Yeah, that's a beauty, Stephen. What a ball, what a delivery. Yeah, I think we're right there, aren't we? I don't think you can do a lot with that. But Daniel Bell-Drummond is a classy batter. He bowled a lot of overs, Stephen. He bowled 13 overs. 1 for 54, got the key wicket of Tom Lammerby. Out of 109 in the first innings. Daniel Bell-Drummond, probably not knackered from his bowling because he's had a bit of time to rest. Put his feet up yesterday afternoon, but he's a quality player. Schoolboy cricketer. Come up through the ranks. A lot of runs for Kent in all 3 formats.
So we've got a right-hander at each end now. 6 for 1, Kent. Lewis Gregory in the wickets column already. Just in the 3rd over of the morning after the Somerset declaration. Oh, that's a beauty again. He played at that.
Just look at that cordon, Stephen Lamb. I love seeing a cordon like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 slips. Not even a gully now, it is 5 slips, isn't it? Tom Banton's in pretty close to Tom Lammerby there. Somerset on the charge. And Neil Wagner, of course, the overseas, is still in the ranks and doesn't normally take the new ball, but he can bang him in if needed.
Well, he can, absolutely. Useful bowler to have in reserve. This is Gregory on fire.
Yeah, started well, hasn't he?
Exemplary new ball bowling from Lewis. And will they be right on their toes, those slips? Lewis Gregory. Maybe a little bit of help from the autumnal atmosphere here. But he's making full use of it. Fuller and outside off stump this time. No need for Bell-Drummond to get involved with that. Disappointing yesterday afternoon after all the entertainment we had, particularly from Tom Kohler-Cadmore, or Pepsi, as I understand is his
Pepsi
nickname.
Kohler, yeah.
It's a good one. Cricket has a way of coming up with delightful nicknames. That's nicely defended by Bell-Drummond. But rare entertainment yesterday morning, and then it all rather fizzled out in
Well,
the rain.
yeah, Tom Kohler-Cadmore could have got a century against the county of his birth, couldn't he? Malvern College previously played at Worcestershire, Yorkshire. But Kent-born, top guys, Tom Camel. Really enjoyed chatting to him after play. He's just absolutely buzzing to have a chance to play for England on Saturday.
And celebrating in style.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, he's got to feel that, hasn't he? With no mid-off in place. That would have been an easy signal. Jack Brooks and Neil Wagner would have had to try and get there, but...
Yes, would have gone through his mind for a fleeting moment. And he got down to it very well. Lewis Gregory.
There's been an early wicket for Essex. Big start they needed. Carl Abbott bowled Sam Cook for 10. Hampshire 328 for 9. That's the key, second v third battle.
Oh, beauty again. This is fabulous bowling from Lewis Gregory to conclude his second over. 1 for 4. His figures, Kent 8 for 1.
And Jamie Overton, another former Somerset man, is doing a superb job for Surrey. Surrey playing Northants. They were in a lot of trouble. He's dropped on 40, but him and Ben Folkes, who's on 35 now, they've put on 84 for the 7th wicket. So 163 for 6, really digging out of trouble. But now he's gone, Jamie Overton. As soon as I say that, he's gone for 51. Caught.
You did him.
Bowled white. I did him. Jamie Overton. Well, Neil Wagner's down at deep fine leg down below us. And Jack Brooks in again. And well left to under Muyei. James Roos enjoying this. He's gone one way. He's gone back the other way. Jack Brooks is swinging this both ways. That's not an exaggeration. He has swung it away to Lewis Gregory at first flip a couple of times in his first over. First ball this over back into the right-hander. James Roos taking down the leg side. You do not really want to be Muyei facing this at the moment. Well left. That's the one that's gone away.
Yeah, it's early justification for Somerset's decision to declare, because plainly there is assistance both for Jack Brooks and Lewis Gregory.
You back in the ball for 20 wickets, Stephen?
Well, started well enough.
We might have a headache after wearing these headbands and commentating for too long. Oh, he's fiddled at that one. James Roos, what a take. James Roos, he can bat, he can keep. That was 1.5 slip. That was almost Andy Amede's at second slip. And he deserves the high five he gets from his first and second slip, because that was wonderful. Diving across to his right, one-handed. This guy is a serious athlete, serious sportsman, yeah. James Roos.
It was terrific wicket-keeping.
More solid than me, yeah. He doesn't like leaving it.
He must be in with a very strong shout, James Roos, of an award at the end of this season. The Cricket Writers' Young Cricketer of the Year award is up for grabs, and the Championship Player of the Year as well, and he must be in the frame for both of them.
Brooks in again. Well left. Interesting how in the first over he didn't want to leave it. Now he's decided in the second over he will leave it. Kent fans, do get involved on the YouTube comments. Be great to hear what your thoughts are. Have you got any confidence, optimism? Do you expect a Kent collapse in Division 2 cricket next year? Some of you aren't listening to the comments on the YouTube comments. I need to read you talking about the headbands. Yes, there's headbands in the museum. Jack Brooks is wearing one, and there's plenty up here in the press box. That's well left. Good over from Jack Brooks. 8 for 1 after 4 overs. That one boundary through the covers from Muyei.
On that Young Cricketer of the Year award, I actually voted for James Roos last year.
Did you? I was just looking at BBC Sport. I've got a county championship. Pick your team of the 2023 season. Well, surely the wicketkeeper is guaranteed. You can't argue with that. I mean, can you get Roos and Ben Folkes in the same team? Sorry, Ben Folkes, but it's got to be James Roos. Alex Robinson's got his headband. He's a Jack Brooks fan. There he is. He's over by the dugouts. He's loving it.
Nice again from Gregory, drawing Bell Drummond into the defensive push, and the ball leaving the bat again. It's a hazardous business batting at the moment. Attention needed to a stud, I fancy. Maybe a bit of grass and earth has congregated around the base of Lewis Gregory's left boot. Looks like he's sorted now. Somerset on the charge here. Oh, beauty again. He could have had 5 by now. This is wonderful exhibition of swing bowling from Lewis Gregory. Just into his 3rd over. Already has the important wicket of Ben Compton. And he could have had several more. Squared up, Drummond, but off the mark as well. Didn't go where he was intending, but fetching up at backward point. So Drummond is underway. 9 for 1, Kent. As the clouds come in again. Lewis Gregory won't mind that at all.
No.
This time Muyeye showing the full face to the bowler. Draw may be the favourite, but Somerset are making it look interesting.
Yeah, early days yet. Hopefully there'll be plenty more play in the day.
Thought about a single Muyeye, but it wasn't there.
Well, any collapse has a run out or two, doesn't it, Stephen? So we know that.
It's a recipe, isn't it? So Gregory running away from us. Appeal for LBW. I think he got his left leg outside the line of off stump, just about. Have another chance to see it. Yeah, it would have been difficult to give that. Not far away though.
Yeah, bringing in the outside edge and the LBW and the bowl into play. Plenty of dismissals up for grabs here. Not pleasant batting.
Give Muyeye a little bit more confidence as he pushes it up to mid-on. Another excellent over from Lewis Gregory. 1 for 7 from 3 now. And Kent struggling in response to that 404 that Somerset have in the bank. And it's these two opening bowlers, Lewis Gregory and Jack Brooks, who are making them struggle.
That's going to be an easy single there because there's such a big gap with all the slips in place. It's that thing, isn't it, in cricket, when you try and force the batter to think there's a big gap there at cover. Can I drive, push drive? Can I look for a single or a 4 through there? But he's very well controlled there. Just punching that, almost blocking that into the cover gap for 1 run. Safe shot for 1 run, just to keep ticking the strike over is quite important here for Kent, even when there's a lot of pressure from the Somerset opening pair. Jack Brooks. Again, he's looked for it, Muyeye, but just Banton at point. Banton was at gully, now he's at point. Poor old Tom Banton. Barely got to go in red ball cricket all season. Finally gets a chance. He's down to bat 7. And Somerset score 400 for 4 declared. 404 for 4 declared. Doesn't get a bat. And there's probably not going to be a second innings. Well, there's I put my life on there not being a second innings today for Somerset to bat. So, well, not for number 7 anyway. I'm not sure what they're appealing for there. Well outside the line of off stump. That was optimistic. Keep calm, Somerset fielders. Keep patient. Jack Brooks is bowling very well, but even he barely appealed for that one.
Yeah, I think they're going to shout for anything.
Yeah.
With the situation as it is.
Good news for Kent fans. Jack Davies has gone for Middlesex. Middlesex and Kent, of course, fighting to stay in Division 1. Northants pretty likely to be going down. That's a lovely shot to Andamiye. That's going to be another 4 for him. Very similar area to where he hit one in the previous over. He can play, this guy. And with all the slips in play, Somerset can afford to cost runs. They don't mind losing a few boundaries here every now and again. Go for those caught behind. Maybe bold dismissals, but the odd one that's slightly overpitched might become a half volley that can be driven for 4. But bring those slips into play. Get Muyei driving.
That was a lovely stroke.
Yeah. Yeah, so Middlesex are 92 runs short of Warwickshire with 8 wickets in hand, 102 for 2. Another one this time, squarer. Tom Banton feels well at point.
That's extraordinary, isn't it? It's the first we've seen of Tom
Yeah.
Banton all game. Hasn't batted, didn't get a chance. And he's a bit chilly. Everybody will be out there.
A slight change of field, is it? Jack Brooks chatting to Josh Davies. Some experienced bowlers in this attack. Brooks, Davey, Gregory and Wagner. One of the older Somerset 4 opening seamer attacks I can think of. No youngsters. And that's a beauty. Second slipper's taken the catch. And Jack Brooks has a wicket. His final appearance at Taunton. His final game here in county cricket. He's retired. He's going to change careers in the winter. Jack Brooks. He's given us headbands. We'll go to Comcam at some point and show you the headbands. But he's got to Andamiye with a beauty. And Yami does well, diving forward at second slip. And Kent are struggling here as the 2 opening bowlers, Lewis Gregory and Jack Brooks, have both got an early wicket.
Yeah, and that was a nice catch. Low down to his left, Andy Umeed, and he made it look pretty straightforward. Have another look at it.
Quite a muted celebration from Jack Brooks, actually.
Low down and possibly around shin height. Andy Umeed eventually took that.
What a lovely embrace between Brooks and Umeed. I enjoyed that. 2 of the elder statesmen in the side. Not played that much cricket together, of course. But Jack Leaning, the off-spinner, who actually bowled 6 overs, bowled double the overs Joe Denley, the leg spinner, bowled. As 3 of the top 4 were forced to bowl for Kent in the long innings dragged out over 3 days.
Well, wickets have been lurking all morning.
Lurking, yes.
Only 2 have gone, but it could easily have been 5 or 6. Lewis Gregory has beaten the bat on numerous occasions. And now Jack Brooks has joined him in that wickets column. 1 for 9, Jack Brooks. 1 for 7, Lewis Gregory. That's nicely played. Will be at least 2.
Sure, it's just going to trickle for 4.
Yeah, just enough power behind it to go over the rope.
Interestingly,
Checked cover drive.
16 minutes between wickets, 16 runs on the board when the second wicket fell. I think most of the runs will come through the cover region because you've got to keep attacking Somerset. I don't begrudge Tom Abel putting all the slips in play. They've got 400 runs to play with.
If they keep taking wickets, they're going to stay there, aren't they, those slips?
Exactly.
Gregory then. Cheeky single, just pushed gently into the offside. So total goes to 21 for 2. Daniel Bell-Drummond, who's a bit of a challenge to the scoreboard with all those letters in his name. He's gone on to 7. So the 2 openers gone for Kent following the Somerset declaration, and the attack in the form of Gregory and Brooks, making good use of helpful conditions here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Oh, that could have been number 3. Playing that with without any real confidence. Jack leaning. Just a little push at it. Indeterminate shot.
Yeah, tentative push poke, which Somerset would like to see.
Lewis Gregory, the ball's still shiny. Wants a single and gets it.
Yeah, it wasn't too risky in the end, was it? Neil Wagner's not a bad fielder. He had a bit of space to cover there. Bit of a question for you here, Stephen. Come from the YouTube comments. Henry Morrell. With the ball swinging both ways for these two, how many overs do you give them before the first change? The other point is, bear in mind, Josh Davey and Neil Wagner in the team, and none of the 4 seamers are particularly young.
I think they've earned a couple more each,
Yes,
at least, having both taken wickets.
You'd like to think 5 each at the start, at least.
Mm.
Has Lewis Gregory just tried the Stuart Broad trick? No, I don't think he changed the bails over to try and have a lucky him. I think he was scraping he's having a giggle with Wagner. I think he was scraping the mud from his bike. You only get mud stuck in your boot, you want to not slip.
Yeah, there's plenty of moisture out there this morning. A combination of rain and overnight dew.
Oh, it's a Yorker that, wasn't it?
Mm, dug it out well. Bell Drummond.
Jack Brooks throwing it in for mid-on. James Bruce saying the sun's in his eyes. Tom Prest, who scored a magnificent 100 yesterday, 108. He whacked Harmer tall parts. We watched a lot of the YouTube streams elsewhere yesterday, weren't we? Because it was wet here. I've never seen Harmer taking so many runs in a county championship game. Well, eventually Harmer got him stumped for 108, but that was a massive knock for Hampshire, and they're all out for 334.
It's played better, more confidently. Up to mid-off. Neil Wagner, the fielder.
So I'm saying Harmer got whacked everywhere, but he's still got 6 for 149. But by his standards, I think Essex should probably win that game. But is there enough time in it? You'd think, can they take the wickets? Probably. Actually, you know, do they bat and whack it to declare? The draw's probably the favourite, but Prest maybe saved Hampshire in that one.
Good again from Gregory, probing that corridor of uncertainty.
Well, he said we've not seen Tom Banton do much. I enjoyed watching him closely then. He started sprinting to the ball, then he started jogging, then he realised they might actually fancy it too, then he started sprinting again. In the end, he put a lovely dive in. Don't often see him fielding without the gloves. Tom Banton. We've had him up here in his yellow bib. Was it last season we had him up here, I think? In his, you know, full whites. I don't think he had his spikes on in the commentary box. I'm not sure that'd be allowed. But he had his yellow bib on. He was meant to be 12thers. And he come up and really enjoyed his chat. Told us he'd be staying at Somerset. Yeah, announced his contract decision.
Yeah, various people moving on at the end of this season. George Bartlett is off to Northants. And next year there will be a new chief executive and a new head groundsman.
That's a good leave, outside off stump. Jack Brooks, yep, he'll be happy with the groundsman so far. Happy with the green tinge of the pitch. It looked fairly flat the last few days, but that green tinge, remember, Kent put Somerset into bat. And there were a lot of negative naysayers, weren't there? You see the YouTube comments and the Twitterers. Oh no, Somerset going to be 30 for 3 or whatever. But massive partnerships in the first innings. 73 for 1 they were. That's another beauty from Jack Brooks. Kind of beauty that Tom Abel got, actually. Tom Abel probably got the best ball of the first innings. Arafat had him caught by Muyei, that man who just got out to Jack Brooks. He was out for 20. 20 being the lowest score out of the first 4 Somerset batters. And Jimmy 1 shy of a 50. And Lamb being Goldsworthy, both getting hundreds.
Yeah, but that partnership of 73 for the first wicket.
Oh, that's got him squaring up a little bit. Yeah, it was good, wasn't it?
Encouraging.
Serious partnership.
And could be a pointer for next season as well.
Was it? I think it's the highest opening partnership of the season for Somerset in Red Bull County Championship cricket.
Yeah, they've They've lost early wickets regularly, Somerset, but just wonder, Tom Abel started off as an opener.
He did. I remember him opening with Trescothick, coming through early in his career. No run there.
Yeah, again, he didn't look too confident about the stroke, Daniel Bell-Drummond.
Not been a great season for him by his standards. Scored runs here, as now I remember him scoring runs here in the T20 Blast. Kent almost seemed Somerset's bogey team in the white ball format. Jordan Cox is a quality player that they'll miss. He's off to Essex. Hopefully we'll get more comments from Kent fans in the YouTube stream. As Lewis Goldsworthy's going to come into point. Banton's going to go into a fifth slip. And poor old Josh Davey has got pretty much all the leg side to cover. There he is. Josh Davies in on the mid-wicket. 1 no run. Wow, Neil Wagner's down a fine leg, but other than that, Pepsi Cola Cadmore, I think he's going to be at mid-off because he doesn't want to risk an injury in the slips, would be my guess. With England calling for him tomorrow, and he's had a couple of knocks on his hand. He's got a bit of a bandage. He's extra cover.
Safety first.
Well, yeah, he's sort of a catching, well, what do you call that? Short extra cover. Almost a wide mid-off. In on 1. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised he could go and put his feet up, really. Oh, that's an attempted jive. No run. Yeah, if I was Tom Cullican, well, you wouldn't begrudge him sitting with his feet up. He's got, he's not going to bowl. He now can't bat because they've declared. You'd understand if you wanted to get up the M5 early. Trent Bridge ready tomorrow for the Ireland, well, the second match of the 3-match series after the first game was rained off. So there's a few important games in Division 1 still going, Stephen. Lancs Notts is fairly irrelevant in mid-table, you could say. The Middlesex game I'll keep filling you in on. The Essex-Hampshire I have. The other game we should mention is Surrey against Northants. Surrey going to win County Championship, almost definitely. Northants.
Time.
Yeah, but Northants could enforce the follow-on. Worrell's gone for a fourth ball duck. Could Northants make Surrey follow on? Now that would be some story. 165 for 8 to Surrey now.
Big consolation for them, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
At the end of a difficult season. It's a regulation play and miss off Lewis Gregory. It's been happening all the time. Must have been a dozen times it's happened this morning. Absolutely terrific opening spell. Just a demonstration of how to use the new ball. Been barely a delivery that the batter hasn't had to play. Terrific stuff. Oh, attempted drive there, and Lewis Gregory's interested. The slip cordon are interested, but Martin Saggers isn't. Well, I'm sure he's interested, but he's not going to give it out.
Just getting news that the Kent scorer doesn't want to wear a Brooksy headband. Can we get
Dear, oh dear.
Can we get the Kent scorer headband? Polly's enjoying ours. Surely we've got to be all in.
It's difficult to take either of these two bowlers off at the moment. They're asking so many questions. Gregory into his 5th. 1 for 16, his figures. Middle of the bat this time, which has been something of a rarity this morning. I mean, that 1 wicket for Lewis Gregory, he's deserved more this morning.
Yeah, you could say Brooks has 2, really. Just put the ball in the right areas. Bit of swing.
Comfortable single here. On the leg side, so leaning doubles his tally. Goes to 2, 26 for 2 Kent. Ben Compton and Chawanda Muyeye are the 2 men out, the 2 openers. Somerset very much in control of things here on day 4. That's nicely played. I think that will probably go all the way.
Slow, isn't it?
Does.
Just slow down below us.
It's that outfield. after the rain, isn't it?
Yeah. No, big shout out to the ground staff. We said about Mr. Hawkins moving on to Premier League football, but done a great job to get so much play. The 2 mornings we started at 10:30 have been a serious effort. It's been so wet this week to get the covers off, and with September due, to allow play, I think it's been a cracking effort. Forget, no play day 2. Day 1 was a bit drier, but day 3 and 4 to get 10:30 starts has been very impressive.
Full. And he's caught. Would you believe it? He's clipped it straight to mid-wicket. It's the first innocuous-looking delivery that Lewis Gregory has bowled all morning. And isn't cricket an extraordinary game? Daniel Bell-Drummond can't believe it.
That is the worst ball we've seen this morning by a stretch. That is a full toss on leg stump. As you say, clipped straight to man. There hasn't been a mid-wicket for a lot of the game. There's been a sort of a wide mid-on. He'd say he's unfortunate, but it could have hit that anywhere. I mean, 1 in 1,000 times you get out to that ball. Every other time that goes for 4. He just scooped it, he spooned it straight to mid-wicket. And Lewis Goldsworthy, he's a good athlete. He's a footballer. But that's a pretty easy catch, really. Straightforward to him, just diving forward. And 3 key wickets gone. The top 3 all gone already, Stephen.
Yeah, and you've got to talk about the pressure that had built as well. I mean, Lewis Gregory, he could have a fifer by now, the way he's been bowling, the way he's been making the ball beat the bat. And in a way, it's a bit of a leveller. Having bowled so many peaches of deliveries, he loses his radar just for a moment. And number 3 goes down.
So 8 of 21 balls for me, AE. 0 of 8 for Compton. Jack Leaning's still there, but now Daniel Bell-Drummond's gone for 12. And, wow. As you say, what a weird game cricket is. And you won't be taking a new ball out of these two's hands anytime soon.
You can't, can you? 5 overs, 2 for 21, Lewis Gregory now. And Jack Brooks has 1 for 9 from 4. This will be his 5th coming up as the sun reappears.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 slips. I'm going to keep counting, keep checking. Point is a little bit deeper, Lewis Goldsworthy. Maybe thinks Denley Leaning will go a little bit harder at this. Joe Denley batting at 5 seemed quite low, but they got a decent top 5. It does fall off a cliff, sounds a bit harsh. Joey Everson can play, but the top 5 is key for Kent, and 3 of them have gone already. Well defended. Solid from Jack Leaning. Formerly of Yorkshire, of course. I remember that phenomenal catch Jack Leaning took in the T20 Blast for Yorkshire a few years ago at Headingley. So I remember that on the boundary. A bit like the Ben Stokes one in the 2019 World Cup. But Jack Leaning, the captain now of Kent. Born in Bristol, 29 years of age. He's got a bit to do. First class average of 33. Very high backlift. Johnny Bairstow-esque. He does push that into the gap for 1 run. Good cricket. Well rotated as the strike.
Daniel Bell-Drummond must be fuming.
He looked very casual as he walked off. I think it's one of those where you're so fuming there's no point because you've got to out to a full toss. There's nothing you can say or do about it.
He batted pretty sensibly in the conditions. He played and missed a few times, okay, but anybody's going to do that.
Yeah.
With the lateral movement that we've seen this morning. 31 for 3, Kent. It's a mere detail, but Somerset have already picked up their first bowling point.
Well, yeah, you say it's a mere detail. What did I say this morning? I said it would be pretty quick to get 46 more runs to get the next batting point. In 9 overs, Somerset have got the next bonus point. Would they have got 46 runs in 9 overs? Yeah. If you're thinking, how many overs does it take to get the next point? What would have been quicker? 46 runs from TKC could have been 2 overs, but that's well left. Joe Denley, it looks good on the leave. I love Joe Denley for England, to be honest with you. That sort of period when James Vince had a go, Dan Lawrence had a go, Tom Wesley had a go, back in that 3-ish area, David Milan had a go. Didn't quite do enough, but did score some crucial runs. I do like Joe Denley. Of course, the great story is nephew Jaden, 17-year-old, played in the One Day Cup, and Joe gave him the speech. That's a great story. Hit his first ball for 4. Got a wicket maiden as well. His first over in the Kent shirt, playing at the Oval. And yeah, Joe, now 37 years of age, was a bit emotional. Cracking story, that is.
Joseph Liam Denley.
Yeah.
Canterbury born.
And a lot of Lots of different sides in franchise cricket. Played all around the world, but never got 100 in Test cricket. 94 was his best. Average of 29, 827 runs. Should have fielded that. I don't know how he's missed that. Well swooped round to back him up from mid-off, and there is no single. 31 for 3 after 10.
What's going through the skipper's mind, I wonder? Each of these two has bowled 5 now. Lewis Gregory is definitely going to bowl a 6th, and I'd back that to the hilt. Taking a wicket in his previous over, albeit with a poor delivery, but it's about the one delivery that Lewis Gregory has bowled all morning that's been off target.
Yeah, another wicket at Surrey, Stephen. Tom Laws got wickets in this match in the Northants' first innings. He's out for 7. Ben Sanderson, the man who got that hat-trick last week, he's got another wicket. Ben Folkes is still there, but no one's with him. Surrey need another 34 to get past that follow-on. Can they do it? And another big wicket for Kent, because Middlesex's Cracknell's gone for 16. 74 is a deficit. Ryan Higgins had an injury. He's batting number 5. He's a quality player, though. Wasn't bowling much because of his injury, but all right to bat.
Here's Gregory then. Having done some patching up to the popping crease with assistance from a bit of sawdust. Not completely happy with the delivery point there. Sunshine and scattered cloud. There's the possibility of rain this session and the next one, but we've been fine so far, as has the Somerset bowling.
Mightily fine. Very good.
Played off the pad in the end by Jack Leaning. Important from Kent's point of view that these two dig in, both hugely experienced players, but their team is teetering. 31 for 3. Big appeal for LBW, out. That is the 4th, and the conviction in the appeal from the slips was palpable there. Lewis Gregory thought it was stone dead, and the umpire took the same view. So it's not to be a partnership between these two experienced batters. The 4th wicket has gone with a total on just 31. 16 more needed, Harry.
Remember, Kent elected to field in this game, so they thought there was a bit in the pitch. And on day 4, Somerset are making the most of the pitch. The interviews from the Kent players and staff after day 1 said they didn't put the ball in the right areas enough. They didn't make Somerset play and miss. They didn't attack the stumps enough. And Tom Lammonby scored a pretty swift, beautiful 100. Well, Jack Brooks and Lewis Gregory are more experienced than Arafat and Everson and Jas Singh. Not maybe than Michael Hogan, but they are bowling beautifully this morning. And Lewis Gregory has so many injuries, doesn't he? It's great to see him back and looking fit-ish at this point in time. Not had much workload this week.
I've not seen him bowl a better spell, I don't think.
No, I was just thinking that, actually.
Absolutely terrific. And I've seen a few
yes,
over the years, but this has been, as an example of how to use the conditions to optimum extent, this has been absolutely superb from Lewis Gregory. You can't take him off. He's going to have to do another one after this over, I'd have thought.
Oh, yeah, indeed. So Jack Leaning.
He could have 6.
He could have 6.
Truthfully.
Yeah. Gone for 3, the captain. Abu Dhabi Lewis Gregory. Mr. Saggers and Lungley might have an early finish if Somerset can keep rattling through Kent twice and force a follow-on and go again.
Well, they've got this extensive seam attack. We've only seen 2 bowlers so far this morning. We've still got Josh Davey and Neil Wagner in reserve.
Now, we were talking last night about Murali Vijay and him coming in the overseas and how much he costs per runs. Now, how much might Neil Wagner cost per wickets? Because the poor bloke, not just for a poor performance, because he's barely might not get a bowl with the rain. Did bowl at Hampshire, might bowl at Edgbaston a fair amount next week if the weather's looking a bit better. But Well, this week he's not been used yet.
He soon will be, I'm sure. But
You
in the
say that,
meantime,
but if Lewis Gregory and Jack Brooks keep bowling this well, they won't matter their age. They can put their feet up for another 3 days after today.
Yeah,
it might rain
true.
this afternoon. We don't know. So I think they'll just keep going until something gives way. I think Gregory and Brooks will keep pushing through. And you'd probably be inclined to go to Josh Davey before Neil Wagner.
I think so.
You could give one of these two a rest, even a change of ends.
I'm with you on that.
It's not a bang-it-in type pitch yet. Anyway. And Tom Lammerby might be worth a go just while the ball's swinging and new. And Neil Wagner can pitch up. He's a quality test seamer. He's not just a bang-it-in kind of guy, but...
But the man of the moment is about to deliver once more, and that's going to be a dot. Just one more left than this over. 31 for 4. That declaration is looking like a very shrewd move. I've had rain around all the way through this game. Had plenty yesterday after that entertaining first session. And we've got bowler-friendly conditions this morning. End of Lewis Gregory's 6th.
How good is this, Bellin? Is this the best we've seen in years? The best we've seen this season from Lewis Gregory?
I mean, I've seen him bowl as well in less helpful conditions, I dare say. But in terms of using what's put in front of you out there, it's as good as I've seen him. I've lost count of the number of times the ball has passed the bat.
Correct, yeah. Not like anything like as flat as when Somerset scored 404.
Still to be Jack Brooks on his final day's cricket at Taunton. Nicely clipped out to deep square. Maybe
I don't think it's going to go. No, I think he's going to get it. Neil Wagner's quick. Can he get there? He's going to dive. Brilliant fielding. Neil Wagner, Wag. Come on the Wag, as they shout in New Zealand. What a chase that is. That is a tremendous chase, because that's the longest part of the boundary. And it's pretty wet, that outfield. So it's hard to run, a little bit slippery. He is a lion-hearted cricketer. South African-born Kiwi, Neil Wagner. A lot of time for him. Him and Roelof van der Merwe are good mates. Just in a couple of weeks they've been here, really. Yeah, Mike Unwin for Moments Story does the museum. He's asking for Lewis Goals with his bat. You have to watch the clip from yesterday. There's Jack Brooks' back to outside off stump, and Joe Denley watches that one through. Now, I'm sad for Kent. Harry Finch, great for the young lad to get a chance with the gloves, but Sam Billings should be keeping, or Jordan Cox, or last year they had Ollie Robinson. I almost feel like they're down to their fourth choice keeper. One, of course, Ollie Robinson's gone to Durham now for this year, but they've gone from having all the wicket keepers last year to suddenly losing a few. Reminds me a little bit of when Butler and Somerset had the two best keeper batters in England, Butler and Kieswetter, and then lost two of them in quick succession.
Yeah.
And suddenly we're down to Alex Barrow, Michael Bates, and chasing Steve Snell even.
Yes. And Ryan Davies.
Yes.
Did the job for a while, and then the Stephen Davies era.
Just before that, wasn't it? Yeah, Michael Bates, a fine gloveman, but didn't have the batting prowess.
Stephen Davies is another player we won't see in Somerset colours after this season. Announced his retirement last week. But he was an excellent signing in the circumstances. Stephen Davies from Surrey. Another dot ball. But yeah, I vividly remember Joss Butler deciding to leave for every good reason, really. When it comes down, when you've got two quality wicketkeepers in the same county squad, they can't both play.
No, sadly not.
Lovely shot, but cut off at extra cover. Now, end of Jack Brooks's 6th. Might we have a change at the river end, conceivably?
No. Oh, at the river end, yes, potentially, I suppose. Tom A was giving a big high five. He's taking his jumper. 3 for 21, reads Lewis Gregory's figures. 1 for 14, reads Jack Brooks. Gregory not quite as economic, but...
They've both bowled really well.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got to say that Gregory's been the pick.
Yes, yeah.
But
the way that we've seen the big swing from Jack Brooks, I think Jack Brooks has probably swung it more. And the push drives from AEA, he wouldn't have gone for 4 if there weren't 5 slips in place, in fairness.
Again, played without full confidence by Harry Finch, who's in at number 6 for Kent. The experienced Joe Denley still there at the other end, but this has been a pretty woeful start by the visitors. And a superlative start by Somerset. And this man in particular, Lewis Gregory, who's into his 7th over now. That will be 4, down to long leg.
A nice shot, just tucked off his hip. Well played.
Off the mark, Harry Finch, 4 apiece. He and Joe Denley. Just straying fractionally to leg. He's been so accurate though this morning, this man. Masterclass. Seam bowling,
Yeah,
seam and swing.
Do we even say men against boys? Is that harsh? Men against boys? I mean, Denley's a quality player. A lot of the Kent guys have scored a lot of runs at this level. Good shot.
Gonna go all the way. Again, the outfield's slow, but not slow enough to prevent that going to the long off boundary. So some relief for Kent in their tribulations. And a rare boundary off Lewis Gregory. 2 of them in this over. Ball's got quite wet travelling over that outfield. Given a bit of a wipe before returning to the bowler.
Nice stroke that. Neil Wagner wasn't far away from it. Extra cover. You don't often see Neil Wagner at extra cover in the Test shirt or whether it's an Essex shirt. I don't know who's played for, but when there's so many slips in place, slightly changes where you field normally.
Yes, it's another Essex to Somerset. Peter Siddle was
Yep.
another case of that. Now back in Australia, of course.
Loves his cycling. Pete Siddle will be missed. A great servant to Essex and Somerset. Michael Hogan got injured after bowling 11.2 overs in the first innings. He was a blow for Kent. He's probably the most experienced and arguably their best bowler. So interesting to see how fit he is coming out to bat. Which might not be too far away from him padding up when number 6 already at the wicket.
Well, absolutely.
He might be promoted to number 9 or 10 with some of the younger seamers potentially down below him.
Gregory to Finch then.
Tell you what, there's a bit of a cheeky single. Tom Banton wasn't far away from running him out there. Surrey all out, 185. Tell you what, it's not often we say that. And Northampton's bowling attack hasn't been pulling up trees this season. Sanderson and White, quality seamers, but...
So the follow-on is an option.
Yes. Luke Proctor got a couple of wickets. Tom Taylor too. He's going to Pastures New next year, but Sanderson and White with most of the damage. 25 extras is the 4th top score for Surrey.
First bowling change of the morning then. Wondering about it, and it has come to pass. Josh Davey is going to take over from Jack Brooks. 1 for 14. Brooksy Ferret, 6 overs, 2 maidens on his final day of first-class cricket at Taunton. Expect we'll see some more of him.
Yeah.
Unless Josh Davey runs through them.
Well, yes.
Short,
Test
order.
Test bowler Neil Wagner still waiting in the wings, of course.
Davey, who's had his injury issues this season. It's good to see him back.
Yeah, 3 similar-ish paced bowlers, these medium paces. Davey runs in a little bit further. That legs a little bit quicker, actually. Good to see Josh Davey back. He's had a few injuries this season. He's often the way. And Neil Wagner is not stretching. I think he's scraping mud and grass off his boots in a yoga position down below us.
I wonder about Tom Abel, you know, in these conditions. He's back bowling again. He does a bit with the ball, but I imagine he'll go to Wagner first.
Yeah. Oh, cheeky single? Nah, actually wasn't that cheeky in the end. Well placed in between point and extra cover.
Yeah, it was a pretty comfortable one in the end. Broad of shoulder, Josh Davey. And consistent performer for Somerset in recent seasons.
4 slips in place still. Lovely shot. That is Joe Denley at his best. That deserves 4. I don't think Lewis Goldsworthy will catch up with it. Even with the slow, wet outfield, that's still going to be 4 runs. I really like Joe Denley in the England shirt. I thought he was potentially slightly hard done by, but as you say, he probably should have got 100 in 28 test innings. Averaging 29 isn't bad, but just didn't get that big score. 650s for England, but you look at his first class stats. That's where you look really. Of course, he bowls some leg spin as well, but first class, 227 is his high score. 30 hundreds. A quality player, Joe Denley. Yes, now he is 37, but you're not going to get away with a leg stump half volley to Joe Denley.
That looked like 4 from the moment he played it, didn't it?
Rob P says Denley's approaching his season's best.
Oh dear. He's on 8.
Well, if you look at his last few innings, 8 against Hampshire, 17 against Essex, 0 and 7 against Essex, 1 and 45 against Warwickshire, 6 against North Hats. 2 of them were list A, but most of those were first-class games. And then back to T20. He got 30 and a 76 and 73 not out in the T20 format. Red ball. Josh Davies still with 4 slips in place. Going to be 1 into the leg side. Could there have been? Lewis Goldsworthy is a left-handed thrower. Could they have got a single to his right hand? I think potentially so. I'm going to talk you through one more ball, and I'm going to bring Richard Latham into the box to talk you through a few overs with Stephen Lamb. We're 11:30 here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, another hour before lunch. There'll be 96 overs in the day's play today, if weather allows, of course. 1:10 will be the start of the second session. As Tom Banton is chucking his arms around. He's not going to bowl. I think he's just keeping warm. Josh Davies, sun on his back now from the river end. 1 ball left in his first over. Well, that's a play and a miss from Joe Denley. That's where Josh Davies wants to bowl it. That's right on the spot. He'll be pretty happy with that finish to his over. Needs to bowl more balls in those areas. But at 49 for 4, I've been Harry Everett. I'll make way for a few overs.
Thanks, Harry. Yeah, that was a confidence booster for the bowler. Denley had hit him for a mid-wicket boundary earlier in the over, but that was much more like it from Josh Davey. And it is going to be a double change. In fact, Lewis Gregory's excellent opening spell has come to an end, and it's going to be the international Neil Wagner coming on in place. And coming into the commentary box, good morning, Richard Latham.
Good morning, Stephen.
Good to see you. You were saying just before the start that you approved of the declaration. I imagine that you feel that even more strongly now.
Yeah, I was in the minority of one, I think, when it came to the press box, because everyone wanted to see Tom Kohler-Cadmore have a go at Sir Vivian Richards' record of the fastest first-class century here, and that's what I think brought a lot of people to the ground today. But it seemed to me that all at stake if Somerset batted on was 1 bonus point, which is neither here nor there. And there was just a chance with a fragile opposition as Kent are. Injury hit Kent and obviously struggling in the championship. Nice shot there, though. That's
It's
that's
not
a teaser.
quite going to make it.
That is a teaser. I think they're probably going to run for either there. It's a long way. Maybe not.
3 in the end.
It seemed to me that with Kent having to go for quick runs because they need every batting point they can possibly get, that if the wicket behaved as we thought it would at the start, when Kent's bowlers just didn't bowl very well on it, that Somerset would have just an outside chance, and is an outside chance of winning. But when you think of the number of times they've been past the bat this morning, as well as the wickets they've taken, Kent could easily have been 6 or 7 down by now.
They could.
And they must have a fragile mentality at the moment. I mean, they've just conceded 404. They left their specialist spinners out of the team and then went for a lot of runs. The seamers didn't bowl well, to be brutally honest, and they lost Michael Hogan, of course, to injury. But I think seamers bowling well on this, they're still getting some help, and that's been proved.
Wagner then, that's not requiring a stroke from Joe Denley and doesn't get one. You've seen a lot of Lewis Gregory over the years. That was some spell.
I've got nothing but admiration for Lewis Gregory because the injuries that lad has had and the operations he's had on his back over the years, to be still bowling at all is incredible, and I think says a lot about the guy. And that was the Lewis Gregory of old today. On a pitch that's a bit helpful, he produces some magic deliveries, always has done. Maybe he's not quite the bowler of old, but as I say, it's terrific credit to him that he's still playing first-class cricket.
It's another lovely shot. It's going to be pulled inside the boundary. They'll certainly get 2. They're going to settle for that. No, they're going to take the 3rd.
Yeah, rare over-pitched one from Neil Wagner, who tends more to hit the middle of the pitch. His forte is getting balls in and around the rib cage, as we've seen against Somerset over the years. But a very handy man to be able to bring on at this stage. So we've seen 2.
Change.
Well, we've seen 2 very good opening spells from Jack Brooks and Lewis Gregory, and now you've got 2 bowlers who are equally capable of taking wickets on this pitch.
The left arm comes over again. There's going to be a single here, down to long leg. Yeah, maybe not quite the pace that Lewis Gregory started off with, but the control was exemplary this morning.
His only fault this morning was, I think it was 4 no balls, which made his figures look not as good. They were already very good, but could have been even better. And we've already seen a no ball from Neil Wagner at this end. So I don't know quite why that is, but no, as I say, I've got nothing but admiration for Lewis Gregory as a cricketer. I think he's been a credit to Somerset over the years. I think he's probably in contract negotiations at the moment, from what I hear, and the last time he signed a new contract, there was all sorts of rumours he was going off to Middlesex or somewhere else, but it never happened. I mean, providing he's fit, you still feel he's got a lot to offer.
Absolutely. And wasn't it extraordinary, that Bell Drummond wicket? He gets a poor ball, probably the first poor ball that was bowled to him, and clips it straight to mid-wicket.
That is cricket, isn't it? I mean, Lewis bowled so many good ones that didn't get a reward in that spell, and he's given him one halfway up his pad, full toss, and he's clipped it to the only field in that vicinity. But he will have gone off not in the best of spirits, I would have thought.
Yeah, spell left alone, perhaps, in the changing room.
I think that's the time. Absolutely, leave him alone.
That was the 3rd wicket to fall, Daniel Bell Drummond. The others we've seen go down this morning. Just take you through Ben Compton, the first to go in the 3rd over, caught behind off Lewis Gregory for a duck. That was important because he can be a limpet, Ben Compton. Yeah,
absolutely. There's 2 or 3 big wickets still in this Kent side. They've got some very talented players, including Joe Denley, who's still out there. And Bell Drummond has often done well against Somerset. So Compton and Bell Drummond, to me, were the early wickets that's put Somerset in a really good position. But they've still got to get past Denley, who's obviously a quality county cricketer.
Yeah, absolutely. And before Daniel Bell Drummond fell, Tuanda Muyeyi caught it at second slip by Andy Umeed, well caught low down off Jack Brooks in his farewell game at Taunton.
Yeah, I mean, we're saying farewell at this time to Jack Brooks and Steve Davis, who've obviously been good servants to Somerset over recent years. But what I really like about this team is you've got Tom Banton back in it, you've got Lewis Goldsworthy in it. I think if you were canvas members, they still want players in the team who Somerset have produced themselves. And I was very worried that Tom Banton might leave the club if he wasn't going to get any red ball cricket, because I thought he's really made an effort last season to become a red ball cricketer, and not just known as a hitter in white ball cricket. And I like to see him in the team. I like to see Lewis Goldsworthy in the team, and I hope that they continue with the Tom Abel opening. I think that's a good policy as well, because Tom's been coming in early on in the innings anyway, because there've been so few good opening partnerships, and I think he provides a more solid option at the top of the order.
I'll take a single down to long leg here. Joe Denley on to 11. The other wicket that fell this morning, the last one, Jack Leaning, who was LBW to Lewis Gregory for 3, and that one looked absolutely plumb.
The only thing, he hung around, didn't he, as they do. That's never an indication these days that the batters think that they've had a bad decision. It was a good ball from Lewis Gregory. I think the only thing he did take a bit of a stride down the pitch, but that's not necessarily going to get you off the hook when it comes to an LBW decision. So he wasn't very happy, but they never are.
And George Bartlett, another one we're saying farewell to at the end of the season, here at least, although he may well come back here one day, going off to Northants.
Yeah, I think that's George has shown his talent here on many occasions, but maybe has not had the consistency that he would have liked. They can't all play, and we've had a good talented crop of young cricketers come through. I couldn't really argue with George leaving, but it wouldn't surprise me a bit if he did well with his new county.
More opportunities in every format, perhaps.
Yeah, which is good for him. I think it was the right thing probably for all concerned, because there is a competition. If you think that Tom Bantam was down to bat 7 in this game, there and Sean Dixon wasn't available. There's plenty of competition for batting places. What Somerset have got to do next season, I think, is get the batting order right, get the right people in, which hasn't always been the case, I don't think, this season, because you've got to get more first innings runs. I think there's been probably an improvement slightly in that this season, but not as much as we hoped when Dixon and Kohler Cadmore were signed. So I still think that's the problem they've got to sort out. And the other problem they've got to sort out is I think they need support for Craig Overton in the bowling department, and I would like to see at least 1 and maybe 2 new seam bowlers signed, and I'd prefer them to be on the up rather than players who've already done it, if you like.
Would you go overseas for a bowler?
Yeah, definitely. I think the batting lineup now is, if they get the order right, is reasonably strong. And I think you've got to take 20 wickets. I mean, my dream's always been for Somerset to win the county championship. I'm starting to wonder if it will ever happen in my lifetime. But I think if they're going to do that, then you've got to have a seam attack capable of taking 20 wickets. And at the moment, I think there's too much reliance on Craig Overton, who quite clearly won't play every game, either for fitness reasons or international call-up. And they've got to find 1 or 2, I think, to support him and be major wicket takers next season.
Tom Abel, when he first came into the Somerset side, which is a while ago now, 6, 7 seasons, possibly 8, but he was opening the batting with Marcus Trescothick.
Exactly, he started as an opener, and going to be much difference for him because he's been coming in the second or third over, or certainly in the first 10 overs. I mean, when you think that was the highest opening partnership of the season, 73, with Tom Lammonby. And I think that showed that having Tom Abel at one end is a calming influence on Lammonby if he's going to open next season, and B, Tom is technically, I think, as good as it gets for Somerset batsmen to face the new ball. So it's not easy. We all know that facing the new ball on the pitches in England is not easy, and Tom Lammonby certainly not found it easy.
That's
this
an
season.
example.
But I'm glad to see that he's stuck at it. He's taken the responsibility, and he was rewarded with a very, very good century in this game, albeit against a very understrength Kent attack. But it's not an easy. If Tom Abel opened every game, he'd get some low scores. There's no question about that. But I just think he's more likely to give you a solid platform than maybe what they've had before.
Would you go Lammonby or Dixon with him if you open with Tom Abel?
Well, on this season's form in Championship cricket, it would be difficult to find a reason to pick Dixon, to be honest. I think, his salvation this season, Vitality Blast, man of the match in the Vitality Blast final,
And then made captain in the 50
and
over.
made captain in the 50 over. So in that respect, you could say he's been a successful signing, but he would be the first to admit he hasn't made the runs he would have hoped opening up in the Championship. So wouldn't write him off in any way, but I would look at either Tom Banton or Tom Lammonby if you had Tom Abel at the other end.
Yeah, Tom Lammonby, another advantage of that is it's a right-hand, left-hand combination.
Absolutely. I think with Tom, he's always going to play his shots, and that can look bad sometimes when there's no runs on the board or very few, and he gets that caught slip or caught behind, playing a big shot. But he showed in this game that he was very positive from the start, and when it works for him, he's a very effective player. I think it is a problem they're going to have to think very hard about, who opens the batting next season, and I hope Tom Abel's laid down a marker in a way although he only made 20 in this game, it was a strong opening partnership. But you do have to take into account that this is not a great Kent bowling attack.
And in terms of the number 3 position, it's interesting how the last home game of the season can put up some pointers, but Lewis Goldsworthy has put down a marker.
Again, he has, and I'd love to have seen Lewis play more often. He's not the worst spinner in the world, by the way, and showed that in T20 cricket of all things. When he first got into the side in all formats, he was pretty fearless in his bowling in T20, so he's got a good temperament. I think Lewis Goldsworthy. That's the thing he's proved early on in his Somerset career. And he's had injuries this season, I know, and hasn't always been able to bowl and all that. But I'm really pleased to see him back in. Whether he can bat at 3 regularly, I'm not sure. It's a key position. And I think what Somerset's problem is they've probably got a lot of number 5s. So one or two of them is going to have to step up and open the batting. So it's a lot for the coaches to think about. So I can't see them bringing in another opening batsman during the winter. And as I say, I think they should go strongly to improve the bowling. So it's just a case of trying to work out what is the best way of getting the actual best out of each individual, where you put them in the order. And as I would start with Tom Abel opening.
Yeah, all interesting things to think about over the winter. In the meantime, Somerset looking for the 5th Kent wicket here. Neil Wagner in particular. Nicely played. That may well have the legs to go all the way over that wet outfield. It does.
Again, over pitch by Neil Wagner, and that's, as I say, very, very unusual for him. I think maybe he's trying to see if it's going to swing at all. Obviously, the ball is not quite as new as when the match started, so you're not going to see it do quite as much. But I still think, given Kent's mentality at the moment, they've struggled all season. They're looking like almost they're facing a losing battle in trying to get above Middlesex in the table and avoid relegation. Things haven't gone their way in that respect in this game. So I think their mentality will be fragile, and if Somerset could just knock a couple more over, there's a lot of overs to be bowled in the day yet, 80 more overs.
Yeah, Marcus O'Riordan is due to come in next on the card, then Joey Everson, Arafat Bhuiyan, Jas Singh and Michael Hogan, if he's fit to bat. Neil Wagner over pitching and driven through extra cover. This could well be 4 more. May just be pulled in. Touch and go, ball wins.
Yeah, similar, wide and full. Strange, really. Obviously, I imagine Neil Wagner's trying to hit a good length rather than his normal length, which is a bit short of a good length. He's looking to the skies at the moment, obviously, absolutely thinking, what am I doing?
Saying a little prayer.
But I still think he's a handy guy to bring on at this stage, and I also think Josh Davey, certainly the Josh Davey pre-injury this season, is a bloke who puts the ball on the spot and lets the pitch do the rest, and that's exactly what's required today.
I wonder about Tom Abel as well with the ball.
Yeah, I think Tom Abel will bowl.
These conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he should bowl, and he's by no means the worst. And he's also a bit of a partnership breaker, Tom. So, if needed, I think he's not the best at bringing himself on, Tom. I think he thinks when there's senior seamers in the side, he should use them. But he's plenty handy enough himself.
Yeah, captaining from 3rd slip at the moment. That's the end of quite an expensive over from Neil Wagner. 0 for 20, his figures overall.
You know, one thing you've got to consider is that Kent can't go into their shell and just block it out because they need batting points.
Exactly.
So they are going to have to keep playing their shots, and if they keep playing their shots, mistakes may happen. So that's why I think it was the right decision this morning. I think it set up the potential for a really good day's cricket. I'm not saying Somerset will win. It'd be very difficult to take 16 more wickets from here, but I still think it was the right thing to put a team who are used to losing, if you like, or used to not winning, put them under pressure if you can, and that's what they've done.
Josh Davies going to bowl his third over now. 6 runs off him so far. He'll be bowling to Harry Finch, who's on 24 not out. 70 for 4, Kent, having been 31 for 4. Played back to the bowler. Neil Wagner, another musical name to get into the Somerset team. We had Dean Elgar a while back.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And Andrew Strauss played a game
for
Somerset.
For one game, yeah.
Shame we couldn't have all 3 in the same side.
Over the years, the press box games that have been played like that of, let's have an 11 that we're all this, 11 that's all that. It's past the time for many a dull day or when it's raining. That sort of thing, yeah. Cricket lends itself to that.
It does. It's got wonderful things like that. I didn't know Tom Kohler-Cadmore was nicknamed Pepsi until yesterday.
Well, that's at least more original than adding a Y to their names, which they normally do. Brooksy and footballers do that all the time, just add a Y. So when there's something a bit, something like that, I think that's good. At least they've thought about it.
Indeed. Yeah, just a little bit more complexity about it. 70 for 4 then. Kent, Lewis Gregory, 3 of them. Jack Brooks has the other one. Josh Davey is looking for his first. He's already induced the odd false stroke like that, although he may just have pulled his bat inside the line, giving him the benefit of the doubt.
But that's what you're going to get with Josh Davey. Good length. If the pitch is doing anything, then he can wobble it about. And I personally thought, as I say, I don't know how effective he is, how the injury has affected him this season. But the Josh Davey of old is just what you want on this sort of pitch.
Absolutely. Much talk yesterday evening about whether Tom Kohler-Cadmore might break Viv Richards' Somerset record. Defended firmly this time, back to the bowler, which was a century in 48 deliveries in 1986. Were you here for that one, Richard?
I think I was, but I couldn't swear to it. And funnily enough, somebody was saying in the press box today that Vic Marks couldn't remember it either, and he was playing. In fact, he opened the batting in one of the innings, and he couldn't remember it. So I'm not sure quite why it didn't stick in the memory, but I mean, it's great to have Sir Vivian Richards holding a Somerset record, I think. So I'm not altogether disappointed. Much as I like Tom, I think it's great that people like Viv have that sort of record.
Well, he is what they used to call different gravy.
Absolutely, I think even Tom would admit that.
Yeah.
No, it's nice when great players hold records, and this is why Vivian is obviously regarded here in the way he is. I mean, Harold Gimlet for being the leading run scorer. They're names that will always live with Somerset cricket. Whether Tom Kohler-Cadmore will ever fall into that category depends on seasons to come. But he's a genuinely very nice guy and very, very talented.
He provided rare entertainment yesterday.
Some of those. I mean, they weren't sixes; they were big sixes. The one into the Undachi Pavilion was enormous. Onto the top of that, the one where the ball was lost into the car park. There was some. Yeah, I mean, it was a fantastic exhibition right from the start. Second ball he hit for 6.
Yeah, he's out there in the field, Tom Kohler-Cadmore, and certainly proved his worth. Signed last winter.
Yeah, I mean, I always knew he'd be a good signing. I mean, Yorkshire lost so many good players for one reason or another, didn't they? And Tom is, he'd proved up there what a good player across all formats he is. I think even he would be a little bit disappointed with his championship contributions. But as far as one-day cricket is concerned, no complaints whatsoever. He's done exactly what we thought he'd do.
Yeah, hits the ball with real power. Neil Wagner is going to bowl his third now as the sun re-emerges. You can see the shadow cast by the New Zealander.
Yeah, wonderful to see after yesterday, and you weren't sure what was going to happen today because the forecast was sort of 40% chance of rain as they put on these weather forecasts, all day virtually. So it was a glorious cover drive there. That's one of the shots of the day, certainly. But again, just tending to overpitch.
Yeah, we saw a couple of beautiful cover drives from Tuanda Muyeye earlier on. That was certainly in a similar league. Bat further from body, perhaps, but glorious stroke nonetheless.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to seriously think about taking Wagner off, though. I mean, runs are not that important, and if he's perfectly capable of taking wickets, but they don't want Kent's batsmen to get, confident. And at 31 for 4, they were anything but that. Put a few meaty cover drives in, and suddenly there'll be more self-belief.
Oh, that's gone off the outside edge. Don't think it was a chance. It's heading towards the third man boundary and has passed over it. So 4 more. Yeah, well, I mean, 0 for 28 off 14 deliveries. That's taking off time, isn't it, really?
That might have been a chance, but it went like a rocket because he's had a real go at it. It may have been quite clever bowling that because he's blowed it wide again, but a little bit shorter. And it wasn't a half volley, and very, very nearly got a wicket.
Yeah, it can turn around so quickly. A bowler's fortune. Lovely cover drive again.
See, that is a full half volley, and a lot of good batsmen will hit that for 4.
It's take him off and maybe bring him back at the other end later on in the day.
Yes,
that kind of stuff.
I think it could be that sort of must be going through Tom Abel's mind because. They can't afford to let any Kent batsman really get going, and these two have sort of laid a foundation now to stick around.
80 for 4. Something of a recovery this from these two batters. 23 for Denley, 26 for Finch. Experience at one end, youth at the other. Down to 3 slips, Somerset. We had 5 earlier. Something of a relief in that is a dot ball.
Well, as I say, they will go for their shots. They've got to, and that was another reason I thought the declaration was right. That was the pitch is wobbling about a bit. That there's not going to be a time when Kent's batsmen are going to defend today. Why should they? They need to get to 250 as soon as possible, 300 if possible, and make up a couple of points on Middlesex, and they're bound to be positive.
Yeah. 3 boundaries already in this over. That won't be one. We've had a couple of dots now. There's 1 delivery remaining. So they're going at close to a runner ball, both of these. Harry Finch exactly a runner ball thus far.
They're doing exactly the right thing. Well, it's the only policy they could possibly employ. And if they keep losing wickets, they're going to still employ that policy, I would have thought, because they've got to somehow get some batting points.
Wagner finish the over with a dot? Yes, he can. So, curate's egg.
Yeah, it's not been his best spell by any means, has it? And I think he obviously would know that, so he's still looking to the heavens at times, So, Neil Wagner, as I say, he likes a fast pitch. He likes to put the ball in slightly short of a length, get it up around the batsman's ribs. That's been his forte over many years, and that's not been quite happening this morning.
Thanks very much, Richard. Stay with us for a little bit if you can. That would be great. And I'm going to bring in Harry Everett.
Lovely to see some sunshine here at the county ground, and not a great crowd as you'd expect, a sprinkling of spectators, but they've seen some good cricket so far.
Yeah, Josh Davies still attacking the stumps, isn't he? Keeping a few low, skidding on a bit, hands on heads.
Yeah, I was saying to Stephen, to me, he's exactly the sort of bowler you want on this pitch, because if it's doing a bit, he'll put it on the right length to get the most out of it.
We were chatting around the table last night with Ben and Vic Marks. We were chatting through the 2015 World Cup, getting excited for the Cricket World Cup starting in a couple of weeks, of course, and I'll never forget Trent Boult and Mitch Stark are big household names, but Josh Davey being the leading wicket taker after the group stage for Scotland was.
Yeah. Well, he was a very underrated cricketer at that time. Definitely.
Can bat as well.
Oh, and there's another one, you see, where he just does enough with the ball, and he could bowl a decent spell here because he needs a good game. Josh Davies had a season ravaged by injury. So, like 1 or 2 in this game have come into it with a marker to lay down for next season for Somerset. Certainly that applied to Lewis Goldsworthy, Tom Lammonby to a certain extent, and Tom Banton if he got to bat. So 1 or 2 with something to prove, and that's I think very good. That's a plus about this team.
I like the sight of that. Tom Abel at third slip, going through a bowling warm-up. I think this pitch will suit him. Similar sort of bowler to Josh Davey, not quite as quick.
Yeah, Stephen Lamb was making that point, and I thoroughly agreed. I think there is a role for Tom today with the ball.
I like that he could be the fifth seamer. I mean, Tom Banton warming up, don't read anything into that. That's just him keeping warm, I think. But Tom Lammonby wouldn't be a bad shout either, just that left-arm angle, especially if your left-armer, who you've paid a fortune to get from overseas to come and isn't really cutting the mustard. 32 off 3 O's for Neil Wagner.
No, that was a pretty ordinary spell.
Shame, really. Top chap and done well for New Zealand, but a bit of a weird September stint for Neil Wagner. That's another beauty. Somerset haven't got a great record of overseas signings in September. You think Murali Vijay is one of the standout memories?
Yes, I'm not a great fan of really short-term signings, whatever stage of the season they're at, and we have had 1 or 2 for the last 2 or 3 games of a season that haven't worked out particularly well.
Yeah, Tom Abel from the Triscothick Pavilion end, we reckon, in 2 balls' time. Josh Davies going to finish off his over first. Nice to see Denley batting well, really. I do enjoy watching him.
He's been a good player over many years, and one that they have to get rid of quickly if there is going to be any victory hopes here.
Yeah, he's had a bit of a torrid time in the Championship this year. Done all right in the white ball stuff, but you've got to make the most of these guys. We'll talk about Alistair Cook. He's just gone in his potentially his final innings at Chelmsford. A lot of chat around that. Nothing official yet, but he went for 16, trying to score quick runs, so Essex could declare against Hampshire. And Durham, who are Division 2 champions, confirmed yesterday they're 92 for 2. Alex Lees, who's been superb this year.
What a season they've had. I mean, nobody would have believed at the start of the season they were going to run away with that division. I can remember the coach's name, the Australian guy.
Ryan Campbell?
Yeah, Ryan Campbell. I spoke to him at Bristol when they played Gloucestershire. And what a lot of sense he spoke, and what a job he's done. And one of the things he said to me was that when he took the job, the first thing he said was that they must sign a world-class spinner or a top-quality spinner. And they went ahead and did that. And but nobody could have predicted that they'd run away with the second division like they have. And all credit to them.
Yeah, they've been superb. Alex Lees, 1,341 runs at 74.5. Not bad, that. Of course, former England man, Alex Lees, Adam Live used to open for Yorkshire. Live's got a few runs. Facing all the openers, actually, doing all right.
I think there's a lot of people got a soft spot for Durham, you know, that they're almost like a lot of people's second county. If you can support your own county, you still want to see Durham do well. I certainly fall into that category, and be very interested to see how they adapt, because there's a big gap now, in my view, between First Division and Second Division cricket in the Championship. So it'll be very interesting. They'll come into it, obviously, with a lot of momentum next season. It'll be interesting to see how they do.
So overseas seamer replaced by captain. Pretty easy decision for Tom Abel, to be honest with you.
Yes, and Tom obviously hasn't bowled as much as he would like this season because he had that side injury. But everything ahead of that was saying his bowling was progressing, and I thought he put on a bit of pace last season. And he's not the worst by any means. And again, he should put it there or thereabouts. And if the pitch is doing anything, he'll capitalise.
Shoaib Bashir is on the field. He's at mid-wicket. Southfield, a guy I've been impressed with. It's been good to see Shoaib bowling well this year.
Yeah, he's tall, isn't he? And what I liked about him was that if he got hit, he was still prepared to give the ball a bit of air sometimes. And it's not easy being a spinner against some of the players they face now these days, and it's certainly not easy for a young spinner. But he seems to. They've got to have the right temperament to me, spinners. That I think even Shane Warne was interviewed fairly early on in his wonderful career and said that as a leg spinner you have to get used to looking back over your shoulder when the ball gets hit over your head. And
he's got strong neck muscles.
Yes, exactly, and that is the case. And it's then how you respond with the next ball. And from what I've seen of Shoaib, I think he's got a good temperament.
Yep, he's on the one at mid-wicket.
He's learning his craft. You know, he's obviously very much at a learning stage.
There's a wicket. Tom Abel, the captain, he's done the business here. Finch looked good. We just said he was scoring at runner ball. Him and Joe Denley, the best partnership for Kent so far. 26 of 33 balls was Harry Finch. Looked good, and Tom Abel come on for Neil Wagner's expenses in his 3 overs. And Tom Abel's got the breakthrough.
Well, I was saying to Stephen earlier, Tom is a partnership breaker. He's that sort of bowler. And the other thing is that I said Kent will keep going for their shots, and that was exactly the case there. He's thought he's seen a ball he could drive, and he's given it the full treatment and just nicked it through to James Roux. So, 5 wickets down. I think Somerset would have settled for that by noon. Another couple before lunch maybe, and who knows.
Yeah, pretty good that from Tom Abel. 85 for 5 now, and this is where the lower middle order is exposed. Joey Everson, I'm pretty impressed with, but there's a lot of inexperience from Marcus O'Riordan, Arafat, Jazz Singh, Michael Hogan. We're not sure how his injury is. No Nijar, no Chahal in this game, despite them both bowling well in the last game. No spinners to come into bat, so it'll be interesting to see how Kent keep playing this. And like you say, that they're not hanging around. They're playing quite aggressively for a team that want to survive for a draw, you'd think.
Well, I'm not. I think the first thing in their mind when they started this innings was batting points.
Yeah,
and that was
a long way off now.
Well, it is, but it was another reason why I thought Somerset were right to declare that Kent would have to keep going for their shots. He's put them in the position of 85 for 5, and what we're seeing this morning is how poorly their bowlers bowled on this pitch.
Yeah.
Michael Hogan was obviously a huge loss to them, but even he wasn't at his best on the opening day, and the rest of them, to be honest, were very, very poor.
So Captain Fantastic, Tom Abel, he's got the wicket. Not bowled much this year, as we keep saying. That's a pretty good ball. First up to Marcus O'Riordan. Joe Denley's still there. He is crucial for Kent. He's looked good, but Marcus O'Riordan, only 25 years of age, come up through Kent, second 11, only 19 first-class innings in 14 matches. Has got 100, average of 34. But they need a few more than 34 to survive them.
That's a big test for him in this situation, because they're right up against it now. And the good thing about Tom Abel taking that wicket is that he'll probably keep himself on for a few more overs, because he's not the best, as I was saying to Stephen earlier, at using himself as a bowler. I think he does think the senior seamers should bowl as much as possible, and that he's almost interfering when he comes on. But now he's taken a wicket and can see what he can do. I thought, we'll see him bowl a few overs now, I'm sure.
I love his follow-through. He seems to follow through more and more each time you see him bowl. Bit quicker, bigger follow-through, really throws his body into it.
And the great thing is he puts the ball on the spot 90% of the time, and that's what Neil Wagner wasn't doing. He wasn't using the pitch at all, because he was either over-pitching or being a bit on the short side, mostly over-pitching. A lot of half volleys were dispatched through the covers, which most county batsmen would do to that sort of length ball. So even he knew, you could tell by his body language, that he hadn't performed well this morning. And as you say, it was an easy decision for Tom to bring himself on.
He's in at third slip next to Amid. He took that good diving forward catch. As Josh Davies continuing from just got the pavilion end. The catching short leg is not far from Joe Denley. That is a beauty. He squared him up again. Joe Denley's batted well, but he won't feel in, especially when Josh Davies, the Scotsman from Suffolk, is putting it in that area.
I mean, you always see batsmen play and miss during innings, but the number of times Kent have played and missed this morning, and they could easily be all out by now. And it's just showing that this pitch, if you put it in the right place, is helping the bowlers as it should have done when Kent won what seemed to be a really good toss to win on the opening day, with every condition in their favour, and let Somerset run up 400. So that's where this game is. That's what put Kent in trouble. They must have been looking to bowl Somerset out cheaply.
That should be a single there. Oh, what's happened there? Is that Tom Bannon just fallen over at a point? Slipped to the
maybe a little bit moisture still out there.
Yeah, I think he's going to be right. It's the mud and the spikes the players are regularly trying to kick out from their shoes.
I must say the ground's looking okay, isn't it? For
Yeah,
the
I
last
kept
game of the
saying.
season, it's looking a lot better than it did for the first game of the season.
Definitely,
I'll
I
tell you
kept saying, yeah. Mr. Hawkins will be pretty happy with the final knockings of a very wet week.
Yeah.
I've been very impressed that they managed to start at half 10, sorry. Did not look like it was going to be dry enough that quickly, but Killer Cadmore with his multiple jumpers on. He's at mid-off. He's lost his towel out his backside. He hasn't noticed it. The umpires had to tell him. Mr. Langley and Mr. Saggers on duty with plenty of coats.
Not sure how warm it is out. There's a bit of cloud cover now, which the Somerset bowlers will appreciate. You know, the sun did come out briefly, but at the moment there's plenty of cloud around, and that will only aid their cause.
Bit more of a conventional field now after those runs scored off Neil Wagner. A 50 partnership is not far away from short leg. If short leg was more silly mid on, maybe, or silly mid wicket, might have been a chance.
Yeah, it's a pet theory of mine these days that short legs are there to block it. Like, you very rarely see a short leg catch these days, and that's with all the equipment they put on, all the armour.
Yeah.
You know, when you think of the old short legs like Brian Close and that, who had no, but would field probably twice as close to the bat as that's happening at the moment. You very rarely see it. They either just don't react quick enough, or it used to be a specialist position. That's the truth, and it's not a specialist position anymore.
Yeah, James Taylor, one of the best I can remember in recent years. They say a bit of a dying art. Tama Bavuma is pretty decent in Test cricket for South Africa, but
it tends to be now the young player in the team. You put
Yeah.
the armour on and go and stand there, and that's why I think that you don't see the fantastic short leg catches that I used to see when I first started watching cricket.
Essex 178 in front. When do they declare against Hampshire? Essex chasing Surrey. Kept saying Surrey in trouble. Following on against Northants. There's a few twists in this county championship.
It'd be nice for it to go into the last round of games, wouldn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
I think that's all you can hope for. You know, Surrey have been ahead for so long, and I think everybody thinks they'll win it, as I think most of us did at the start. They've just got the resources and the size of squad now that is, you know. But as has been shown against Northants, they're fallible. And it'll be nice to think that Essex will have a chance going into the final round.
Yeah, 9 for none. Burns and Sibley still there at the moment, following on after 9 overs. There is no rush whatsoever.
I mean, who would have thought that? Surrey following on against Northants. I mean, it just shows how competitive the division is, and that even the poorer teams are capable of having their day.
Just when you think it's a wet week or it's a boring round, you get these amazing surprises. Ben Sanson's hat-trick last week was absolutely superb. Tom Taylor's been a cracking player for Northants. They'll miss him next season.
Well, it's one of the joys of county championship cricket, and which is partly what makes it my favourite form of cricket. Other than probably Test cricket, the two long formers of the game are what I really enjoy, and I love county championship cricket. And I thought at the start of the day today was just half a chance of getting a really good day, and at the moment there's still that chance.
Yeah, 5 more wickets. You just thought the tail would be easier to extract. The ball not quite as new, but Joe Denley is the man. He's the key. He's on 25. Somerset 5 bonus points in the match so far. That's a lovely cover job. Good bit of fielding, extra cover. Just stopping that is Banton. He's got the short leg pads on. Tom Banton in the thick of the action. Not done anything for 3 days in this match. So.
No, that's a shame. I think, as I say, I was really impressed with how Tom Banton tried to adapt his game to red ball cricket. He didn't have the best of luck last season, I didn't think, and at least he made a real effort to become more than a hammerer of white ball cricket, and I'd love to have seen him back in this game.
BBC Somerset's breakfast show host Charlie Taylor has joined the box, so we'll get him into the attack at the end of the over as Jack Brooks is looking up. We'll give him a wave in our headbands. There you go, he's got his binocular eyes, he's loving it. He's loving it. Top man, he's given us the headbands. Polly's loving it in the scores box next door. You didn't fancy one, Richard?
I didn't think Stephen Lamb looked very sartorial elegant in his, so I declined.
Lovely cover drive. Joe Denley, that is a superb cricket shot. Neil Wagner gave it the full dive. He's a full-hearted, full-blooded, committed man is Neil Wagner, but couldn't quite get there. And Joe Denley is great to watch. That's a lovely cover drive.
Yeah, so he may not have had the best of the season, but he's a class act.
Yeah.
and what is it they say about form being temporary and
Class is permanent.
Class is permanent.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I totally agree with that. I enjoy seeing players. You know, Sam Hayne always seems to get runs against here. The sort of the people who bat 3, 4, 5 who just stroke the ball elegantly, beautifully. I mean, Millet and Bell Drummond are in that category. Not that we saw much of them today, but yeah, Joe Denley.
Well, Bell Drummond's got a fair few runs here over the
Oh,
years.
exactly, yes. Going to get another one here. Can they push for 2? Jack Brooks is trotting. Yeah, it's going to be 2. No headbound warrior when he's fielding, but good stop for 2. Yeah, I also remember Bell Drummond getting all those T20 runs in the blast as well, not just red ball and 50 over cricket, even in the shortest format.
I mean, all good batsmen have always loved coming to Taunton, so that's why so many of them have got either career bests here or memorable innings here. You know, it's always been a wonderful pitch to play on.
Do you remember that catch as well? Bell Drummond took a catch just down below us, at long on, absolute screamer of a catch, one-handed, jumping above his head, a bit like Vittori in the 2015 World Cup against West Indies, just hang time and one-handed.
He's a good fielder. I think he dropped one in this match, didn't
he? He did, yeah.
Tom
Lammonby quite
a
early.
very good fielder. Okay, well, I'm going to leave you then and hand over to Mr. Charlie Taylor, who's coming in.
Thank you, Richard. Yep, Charlie Taylor back into the attack. 92 for 5, 23 overs gone. Plenty of jumpers in use as Shoaib Bashir's just taking some sunglasses off the field. 12th man doing his duty. And Charlie, welcome.
Well, this game's moved on a bit since yesterday when the rain stopped play.
Well, last night we were talking about looking forward to TKC breaking all the records. I don't think any of us expected Project 1,000 runs in the first innings to be binned so quickly.
Yeah, didn't make it through the night.
Josh Davey is full and straight. He's trying to go back. I think that should have been a forward defensive shot, really, rather than a back foot press. Got away with it.
Yeah, 404 for 4 is a domination, really, isn't it? And then to be in reply, 92 for 5 just shows, as Richard was saying there, that actually this pitch is not bad for bowling. Just Kent really didn't make the most of it. They've been hampered by injuries, not helped by Hogan hobbling off as well, but
yeah,
Somerset doing a lot better with it.
That's a nice back foot punch. Not going to get in that gap. Tom Lammonby swoops around from point. Can't quite get the single. But yeah, you go back to last September. Remember Gilchrist at Canterbury. Nathan Gilchrist, former Somerset bowler, ripping through the Somerset batting lineup. And Stephen Lamb's just come to the box with a clarification. The broken bat from Lewis Goldsworthy, which went viral because if you haven't seen it, go on the Somerset social media.
Well, Sophie and I were on commentary, and I looked it up in the rules as to, well, I satisfied myself that I think it would have been out had it been a legitimate delivery. But let's see what they've clarified.
What a glorious straight drive that is. That is some way to get off the mark.
Yeah.
O'Riordan straight driving Josh Davey, the Scottish international seamer, straight back passing for 4. And he will want to watch that again in the highlights package.
Nice.
That's a beauty. Yeah, so just to recap, it was a no ball. The bottom of the bat broke off. It hit the stumps.
The ball did not hit the stumps, crucially.
Correct. Yeah. So it would have been hit wicket, not bowled, wouldn't it?
Yes, I think that's how we, when we looked at the rules, that's what we were happy with. Yeah. Is that what the MCC
And MCC
says?
Laws have tweeted a whole article on it.
Oh, really? Oh, it's got the world of cricket talking. It really did actually yesterday. The social media pick up on it's been huge.
It has. Law 35.2 hit wicket states that the striker is not out under this law if the delivery is a no ball. So Goldsworthy correctly was not given out.
Quite right.
Davey in again. And that's a big player miss outside off stump.
Can't be far away.
No, nearly out. So Goldsworthy correctly was given not out. But what if it had been a fair delivery? This is a talking point. Unfortunate as it may seem, Goldsworthy would have been dismissed. 35.1 states you're out hit wicket if after the bowler has entered the delivery stride and while the ball is in play, his or her wicket is broken by either the striker's bat or person, as described in Laws 29.2.1.2.
And it was 29.2.1.3 that was the key one that said any part of the bat, whether the person is holding it or if the bit of the bat has become separate to the actual bat. Yeah. Now, that is the only law I could quote to you with the number.
Go
because
again.
it's stuck in my head. 29.2.1.3 it was.
Yeah, bang on. The purpose of this law only, the striker's bat not in hand.
Subclause 8, index 3.
Or by any part of the bat which has become detached.
There we go. So that was the key bit that we needed to find. Because the previous one, 29.2.1.2, says that the bat has to be being held for things like a catch, for example. The bat has to be held. So I wanted to know whether. So if it hits the bat, but the bat is separate to the player.
Or if it hits your glove and your glove's not on your bat.
Exactly. So it has to be. It's about being connected to the bat or to the body. So if your bat is, let's say, a chunk of wood comes off, the ball hits that, ricochets up to a player. Well, if the bit of wood was separate when it was hit from the bat that the player was holding, that wouldn't be out. So they clarified on the hit wicket, it said that doesn't count in the hit wicket sense, whereas if it's a bit of the bat comes off and is loose and hits the stumps, that is out. Do you see what I mean? So if it hits the stumps, it's out. If it's caught from that, let's say, then it wouldn't be out. But I can't see how it.
Serious.
Anyway, there you go.
No. This is a serious analysis.
Yeah. Well, I really had to get my head around it whilst trying to commentate as well. Yeah.
There's about 17 paragraphs, mentioning the rules and Goldsworthy multiple times. They've gone to town on this.
Yeah. Well, I think we've got people talking, didn't it? TMS retweeted it, and the county championship accounts did it.
You've gone
as well.
viral, Charlie.
Well, yeah, gone viral, and there's me saying, "Oh, he's out bowled. Oh no, it's a no ball. Oh, hang on, what's happened here?" Yeah, just what you want. It's a clueless commentary. Oh, is that taking an edge? No.
There's me going viral last year for accidentally unveiling Tom Banton's contract and Jack Leach's reverse sweep, and then you this year for Lewis Goldsworthy's bold, no ball, caught behind, hit wicket.
I also had a hat-trick earlier this year. It's been quite a good year on the...
Yes,
I've had some moments. I had 100 in the 100. I had a hat-trick. I had 2 hat-tricks, actually.
2?
Yeah, I got 2 hat-tricks on commentary.
What was the other one?
I had Shabnim Ismail, and then a game later I had Timar Mills.
Yes.
Which wasn't as exciting because
none of the Somerset fans to get excited about.
No, sadly not. Sadly not. No. I've done 2 hat-tricks actually on commentary, and then I've been in the commentary box but not doing that ball for another hat-trick, which was Hampshire against Worcestershire, where Carl Abbott took a hat-trick at New Road. But I wasn't commentating. I was sort of next to them. Oh, that would have been a sharp chance. It's gone. Actually, a lovely drive past Tom Abel for 4 runs. Nice looking shot, Denley, timing that one really well. Abel made a good old dive at it.
He's nearly trampled on Tom Abel. Watch this. Look how close Joe Denley gets to Tom Abel. His eyes are on the ball. He's just watching it go to the fence. Tom Abel's down on the ground trying to catch it. It's that balance between a stunning shot and actually nearly being out.
Yeah, well, that's it, isn't it?
Yeah.
He used a glorious drive, but Tom Abel wasn't far away, and it brings up the 100 for Kent as well. 100 for 5, not exactly what they want. Here we go. Just we can get a replay of it.
Of all the fielders, Tom Abel not far away from that.
Here we go. We might have to cut this one short because Abel's just begun his run up. Yeah. Here we go. Back live now. Abel comes in. It's defended.
Remember that Waller Abel masterclass.
Here we go. Here's the
in
replay.
law school. Look at this. Quality fielder. Not far away.
Not far away.
Would he have been better going one hand? He's very professional going with 2 hands.
But here we go.
He didn't quite get down to it. Nearly kicks with the head.
Well, there's been a bit of kicking going on. Did you hear about this?
Well, yeah, go on.
Oh, it's Sussex, wasn't it? One of the players who just left his foot hanging where he shouldn't have done after a run was...
Was that the Pajara?
Pajara got a ban because he's the captain, I think. It wasn't him doing it.
Was it Tom Haynes?
Yeah, it might have been
Tom Haynes. There were 3 guys involved.
Yeah, and then they found the footage, and the reason he's got the ban, I'm sure he would probably say, well, I didn't mean to kick him. But the reason he's got the ban is because he was judged to have left his foot out while the player was trying to go for a run, which obviously isn't particularly clever. They've lost some points because of that, taking them out of the promotion race, which is a bit of a downer on the way to end the season if you're heading up towards a
Worcestershire Chase Division 2, second spot.
Exactly, yeah.
It's a shame, really. Sussex and Leicestershire, there or thereabouts. It's been a good battle in Division 2. I've really enjoyed. I don't see a big gap for me between Division 1 and Division 2. People say, oh, they only watch the top division. I'm not like that at all.
Bottom of Division 1 and the top of Division 2, I completely agree. So those 3 or 4 teams either side. Yeah, I think there is a bit of a gap right at the bottom of Division 2 to right. Yeah, if you look at the bottom and the top of the extremes, but towards the middle, absolutely. Yeah,
Leicestershire, Sussex.
Yeah,
I'd even back them to beat Kent the way they're playing at the moment. Northants at times, but then Northants. You look now, Bob Keir's coming on to bowl and Surrey are following on after 12 overs. Yeah,
so Worcestershire. Now, Worcestershire, for Somerset fans, considering that Durham are coming up, which is the furthest away trip you can manage, Worcestershire is quite a nice local-ish.
And Azhar Ali and Adam Hose.
Yeah, absolutely.
Two old servants. Nice to see.
Yeah, so Worcestershire would not, as far as away games go. It's such a lovely ground, Worcester.
Yeah, New Road, beautiful.
Lovely, lovely ground.
I
So
was
that's
there for the
certainly
New
not a bad one.
Zealand tour game, and that was stunning.
So the other option, well, probably is Leicestershire, because Glamorgan have played a game more now.
Neil Wagner's back on from the River End. Now that's better. His first spell, 3 overs for 32, which is shocking, really, to see an overseas tester. I love Neil Wagner.
Well, he's coming back from injury, isn't he? So
Yeah.
I heard an interview with him on World Service, it was, where we put it on our podcast as well. From the
Yeah, it's a
BBC.
stunt with Alison Mitchell.
Yes, it was, yeah. And he spoke really well about coming back from injury, and in fact, it's like one of his only major injuries he's had. So I guess he probably sees this contract because, Somerset aren't fighting for a trophy. They're not going to go down. So he probably sees this as a good way to get back into cricket.
That's what we know Neil Wagner's all about. That's nearly hit the right shoulder. The extra jumper he's put on, he might be glad to have extra protection, but that is where he bowls the ball. And he follows through. Whenever he bowls that bumper, he follows through. That's a perfect bumper, really.
Well, it's a great length, isn't it? Because it's going through at sort of head height. Yeah. So it's not going over there. There's no. It's just a really awkward place. You're caught in those two minds, aren't you? Do you put your hands up to try and fend it off, or because that's probably what the natural instinct is to get it away from you,
or just flick it over the slip for 4? You think how aggressive do you want to play it? Because probably any bat on it, you're going to get 4 runs.
Yes, as long as you get enough on it. If you get, I'm thinking you might get bat handle or glove or something. So that might go through to a keeper. But yeah, absolutely. If you can get enough of a flick of maybe the shoulder of the bat or something, then. Or if you step away, make room for yourself.
Or
uppercut, easy.
We're going Harry Brooks style, are we? The way he tried to play Cummins and Hazelwood and co.
I think I've only ever played one good uppercut in my entire cricketing. And sadly, it was in a net session, so it didn't count for anything.
The last one I tried the last one I tried, I got out to Pete Trigo's son. Caught Rob Turner, ramped Dexter Trigo. He's just signed for Cardiff. So that was...
signed for Cardiff City Football Club. We should be clear, not Cardiff Cricket Club. So when you say he's just signed for Cardiff, it makes it sound like there must be a Cardiff Cricket Club.
There's so many different.
There's Glamorgan. Does that count?
No, that's not Cardiff Cricket Club. That's Glamorgan. You can't call Somerset Taunton Cricket Club.
No, quite right.
Cardiff Cricket Club is based in Whitchurch. There you go.
Whitchurch. What, near Bristol? That's funny.
Less of that. Wagner in again. That call. We just said with Richard Latham, we said rather than a short leg, can we have a mid-wicket or a close catching mid-wicket rather than a short leg? And that's where the catch just went. Our lunchtime entertainment is going to be, we're going to have to pick our county team of the 2023 season. Charlie, you ready for that?
Oh, okay, yeah, sure.
I think our number 6 wicketkeeper bat is locked in, but the other 10 are up for grabs.
Yeah.
We'll play that at lunchtime.
Agreed. Yeah, okay, we can do a bit of that. Yeah.
Right, their first slip is Andy Mead, but Tom Abel's gone to like a 3rd, 4th shot. That is a glorious shot. There's a man there, Lewis Goldsworthy, so it's actually only going to be 1 run, but to play Neil Wagner on the pull is good. Jack Brooks has got hands in head. There's a leg gully. I mean, the chance of that going to Lewis Goldsworthy are pretty slim. I thought he played it well, but save 3 runs. Maybe that would be some trap, wouldn't it? You think of like Strangle down the leg side or a full toss from Daniel Bell-Chapman hit straight to Goldsworthy at mid-wicket. If that had been pulled straight to the 1-man bat, you'd be unlucky.
I feel a bit sorry for Tom Banton. I know you and Richard were talking about this earlier on. Because he's back in the squad, and he wants to play this, red ball cricket. He wants to adapt his game to be a red ball cricketer. And he hasn't, he's put back in the team. What happens? They make 404 for 4 declared. He's batting at number 7, doesn't get a go, and now he's going to spend all day in the field.
Oh, yeah.
Which is not, I'm sure he loves fielding, but it's not. It's not what he's in the team for, is it?
Oh, that's a beauty. Tom Abel's looking quick, isn't he?
There's a lot of lack of confidence in. I know the bowling's good here, but you can tell that Kent are a team that's struggling. Yeah. You can see it just in.
It just looked like men against boys, didn't it? When TKC came in, it looked like you got under 17s playing against under 12s. Yeah. The way it just went bang, bang, bang. Seamers come on, spinners come on, new ball came on, and he just whacked all of them.
Yeah, this is a team that's struggling. And they will be absolutely whacked away to the boundary.
That didn't look like he was struggling.
No, that looks absolutely brilliant shot from O'Riordan. Goes up to 9. But this is, crunch time for Kent. They certainly wouldn't have expected to be fighting off the prospect for defeat. I should think they were probably already thinking about the draw and taking back 5 points to Canterbury, and hopefully more with the batting they'd have hoped. But that's looking a long way off now. Got to get to 250 to start picking up those points. Somerset deciding to abandon the hopes of picking up a 5th and final batting point
Yeah,
this
I've
morning.
talked about that a lot this morning.
Yeah.
I was surprised and slightly disappointed.
Well, it's 1 point, and you think actually we can probably get that by reaching 3 wickets. So
Well, the way it's transpired, yes.
Yeah.
I just thought the way TKC was going, they could have got 46 more runs in about
in
3
2
overs.
3 overs. Yeah, yeah.
And then I didn't expect to get 3 wickets in the first 9 overs. You know, with 3 wickets with 30 runs on the board.
Yeah. It's good. I like it for the team. You can see what they're doing. Bit disappointed for TKC.
Yeah.
But also, he's got England on his mind, I should think. Or I spoke to him last night. You did as well.
Yeah.
And he said, no, I'm not thinking about England, just thinking about getting to 450. Well, his captain obviously wasn't. But he's saying he's doing it for the team. Well, I wonder if there's part of him who would just think, do you know what, that's great. I'm not going to get injured batting today. I'm not going to break a finger or anything like that.
Even for, I said earlier, I'm surprised he's feeling it. I think he's now gone off the field.
Is he?
Which I think is
that's
fair enough.
Do you think that's England who've said, yeah, come on, there's no point?
Well, also, yeah, it's not worth, is it? As much as you might love fielding and being with your mates, one, it's a chilly day, so it's going to hurt more when you get hit on the hand. He was, oh no, he's at Gully now, isn't he?
I thought I saw him
Hands in
earlier
pockets
on,
at Gully.
definitely.
He wasn't in the cordon early on, which I thought was a safety thing for England tomorrow. Now that's him at Gully, isn't it? With a jumper on.
Yep.
Yeah, definitely. So interesting that he's now at Gully, maybe because the ball's a bit soft after 26 overs. Didn't want the new ball cracking him. I don't know if they'd actually think about that, but what's safe in mid-off?
Well, the thing is, we know he's a good fielder.
Well, that catch at 5.
Exactly. We'll always, all Somerset fans will always remember him for that moment. So you know he's a good fielder, and as Tom Abel, you're probably thinking, well, yeah, he's got England tomorrow potentially, but actually we'd quite like a decent. You know, I'm sure that who would it be? Ben Green, would it, or Shoaib Bashir who'd come on?
Yeah.
And you think, well, they're good as well. But yes, you just think, talking of 12th men, Ian.
Look at him, the poor bloke. Yuzvendra Chahal's freezing. It is cold today. I'm struggling in my shorts, I've got to be honest.
Got to wonder what Chahal was thinking when he was left out at the side.
India are playing as well today.
Yeah, they are. Australia, isn't it?
Yeah, I was
Big
watching
game.
earlier on. They went off for rain.
So is that, I must admit, I haven't kept up with that. Is that a series? Is that a warm-up?
It's the first ODI. It's a warm-up series.
It's a warm-up series, okay. So it is a series, though. So
well, yeah, any series, I guess, at the moment is a warm-up
But I mean,
series.
it's not officially like, because sometimes you do a few one-off warm-ups against several teams, don't you? But this is an official series. Where are they playing?
They're back on. They are 226 for 5 after 44 overs, Australia. Stones and Inglis at the wicket.
That's not terrible against a good team.
Denley.
We were having a chat, weren't we, last night about who we think is going to win the World Cup?
Yes, we chatted everything last night, didn't we? We had our live stream end of season meal last night, just in case it didn't go to day 4. We booked in for the Thursday of the last home game.
I'm glad they did because I can't make it tonight, so that was.
There you go. Yeah, we had great chats, didn't we?
Yeah.
We covered all bases.
Yeah,
I've got to look out for any rogue YouTube comments. I've learned. Leg Gully is still in place. Lewis Gregory, the former skipper or vice skipper, T20 skipper. There's that. We could say we've got 2 catches on the leg side because fine leg is 30, 40 yards in from the boundary. That's Lewis Goldsworthy, and he's probably in a catching position to a short ball from not David Wagner, the former Huddersfield, now Norwich manager. Neil Wagner.
Yeah, you'd be disappointed if you signed Wagner and then he turns up and it's
the
David
musician
Wagner.
or the football
Or
manager.
Wagner. Or Wagner from X Factor, do you mean?
Oh, there's so many different options. Well, hands in pockets till the ball's bowled. Keep your hands warm, fielders. I like his facial expressions, Neil Wagner.
Yeah, he's very expressive. He's the sort of guy as the photographers must like.
Yeah. Oh, Harry jumps in his element.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll be keeping a close eye on that. Get some good snarling faces. Also, probably if he takes a wicket, there'll be a nice celebration as well.
Yeah.
What's he on now? 0 for 33 from 4.5. So getting slightly better. It was a good over last time. He just prefers this end, clearly.
Tom Banton's coming back in the short leg. Went out for a couple of balls.
Thanks for turning up, Tom. You're not going to bat, but you are going to field at short leg.
Yeah. You're going to wear around in the rain all game. Oh, that's unpleasant. It's going to go to Tom Banton. He's caught it, but is it just helmet?
I think it's his helmet. He might have
I
to
don't
get
think
a
it's
check
out.
here.
That is nasty. Neil Wagner. I like that for Neil Wagner. They're mates. Him and Joe Denley. They've played against each other in Test cricket. Nice little fist bump. He's got to have the concussion test. That's the law, safety requirement. Everyone else is ready to go, but surely no. Was it shoulder? Oh, it might have been shoulder.
Shoulder. Yeah, the umpire's just pointed at his shoulder.
There's no shoulder check. There's no one comes out. Tom Banton's just tapped him on the bad shoulder. Wouldn't that wind you up no end? Oh, you just been whacked on the shoulder at 70, 80 mile an hour. I'll come and whack you on it.
Oh, lovely stuff.
Oh, Joe Denley is
Who
a
is it?
warrior.
Denley, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, so it'll be.
Well, I can say it all day. I'm a big fan of Joe Denley. And fair play. He's taken that very well. 27 overs old, this ball. It's not soft yet. Oh, and he's gone away with one. Now, I think that shot there has come from being hit in the shoulder.
Yep.
He'd have left that, 100%. Neil Wagner gets wickets, the ball after short balls so often. Watched him so many times in the winter. You know, when you can't get to sleep in the middle of the night and you can put on New Zealand Test matches.
Oh, that's a tasty edge there, isn't it?
Now, that's where Tom Abel was, the slip
Yeah.
ball, and why is he now at third, fourth rather than the second? James Roos just whispered in Andy Mead's ear, told you we should have had a second slip.
No, Rue wouldn't say that about his captain, would he?
There's that big old gap. There's still that gap. Tom Abel's a confident
I'd-
skipper.
Yeah, I'd probably look to
He got us close
plug
that
it a
gap,
little bit,
surely.
I think, yeah.
That's shortish. Well played by Joe Denley. Quality batter. Right, other news around the ground.
Well, I was just about to do that. Do you
Oh,
want
were
to
you? Well-
do it? You go for it.
Well, rain stopped at Worcester. We're talking about how beautiful it is there. The key games.
Well, yeah, I
are
didn't say it was always
Middlesex.
dry.
Oh, it's lunchtime. We don't want to spend all lunchtime talking you through it.
Oh, they've gone
I
off.
forgot that was the last day before lunch. Joe Denley can go and rub his shoulder. Sam Robson and Ryan Higgins, the 2 top run scorers for Middlesex, they're together. Now, that is crucial, closing in on the Warwickshire total, because Kent want Middlesex to lose that game.
Yeah, they're going to get a draw, aren't they? The
Yeah,
way that's
they are.
looking. Yeah. Surrey following on amazingly
Yeah.
against Northants, but at the moment, Liette to lose a wicket in their second innings. They're 15 without loss.
And rain and lunch at Old Trafford. They've barely played all week. That
Yes.
game's hardly worth mentioning. And Dan Lawrence is whacking it. They're trying to score quickly to declare against Hampshire. They're 209 ahead.
Well, he's whacking it, but it's not a Tom Kohler-Cadmore whacking it, is it? It's
No,
47
no.
off 40.
That's
Hardly
whacking it
68
by
off
normal
31.
kind of championship
Yeah,
standards.
Yeah. And then just a quick look. Sussex are 100 all out against Derbyshire, who are 228 for 5. Leicestershire made 233. Yorkshire, in reply to Yorkshire's 155, and now Yorkshire 205 for 4. And Worcestershire, as we said, 313 for 9, playing Durham's 114 for 2. So that's the lunch break here, and Kent are 110 for 5, and it's been a pretty abysmal morning for them. They've barely had anything to cheer about in this game so far. They look like they're going to struggle towards getting any batting points. They only picked up 1 bowling point. Somerset, well, the thing is, they might only need 18 wickets. I say only, they still need another 13 if that's going to happen. It would have to be a pretty dramatic day. Looks like it's heading towards what could be quite an exciting draw if Kent keep going for those runs. But you never know with cricket. You never know. One crazy session, which is what Tom Kohler-Cadmore was talking about after the close of play yesterday, and things could change around. We're going to grab some lunch, and we'll be back with you in around about 40 minutes, all being well. Blue sky here at the moment. We'll keep our fingers crossed that that is what we see back here in 40 minutes. Have a nice break, and we'll catch you then.
Welcome to another player podcast from Somerset County Cricket Club, and today we're lucky enough to be joined by probably the best bowler that Somerset and England have ever had, Mr. Andrew Caddick. Welcome, Caddy. Lovely to see you here.
Thank you, Richard.
It's funny, really, that you're a New Zealander, but you ended up making your name playing for Somerset. How does that all come about then?
A very long time ago.
Absolutely.
Right, so 87. Or was it 87 or 88? I can't remember. It was a long time ago. I decided that I wanted to go and visit the UK, as most Kiwis do. They'll pack their bags and go off hitchhiking around the world. But I didn't hitchhike. I went straight to my uncle and aunt's house in Belsize Park, London. And I decided at the time I was going to play a little bit of cricket. I'd just spent 6 months in the UK to play a bit of cricket. I'd originally was in contact with a club. I think it was Harrow on the Hill Club, and when I turned up there, it wasn't exactly a club that I was. It was basically a shed in the middle of the field. Right. So, and at the time, my aunt, who's my dad's older sister, said, "Look, they knew Bronsgrove, and they knew the people at Bronsgrove. They knew the people at Hampstead. So I decided to go down to Hampstead to have a trial." Took 6 wickets and got 80 odd runs in the second team game for them, and they said, "Oh, we'd like you to play the first team," and the rest is history as far as London's concerned. and subsequently for the next 3 years I came back and forth. Went home, worked for my dad in the plastering business, earned enough money to come back, and I did that for 3 years, and moved around London area. So the first year I was in Belsize Park, the second year I was in Hackney, and the third year I was over at, where was it? It was just north of the M25, I can't remember now. So I got to know Northern London quite well. Playing domestic cricket, or should I say club cricket for Hampstead, there was a gentleman there who was the chairman at the time, president, a gentleman called Roger Oakley, who was very, very good friends with a certain coach at the time down here at Somerset, Jack Birkinshaw. And that was the connection with Somerset. But
Right.
I had played a little bit of Middlesex YCs into 89, and then I played a bit of second team cricket for Middlesex. But it wasn't until Jack got involved, or should I say Roger contacted Jack, and I got a trial down here, that the connection with Somerset was born.
You had a pretty successful kick-off, didn't you, with the second 11, one of your first games?
Not my first game. I had a terrible first
The
game.
second game was pretty
Second game
much
was
successful.
we had I played my first game here, and funny enough, it was my debut for Somerset. There was also a gentleman called Roland Lefebvre's debut for Somerset.
Right.
Played a second team game down here against I think it was an Australian university side, a one-day game, and past members will remember the wickets at Taunton back in the late 80s, 90s. It was a road. Did nothing. There was a gentleman called down here called Adrian Jones who was a terror of the ball. It was quick. He was a fast pacer, but this ground here, this wicket here back in the late 80s, it nullified any pace. At the same time, Jimmy Cook was here. He was scoring 2,000 runs before the end of May. I think he got subsequently those 2 seasons. He got over 5,000 first-class runs, and that is testament to what this wicket was like. It was a flat road. There was no grass on it. It was just rolled concrete. So I came down here, got absolutely smashed by an Australian university side. I thought that was my trial gone, my opportunity gone. But the following day, we drove up to London to play against Surrey second 11 at the Oval, and I took 8 for 36 or something in the first innings. Subsequently, when we batted, I broke my thumb, and then I took another wicket in the second innings, but I just couldn't bowl. And at the same time that evening, the chief exec then, Peter Anderson, came up to London, had a chat with me and said, "Right, Caddy, how are we going to get you qualified?" And that's where the qualifications period started with Somerset.
Right. So that's really how it all started with you.
That's how it started. I had to do a 5-year qualification period, and subsequently it was 92 was the year that I was able to play first-class cricket. And up to then I was 2 years in the second team. So I think I still to this day am very annoyed with Rob Turner, who was the second team wicket-keeper then, because I had 96 wickets in the second team that summer, and he dropped 3 catches at Canterbury, which I could have got. Anyway, that's a long time ago. But yeah, so for the next 2 seasons while qualifying, I played second team cricket, but also played for a club, Clevedon, up the road near Bristol, who I played for them on a Saturday. So a lot of cricket going on, up to the point of actually getting my first class cap.
And you were here. Was it at that stage you were doing jobs around the ground?
I was doing in the winters. I decided after 3 years of going back and forth from to New Zealand, I decided that I was going to stay a couple of winters in the UK, and subsequently got a job maintaining the ground, painting the ground. The old presidential suite up in the Colin Atkinson pavilion all those years ago, I redecorated the pavilions. It was just an odd jobs job. I remember Peter Anderson, the chief exec, at the same time took me down to his place in Bear and Seaton, and got me painting his soffits, which is a 3-story house.
Yes.
I remember doing this, and he'd be hanging out the window making sure I was okay when there was sleet and snow being blown off the top of the roof. So it was an eye opener. But at the end of the day, that's what you did back then. You just mucked in and got on with your job. So if I was to say that my first class, should I say my first second class season, I was paid £1,200 for the summer. That was a summer contract then for the 2 subsequent seasons. That's a long day. It's a long time ago compared to what they get paid now. But that's what you did. You made good. You played hard, and you went off and did a part-time job just to keep that money coming in.
Indeed. But really, you came to people's attention, didn't you, in '93? I mean, people knew of you, but that particular game down here in '93, May '93, against Lancashire, was when people sat up and started to recognise what Andy Caddick was all about. Yeah,
it was a fortunate game actually, because it was a very wet wicket, and there was a very good groundsman back then called Phil Frost who took over the reins in 91-92, should I say 92-93, and he produced hard green wickets. And it was testament to what he was preparing, the fact that he could water the wicket the morning of a match, and the wicket would stay green for the rest of the year, for the rest of the game. So these wickets were green and hard. They didn't do sideways lateral movement. They just kissed, and you could always see how good the wicket was, because 2 things would happen. One is you would never get bowling marks, follow-through marks at the crease. It'd be rock hard. You'd never be repairing the creases for bowlers. And secondly, the wicket would continue to be green on the 3rd, 4th day. It tended to be a bit juicy on the first day. It got quicker on the second day, and then it started to flatten out for batting. So if you made inroads on the first day on green seaming wickets, what should I say? It didn't seem a lot. Swinging wickets, because we had a gentleman called Graham Rose back then, who was a phenomenal swing bowler of the ball. And we had a very good partnership in the fact that I swung the ball. We were very good at preparing the ball and getting it to swing. And the wickets were green. So there was good, conducive carry here. The slips loved fielding in this wicket because they were just good height catches. There was never to your feet too low. It was always good carry. Yeah. But those wickets back then were green hard seamers, and they stayed hard. And it was good because it was a good atmosphere for cricket, because you had batters who would have to play well, and you had bowlers who had to bowl well. I always value a wicket, or should I say rate a wicket in this day and age, and even back then, as a wicket. A good wicket's a wicket where a batter, once you've released the ball, is committed to a shot. And those were the wickets we had back in the early 90s. We had wickets where when you bowled the ball, the batter couldn't change his mind halfway through a shot, whether he was going to come forward or back. Right. He was committed to a shot. Yeah. And that's what I rated as good quality wickets around the country. And Taunton was one, Surrey was another, Lancashire was another. Trent Bridge was a bit like that as well. But the 3 main wickets that were good, pacey wickets were Taunton, Lancashire and Surrey.
Right. So, in 1993, when Lancashire came down here to play, talk us through that game.
It was a low-scoring game.
It was.
We had Mush was our overseas in the team.
And he was playing his first game.
He was playing his first game. Lancashire, they were, Test cricketers all the way through. You had some serial Watkins, you had Atherton, you had Fairbrother. You had some serious players in that team. I think Awazim Akram was even in the side.
Yes,
you had some really good, strong overseas players and good quality cricket. But it was a low-scoring match. And it wasn't... I did a little bit in the first innings, but it seemed a lot. And unfortunately to me, when it seems for me, that tends to play and miss a lot.
Yeah.
But we were fortunate that we were dead and buried. But there's a last heroic swing of the bat from Andre von Troost, which got us from, I think, about a 50 to 60 run lead to about a 100 run lead. I think it was a 95 run lead. So that sort of turned the tables. And the spell of bowling in the second innings from me was, the rest is history. But I'm still annoyed with Mush because he got that 1 wicket. And it was just, everything just clicked. From ball 1, everything just clicked.
I sat and watched the whole of that game, sat down in the old Stragglers bar. I remember sitting in the seats there watching out, thinking they were chasing whatever, less than 100.
Yeah, I think it was about 95
yeah,
or
something like that,
something like
88, 95. Yeah, but to see you guys roll them over, and in fact they looked like they were going to get them, didn't they? Because Watkinson had
there was a
yeah.
little bit of resurgence towards
Yeah.
the end, but then we managed to put a little bit of pressure on them and knock them over. But no, it was a great game, and for me, it was just the stepping stone I needed to go to the next level.
I was going to say, yeah, because that's when you got recognition and got called up for the Test match, wasn't it?
Yeah, and there was a baptism of fire against the Aussies,
Yes,
and you're sitting there thinking, well, you know, of all the teams you come up against, but and the worst case scenario I could ever have was my first test at Old Trafford. It was like this. It was rain 2 weeks prior to the test. I remember they used to have the old, I think it was the old tarpaulin blow-up cover, and that had been on the wicket for about 3, 4, 5 days. And the unfortunate thing with that cover was the condensation would be inside and it would drop into the wicket, so it was never kept dry compared to the wickets the covers they use today. And I can also remember that our training was done in an indoor school where they play indoor cricket, which was the competition back then. It was a big competition, big in Australia, big in New Zealand, and it was also back then big in the UK. And we were training indoor, not an indoor wicket, not in the indoor centres we have now, but an indoor cricket wicket for indoor cricket. So, you know, not the greatest preparation, wet wicket, and I didn't do too well for that whole series, but it sort of showed how difficult and how big a step it was up from first class to Test cricket.
But you continued to play, obviously, England cricket and Somerset cricket, and you had an amazing season in '98, didn't you, when you got 100 wickets? You're the last Somerset player to take 100 wickets in a season, 100 first class. I mean, that's a major achievement, Caddy.
Yeah, it was difficult back then because when you're playing Test cricket and domestic cricket, first class cricket, you were torn between Test match, off to a first class game, Test match, first class game, Test match, and that was before the contracts came available. And you were actually employed by your county, and you were on loan, as they say, to the TCCB, as it was back then. And the TCCB remunerated Somerset for you being away. So the 90s, it was basically up to we had contracts. It was basically you were controlled by your county.
Yeah.
So if I had a Test match at Old Trafford, for argument's sake, and then unfortunately I had a domestic game away, I could go 6-8 weeks and not be home. The only time I'd go home was maybe on a Monday night to wash my whites, to throw them in a bag again, to jump in a car, to travel somewhere on a Wednesday or Tuesday to meet up for a Thursday Test match. Yeah. So for me, if I had a home match, that was a bonus for Somerset. If I didn't, I was on the road. So back then, it was very much the county was in control, and you were released to the TCCB, as I say, England back then. And it wasn't until the contracts came in place when the ECB took over as your employer and you were on loan to your club. So that's where the crossover was.
Which is very different the way it is now.
It's very different the way it is now. Yeah, back then, there's one thing I'll always say, and I'll say this to any England cricketer: well done, crack on, brilliant what you're doing. As long as they have respect for my generation, which was the Duncan Fletcher, the Nasser Hussain, the Atherton, when we went through the contracts, because I remember we were on strike. We were going on strike. There was a Test match against Pakistan, and we were on strike in our hotel in Old Trafford and Manchester, and we weren't playing that Test until we'd pushed, because back then a gentleman called Richard Bevan was the PCA rep, and he was modernising the game as far as the contracts are concerned between the ECB and the players. So we were on strike a number of times trying to get these contracts through. So as long as the players of today have the respect for what they've got now from the players who went through that period, that crossover period from when we became the TCCB to the ECB, crack on. I don't have any problem. But I think the generation now don't understand what we went through to where they are today. I think they need to just look back and see how cricket has developed in the UK.
But nobody's taken 100 wickets since, Caddy. Tell us about that '98 season. Come on, you've got to remember that.
It was a strange season because I can remember we were playing Worcester. The penultimate game when the Test team was announced was here at Worcester. And Graham Hick had been scoring a lot of runs for Worcester. I've been taking wickets. I had about 88 wickets in that summer already. And the Test was announced. And it was announced we were playing here the Sunday. And we were playing here against Worcester, and the Test match team was announced, and my name was not on that list. I was fuming. I was absolutely fuming because I thought to myself, you're taking 80-odd wickets in a summer. What more do you have to do? But you know, that's life. Even when I retired, I remember David Lloyd on his little speech about, you know, thanking me and how he admired me as a player, and even he said at the time we should have picked him more. But you know, that's hindsight. That's great. You know, I had a great career as far as England's concerned. 10 years and 62 tests. You know, I can't begrudge that. I'd love to have played more, but that's just the way it runs out. But
234 wickets.
Yeah, but that's nothing these days, though, is it? The players of today are looked after a lot better. They're treated a lot better, and so they should be. Being a fast bowler is hard work. It's a hard game, and if you can get 10 years out of your body, you're doing very well.
That 100 wickets then, Caddy. You weren't picked, so how did you come to get 100 wickets then?
I can't remember. I can't remember. I cannot remember who it was against and who it was. I know I had 105 for the summer, and what really annoyed me was that Courtney Walsh beat me by 1 at 106. I cannot remember that 100th wicket. You probably know the 100th wicket.
I can't remember either. I couldn't look it up, but
No.
It was just the fact that you took 100 wickets, and that's quite an achievement, isn't it?
It is, but you go back yesteryear to the 50s, 60s.
Yeah.
They would take 300 wickets in a summer. Because they were playing so much cricket. I think there was something like 30-odd matches in the summer. It's just non-stop. So, but in the modern game, 17 games and 100 wickets. Yeah. But the annoying thing was that Courtney beat me by 1.
Which was your favourite end down here when you were bowling?
I always like running in from the
river end.
Because it's a bit like Lords, it's a bit like Headingley. I like to run up a slight hill. Because you can attack the crease more. Occasionally I'd bowl from this end, but that would only be if the wind was the right way around. But predominantly the wind was from the southwest here, which is coming from the Clocks Tower. Should I say the church tower here?
Yeah.
So I'd always bowl up the hill with the winds, with the shape.
What was your favourite delivery? What do you think was your most productive delivery?
Oh, I said everyone. My career changed when a certain ex-Devon lad, a gentleman called Mark Lathwell, taught me how to bowl an off-cutter.
Right.
So my whole career changed from learning that skill. And that allowed me to start being more productive and thinking of how to work players out. To me, that period, probably the late 90s through to 2003, 4, 5, was the most productive period because I'd learnt the skill set. And I've always said you never stop learning, even to the day I stopped bowling. You never stop learning. You never stop learning about your body. You never stop learning about your action. You never stop learning about your skills. You never stop learning about the next generation of cricketers coming through, because the generation will always change, as you see now with 2020 cricket. The shot selection is completely different to what we were playing. But for me, there's nothing better than seeing a wicket being cartwheeled out the ground, is there? Nothing. And in fact, I've got a picture, a great picture. If you remember, we used to play the Sunday League matches here with the restricted run-ups, and we were playing Hampshire here, and in the side there was, like I said, David Gow with his Robin Smith, Paul. I think it was Paul. No, I can't remember who the other one was.
Paul Terry.
Paul Terry, that's the one. And again, they had Macca bowling here as well, Malcolm Marshall. It was a Sunday League match, restricted run-ups. I took 4 for 16. I've got this picture, and it's on my wall at home. It's a cracking picture, and it's of Robin Smith's off stump, out the ground cartwheeling with the ball and the bail, and then playing the shot. And I got him to sign it, and he said, "Too good for me, China. Pity about the no ball." So, but that's probably one of the any bowler will want to see the off stump or a set of stumps being splayed out of the ground, because that's you beating the player hands up and also getting the maximum dramatic dismissal you can have, which is your bails and your wickets being torn out of the ground.
Fantastic. You won several awards with the county, didn't you? I mean, you're here for a long time, but probably I think you're involved with 3 award-winning sides, 3 cup-winning sides. 2001 must be sort of somewhere in the memory when we sort of broke the duck from 83 when we went to Lords and we played against Leicestershire in the final. I mean, we'd been there before in '99, hadn't we, and didn't get over the line.
We had, but the difference we had Jamie Cox.
Yeah.
And this club, and I don't care what anybody says, this club and a lot of clubs in the country, they respond to good overseas players. I don't know whether it's the mentality, which is just a get on with it mentality, no excuse mentality. I tend to have that mentality myself. It's just like, get on with it, stop whinging about it, get on with the job. And I think that's what overseas captains have brought. So we had Jamie, we had Biff, Graham Smith, we had Ponting, we've had Justin Langer. Now, the club has always responded to these sorts of players. In their own right, these players are phenomenal players. Jamie Cox was probably an underrated player at his time. But what he did was he brought the team together and started that process of starting to win, of that mentality. We also had a very good coach at that time, with Dermot Reeve. Now, Dermot was out there as far as what he was trying to teach the players and the mentality of the players, but it was brilliant stuff. And you could ask any player of the time who their best coach was, and they would say Dermot Reeve, without a doubt, because you just thought outside the box. Who would have thought that in a game that he would think when the ball bounced on him, he'd throw his bat to the ground and punch it away with his hands because you could not be out. There's no way of, the law states your hands must be on the bat for the glove to be to be deemed as out. So these are the things that were going through his head. So it was quite strange putting onto players, but as far as the time was concerned, then 2001 through to 2005. You would say that it was the overseas captains that had the most influence on this team.
And he took us. 99 was his first season. That was your first benefit. 99?
It was, yeah.
It was, yes. Remember that. And obviously,
you've got one of my ties, I'm sure.
I have, yes, indeed. You know how it is. Here's one today, Caddy. You know that one. But yeah, he took us there in '99, and we didn't quite make it. But 2001, we did, didn't we?
We did. We did make it, and it was. That was a strange game because there was one period in that game with Bosworth who, everybody felt for him. Even the batters felt for him. I think Peter Bowler was batting at the time, and he just lost it. As a bowler, it's probably the worst scenario you can ever have, especially in a high spotlighted game. So everybody felt sorry for him. In fact, I think that finished his career basically. Which was really unfortunate because he was a good bowler. He was a good day in, day out county bowler. But no, that was the unfortunate downside of the game, but the highlight was us coming away with the trophy.
Fantastic. Then the T20 came on board, didn't it? I mean, you were here when that came on the blocks. I mean, what was the reaction? What was your thought about T20 cricket when it first arrived?
Like everybody, I thought at the time. They thought, what the heck's this? What game is this? Why are we playing this game? But I think as time went on, people started realising it was good, entertaining stuff. And for a bowler, 4 overs. What more can you say? 4 overs in a day, you take that all day long. And now the format it is now worldwide, it's just a phenomenon. The best thing I think for the game is it's the kids. It's bringing the kids. It's bringing highlighting the cricket to the youngsters. But I think there was a survey done years ago that it was like the attention span for a human is around an hour, 45 minutes to an hour, and they've managed to pack that sort of time in. So for 45 minutes to an hour, people are hooked in the game. It's fast impact, high impact. But as far as players are concerned, it was a strange one to start with, but then we had one of the biggest records down there, didn't we, with Justin Langer and Cameron White. 250 on the board. And
against Gloucestershire.
And it just goes to show that it's entertaining stuff.
Yeah. But again, it was an overseas captain who led us to the success at the Oval, wasn't it?
It was Graham Smith. It was a phenomenal game. It was a phenomenal day. We did well to get through in the semi-final, and then the final was just let loose, and that's what happened.
Lancashire, what a side they had!
Yeah, they had a very good side.
Yeah.
The fact that they had a very good side, and I remember my first over. The fact that Richard Johnson had dropped Mel Loy after hooking me on the boundary.
Yes.
I think it was second ball. And then, fortunately for me, fourth ball, he did the same thing. And this time, Richard caught it. He hung on to it.
Yes.
And then I got a few overs later, I managed to get Andrew Flintoff out. So, but the finals day, you just don't know on finals day. We've seen some phenomenal finals days. You just don't know. It's just, Somerset last year had a phenomenal semi-final, and unfortunately didn't make it into the final, through in the final. But yeah, finals day, it's a toss of the coin. Simple as that these days.
Yeah. And then Charles Willoughby turned up here, didn't he? And joined us, and you and he bowled us really to success in 2007, back to the First Division.
Charles, I will put my hand on heart and say he's probably one of the nicest blokes you'll ever meet, and probably the best partner I've played with as far as opening bowler is concerned, behind Darren Gough and Test level. So he had all the attributes. And the two of us, we were a little bit ruthless at times, and worked really well as a partnership. And that's what you need in cricket. You need a bowler and your bowlers working with each other. Whether you're a spinner, whether you're not a seamer, whether you're a medium pacer, it doesn't matter what discipline you are. As far as bowling is concerned, you need to work in partnerships. Duncan Fletcher was always adverse. Well, he was always right in saying, and he was always saying, should I say, if you bowl three maiden overs in a row, 9 times out of 10 you'll get a wicket, and that still stands today. If you watch, it's very difficult to bowl three maidens in a row, but 9 times out of 10, if you manage to do it as a side, you will obtain a wicket because that pressure just builds up. And Charles was phenomenal at the other end with me, and I really enjoyed my time with Charles. And luckily, 2007, we managed a good partnership and got back under the First Division.
Indeed, and I mean, you took a lot of wickets between you. And that was more or less the end of your career, wasn't it? You sort of, by then, once you'd had that season, things were becoming a bit more difficult, keeping your body together.
Well, for me, I had an issue with my upper thoracic back, and 2007 I was on painkillers and jabs to keep me going, and I decided that I was still capable of bowling, even though I was in pain. I decided I wanted to carry on. I had a upper thoracic operation, so there's steel work on my back now to get me through to carry on. What was I, 30? I was 37, 38. Yeah. So I was thinking, well, my days aren't over yet. I can still do a job. Unfortunately, that operation just slightly changed the dynamics of and the technical side of the action. And whereas before, 10 out of 10 I'd be hitting the seam, after that operation, I started noticing that the ball wasn't hitting the seam as much. Was scuffing the sides and that becomes a frustration when you have how can you say, high expectations and high level of excellence which you want to continue doing, and that slightly changed, and then that wasn't quite coming back. The biggest benefit that I had that summer, which at the beginning of the summer 2008, is we went to Abu Dhabi, pre-season Abu Dhabi, which I think without that I probably would have called it a day. And that, with the warm climate and bowling every day and loosening and getting the body working again, was brilliant to get me another couple of years. But it came to the point when beginning of 2009, it just started to hurt, and I just thought to myself, this body's had enough. And after 20 odd years of bowling down here, it did have to call a day on it.
Over 1,000 first class wickets, though, Caddy.
1,182.
Exactly.
I think.
See, I knew you'd know. Exactly. I knew you'd know exactly how many.
Yeah, those. I don't know. It's. Yeah, I remember I was talking to Crofty, Robert Croft, and he's got over 1,000 wickets. So it's testament to him how good a bowler he was. and I don't think we're going to see that again. No. I don't think we'll see that. I think the players of the day, especially the first class players, they tend to be a little bit more mollycoddled. They tend to work on strength and conditioning a bit too much. Spending too much time in a gym. I didn't spend hardly any time in a gym. I did a lot of swimming as a player, a lot of a bit of core stability just to keep the strength up in the core. But for me, it was mainly swimming and bowling. You learn your trade out there. There's no exercise in a gym that'll teach you that out there. In fact, I've always been an advocate of saying, look, heavy weights tightens you up. You look at someone like Sid Lawrence, for argument's sake. We go back to someone like Sid Lawrence. We look at Jack Callis. He went from being slim and quick to big and bulky, and he lost all his pace. I do think being big and bulky is not the way to go. It's being slim and trim. And the biggest advocate of that is someone like Jimmy Anderson.
Absolutely.
Just slim and trim and bowl.
Yeah. Just sort of look back over your career. Who would be some of the best batsmen you've had the chance to bowl at?
Domestic level, I would say one of my nemesis was a gentleman called Mark Rambakash. He was phenomenal for his for his career, throughout his career, especially at domestic level. He knew where his off stump was. And not many players at that era knew where their off stump was. And I could manipulate them around the crease. And that was my job as a bowler, fast bowler, to get them moving around the crease into positions they didn't want to be in. Mark wouldn't. He would just stand still. Very simple, technical batter. Mark was a good player to play against. As far as test level is concerned, you're playing against someone like Ricky Ponting, Sachin Tendulkar. I didn't play a lot against Sachin because we didn't play a lot against the Indian teams. But Ricky Ponting, Adam Gilchrist. Nobody wanted to bowl at Adam Gilchrist. Because 9 times out of 10, they either had 400 on the board, and he was coming in with a new ball. When you're just saying the new ball, just smashing it all apart. So back then, nobody wanted to bowl at Adam. But you had the War Brothers, you had the Aussies, you had Pakistan. You had some phenomenal players against Pakistan. New Zealand cricket teams, you had Stephen Fleming's, Macmillan's. You had some phenomenal teams at the time, and then you had the West Indies. You could say more about Brian Lara. I think technically Brian Lara was the hardest bowler I've ever bowled at, because he knew how to play late. And I think the beauty of playing and being a phenomenal first team cricketer or test match cricketer or international cricketer is being able to see the ball and play late. And there was a player, as I said, we mentioned him before, Mark Lathwell. One of the most phenomenally talented players I've ever played with. He was very good because, and I mean very, very good, because he saw the ball late. He played it late. I can still remember watching him now. Just that back foot punch through the offside, through the covers. It's just a simple shutter back, bang, gone. And there were some bowlers around the country when he was playing that didn't like playing against Mark Lathwell. So, but as far as myself, Lara, Tendulkar, Ponting, Jack Callis, you've had some phenomenal players in my era, but there's just good players out there now.
You played against the best, Caddy?
I've played against, I think, I remember having this chat with Dean Headley a number of years ago. And we were thinking about the times we were playing. Would you want to play now or play in the last 10 years or play in the era that we played in?
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground on this sunny Friday afternoon, final day of Somerset against Kent in the LV County Championship. Kent 110 for 5. Good morning for Somerset after they declared on their overnight 404 for 4. And wickets aplenty, mainly for Lewis Gregory, who bowled absolutely superbly with the new ball. Jack Brooks bowled well too, and in his last day's cricket at Taunton, Jack Brooks, who announced that his Somerset career was coming to an end. Not retiring specifically, we should clarify, but that's the position. And in honour, Charlie Taylor and me, Stephen Lamb, are wearing headbands.
Absolutely. Well, it's our last chance to watch him here at Taunton, so it feels right. Although he's got shorter hair now. He used to have quite long hair, didn't he? So this was much more needed, those headbands, but these days a bit more cropped.
Yeah, another one whose hair's got shorter over the years is the man with the ball in hand now, Lewis Gregory. Can he follow up on that superb 7-over spell this morning? 3 for 30, his figures at the moment. That's on the money to start with.
Not a bad ball at all. He came out quite early in lunch. We're doing a few practice deliveries with Jason Kerr, the head coach here.
Yeah,
which made me wonder how much time he actually had, A, to eat lunch, but B, to digest it. That's the he only had about 20 minutes before he was out here. And
maybe he didn't need any. Maybe he's had wickets for lunch,
well,
for an early
lunch. How many has he taken now? 3 he's got already.
It was a great spell, Charlie.
Yeah, I'm sad I missed it. It did sound good. I was keeping a close eye on the scores and could see them tumbling.
A little bit of help and made the most of it.
Wider. Won't reach the boundary, I don't think. Big old boundary out there.
Yeah, and quite a wet outfield as well.
Yeah.
After yesterday's rain, and dewy at this time of year as well. Takes time to dry out. But yeah, 3 of the 5 wickets have fallen to Lewis Gregory. The other 2 shared between Jack Brooks and Tom Abel, who came on to bowl 4 overs just before lunch. Good move. We've been advocating it up here, and he promptly took a wicket.
He's been a bit injured this season with his side strain earlier on in the year.
Good footwork.
Nice drive. But Lewis Gregory...
That might have hurt.
Yeah, when you see them sort of jog like that, you think, well, you're just running off the pain a little bit. But nothing wrong with that as a drive, just a little bit too close to the bowler, who was brave, sticking out a foot, because that, as Stephen says, that can really hurt. If it hits you on one of your toe bones, or foot bones, yeah.
In again. Single.
Now, I don't know about you, Stephen, but I've not spent an awful lot of my life wearing headbands. So this is quite a new experience. And I sort of feel like I'm wearing quite a tight beanie hat. But obviously, it's just the band around the head. I think you look very fetching in yours.
I don't believe I've worn a headband in my life.
Do you not?
Today.
Well, we've been treated to something today then, everyone. Seeing Stephen Lamb in a headband.
It is a slightly odd feeling, especially with the
Quite
headphones
warm.
as well.
Yeah, with the headphones, I sort of feel very... I guess that's why I feel like I'm wearing a beanie, because my ears are covered and I can feel it all around my head.
All the chatter we were having, or a lot of it last night, was about whether Tom Kohler-Cadmore was going to score the fastest ever century for Somerset. Viv Richards, holder of that particular record, came off 48 balls back in 1986.
48 balls in 1986. I mean, that really must have been just incredible to watch. I bet they could hardly believe what they were seeing, the fans. That was at Taunton, wasn't it, that one? So, yeah.
But it all came to nothing with an overnight declaration.
Oh, is that taking an edge? No. Lewis Gregory asked the question. Well, that's the second time Banton's taken the ball without it bouncing, and he sort of asked the question, what did that come off? It was Denley's shoulder the first time, and then it's the pads of O'Riordan the second time. Neither of them out.
So Ben Compton was the first man out, caught behind off Lewis Gregory for a duck. That was in the 3rd over of the morning. Then Tawanda Muyeye was caught at second slip, well caught by Umeed off Brooks for 8. Jack leaning LBW to Lewis Gregory for 3. And the man who will consider himself perhaps a tad unfortunate is Daniel Bell Drummond, because he got a bad ball from Lewis Gregory, about the only one of the spell. It was a full toss and he hit it straight to mid-wicket, caught by Lewis Goldsworthy. Here is Brooksy Ferret, as they know him on what once was called Twitter.
Well, yeah. Most people do still refer to it as that, don't they?
1 for 14 from 6. That was his spell with the new ball. Very good one it was.
Well, nothing wrong with that. Finishing off his Somerset career with, well, there's still another game to go in the season, but his Taunton career, pretty well so far.
That's on the money. Just pushed gently out to Tom Kohler-Cadmore, who provided some fireworks yesterday, as we've been saying.
Depending on how well these two bat, he may yet get another new ball in his hand today. At the start of another innings.
They're a quarter of the way there, Somerset.
Yeah. Well, it depends, doesn't it, if Hogan bats or not. I should think he probably would. But I don't know that for sure.
Maybe a little bit dependent on the match situation when it arises.
Well, yeah, if in the second, he might not bat in the first innings, but then if they're 9 down in the second innings, he might think, well, I'll come out. I think that's very unlikely. We're going to see a real clatter of wickets if that is to happen.
But yeah, the combined opening spell between Gregory and Brooks, full justification for the declaration.
Yeah, absolutely.
It was doing a bit. We had some cloud cover, slightly intermittent cloud cover, but the general autumn dampness was very much in the bowler's favour. And they made full use of it. These two, who are back on at the moment, Gregory and Brooks.
You'd say easier conditions for batting now, wouldn't you? Slightly later in the day, sun out.
Ball a bit older.
Yeah.
1 at least here. 2 eventuates. The only slight blemish, I suppose, if you could call it that, for Lewis Gregory is he did bowl 4 no balls, which is
getting picky now.
made his figures, which are pretty impressive, just slightly damaged them. That's 8 runs. Off the 33 would be 1 for 25. Would be 3 for 25 otherwise.
Yeah. Finding it hard to get Brooks away here.
He looks
good
pretty
over.
solid, doesn't he, Joe Denley?
So far, so good. He had one come off his shoulder, didn't he, which probably rattled him a bit, but then instantly into the lunch break, which probably meant he could, well, get over the pain if there was much in there. Get some of that magic spray on it.
Some very big 6s from Kohler-Cadmore yesterday.
It was incredible to watch yesterday. We felt a bit risky because one landed next to us in the top tier of the Trescothick Pavilion, which is a big hit. You don't often see them go there. Watch plenty of cricket here. Even in T20s, you don't often see them get that far up the Trescothick stand. Pavilion, I should say. Defended here, nice straight back foot.
Quite phenomenal strike rate overall, 219. Tom Kohler-Cadmore yesterday, 68 from 31 deliveries and 8 6s. I remember Viv Richards hit 8 6s here in a day once, but he was making 322, so the proportion was slightly lower.
Strike rate slightly lower, probably. Although it wouldn't have been bad because that was only in a few hours, wasn't it? What was it, 4 hours or something? So it wouldn't have been far off. What was his strike rate? Here's the question: what was Viv Richards' strike rate in that? Was it 322?
It was. It was in 1985.
Right. Shall I look it up? So it was against.
It was against Warwickshire.
Yeah. Warwickshire. Viv Richards. Let's see. Someone's probably tweeted me already, I should think. See if I can find a full scorecard, because that will tell us it. Does it tell us? Oh, I found a Moments in History article.
Excellent.
On the 1st of June, 1985, Viv Richard plundered 322 runs in a single day.
As Lewis Gregory bowls his 5th no ball.
Trying to see if there's a moment. Richards raced to 300 in 244 balls.
That's pretty good.
So that's when he went past 300. He still scored another 22 runs on top of that.
He got a bit becalmed in the 170s.
In the process, he became the first West Indian to score 300 runs in a day.
And that was his career best.
Yeah.
His test best, as I recall, was 291 at the Oval in 1976.
291 in the 1976 Test at the Oval. Goodness me, it's like sitting next to Wisden.
That was a parched summer.
Well, it doesn't say that on here. You're going into the semantics now.
All the outfields were
oh, it was, wasn't it?
pale
76.
brown
Yeah,
summer.
hot summer. 258 balls it took to reach 322. Harry, strike rate, please.
Say again.
Strike rate, please. It's 258 balls. Oh, big old swipe there. Big old swipe. No connection there. 258 balls to reach 322, including 42 fours and 8 sixes, as Stephen said.
124.
124, so actually quite a long way off
Mm.
the strike rate of Tom Kohler-Cadmill.
219 beats it
Yeah.
comprehensively.
Well, yes, he wasn't there
but
for quite as
he
long.
didn't
though.
bat quite as long. No, exactly.
Somerset made 505 that day. While he was there during his stay, he made 505. He was there for most of the innings.
The best bowler on show that day was Gladstone Small. He was leading the Warwickshire attack.
Oh yeah, if you can call it an attack.
Well, yeah, it was quite a weak attack.
Yeah.
He bowled pretty well. I think Norman Gifford was the main sufferer in terms of the sixes.
Vic Marks, our friend and colleague, declared the innings at 566 for 5 after batting for exactly 100 overs. Wow. That's a good old strike rate. Oh, inside edge.
Could have gone anywhere, couldn't
Run
it?
away to the boundary. No, there's a good dive in. Yeah.
No idea where that had gone. O'Riordan.
However, sorry to keep bringing it back to this incredible game here. The Warwickshire team only ended up with a deficit in the first innings of 124, so they did pretty well themselves.
And it was a draw in the end.
And Vic Marks top scored in the second innings, 66 not out. Yeah, I know. Vic Marks made 65 in the first inning, 66 in the second. Another no ball.
Number 6. Gregory looks at the popping crease. He's been doing some sort of remedial work on it at various points, Lewis Gregory, putting some sawdust down. It's quite frustrating to be called this often.
Well, it is, because you end up bowling 8-ball overs, which isn't, when you're Lewis Gregory, not as young as you were, not saying he's old, but he's not as young as he was. He has had injuries, hasn't he, back problems, so you don't want to be bowling more than you have to at full pelt, which is what he will be doing here, putting his body as pushing it as hard as he can.
Defended slightly tentatively.
I saw an interesting tweet, and one of you two will probably be able to help me out. Other than the obvious, which is to try and get as close to the batter as possible, why do bowlers push it so close with their front foot? Why do they not bring it back, say, 10 inches or a foot, so that there's no possible way, unless something goes really wrong in their run-up? Does it make all that difference to be right as close as you can be to the line?
You wouldn't have thought it necessarily.
I don't think it, but I'm not a professional cricketer. I watch them, but I don't. So I don't know why you risk. Why would you risk bowl, especially if you lose Gregory? He's bowled what, 5 or 6 now. Why would you keep risking it and having to bowl these extra deliveries when you could just drop back a foot? And I realise it's not that easy mid-game to suddenly change where you're starting your run-up and ending it. But I don't know why there's this. Why every bowler seems to push it as close as they can and then risk. Because if you take a wicket and it turns out to be a no ball, like what happened with Lewis Goldsworthy earlier in the innings, where he should have been given out, but he was a no ball, then there's a wicket you've not had there, and all because you're trying to push and push and push as close as you can to the end of the line. Just something I've thought about before.
And very good that the MCC have borne out your assessment.
Well, I tell you what, I was pleased they agreed with me. After all that toing and froing, we had moments where, well, it was me mostly, I'll admit. I thought it was out, and then I thought it wasn't out, and then I looked it up, and it seemed to be not out.
Lovely shot. Through extra cover. That's going to be a comfortable boundary. Really nicely played by O'Riordan. Take him to 14. Square on view. Crack. Nicely done.
Very nice shot.
It does throw up these oddities, cricket, doesn't it? Strange things happen, and that was
Funny
certainly
game.
one of them.
Funny game, cricket. Well, it's going to be another boundary. This time through extra cover. And
Equally good stroke.
yeah, both two very good drives there. Yeah, just a punchy shot, no real follow through was there, just checking it. He's played with quite good freedom, O'Riordan, since coming in. Bear in mind as well that we've got this sort of game within a game, which is always quite fun with the bonus points, especially when a game seems to be drifting towards a draw. If you've still got bonus points on the table, Kent need as many as they can get, essentially. They've failed with the ball. They've managed to pick up just the one bowling point, which is not great going on a pitch that's offering a fair bit. So they now need batting bonus points. They really do need them. They're currently in second from bottom in the Division 1. One game to play after this. Middlesex just above them. Middlesex have picked up, I think they got full bowling points, didn't they, Middlesex? Yeah. Bowled Warwickshire out for 315. I assume that would have been within. Let's have a quick look. Yeah, 89.4 overs. So they picked up 3. I didn't really know where that had gone. O'Riordan.
There have been a couple of those. There's an inside edge down to long leg. Wasn't sure where that had fetched up for a moment.
Oh, hit him on the boot, I think, as well.
Somerset on the threshold of another bowling point. They just need the one wicket for their second.
Well, they'll be happy with that. Takes them up to 6 for the game. It's not a bad return on a game that's been ruined by rain, really. No chance of a result. Not really. And there's always, with cricket you never can tell, but if we're honest.
Yeah, 20 wickets in a day is a tall order in any circumstances, really.
Absolutely. Especially on a pitch that's been under the covers for quite a long time. Probably not going to be the sort of pitch that is. Well, you often see it if it's spinning loads, that can happen, can't it? Or if it's doing absolutely tons with the ball, seaming. But it's not completely docile and flat, but it's not doing enough, you'd think, for 20 wickets or 15 more in half a day.
There's a good chance we'll get away with the weather. There have been some showers around, but thus far they've missed us. There's a rather pretty rainbow over the Quantocks earlier on today. Gregory is going to continue. This will be his 10th in all. Didn't get that. No. Looking for the cover drive, but not timed.
Back twisted in his hand a bit as well, I think.
This is Gregory's 3rd over since lunch.
Yeah, just not had that same impact as he. Bowling those no balls probably puts you off a little bit.
Yeah, and the ball a bit older, of course. 32 overs bowled with it now.
Neil Wagner giving him a word or two of advice, perhaps there. Gregory in. Oh, on the pads, big shout.
Down leg,
possibly
just.
Going down leg, I think.
That would be. I don't think height was an issue.
Don't think so. Let's have a look. We're not quite straight on in the commentary box to this pitch. Whoa, it skipped a little bit. I think it was looking like it may well have been going down leg. Would have been tight though. You might get a better angle here, although we're not quite front on, but you'll have a. Yeah, going down leg.
He was certainly looking to play it there as well, wasn't he?
Yeah. That's a nice ball. Denley wisely deciding to let that one go past.
He's been the glue for Kent, Joe Denley, since he came in at the fall of the third wicket.
Was that 31 for 3 or 30 for 3? Something like that, wasn't it?
30 for 3, yeah.
Yeah,
And
wow.
then 31 for 4 shortly after he came in.
Goodness me, didn't Kent need him then?
And there were the beginnings of a partnership between Denley and Harry Finch until Finch became the last wicket of the morning to fall for 26, caught behind off Tom Abel. That was in Abel's first over, coming on after a rather wayward start by Neil Wagner.
Swivels around watching it into the keeper's hands there, Joe Denley. A few members and spectators in the James Hildreth stand. I'm seeing James Hildreth later today. He was one of our judges in the awards do that I'm going to.
Excellent.
So I shall see him. We'll have a little chat on the stage at some point, I should think. So get ready, James, if you're watching for that. I'll be kind, don't worry. Is this one of those just pushed out for a single?
One of the great Somerset careers. Came to an end last summer.
Yeah. Look at that dog. Seen enough. He looks like he's seen a fair few cricket seasons, hasn't he? He's got a little bit of greying fur around his jowls and his eyebrows. Bless.
Yes, it's not exhilarating.
No,
enough for
look
him.
at this. Look at the way his paws are out there like that.
Looks pretty relaxed.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Bit of sunshine there.
Where's Brian? Brian will come and have a...
Well, we were wondering about that. We were talking about that yesterday evening, actually, because it was this time last year, or it was on the last day of the season at Taunton last year, that he was ushered into the commentary box.
Ah, yes, yeah.
Lovely shot, straight to Kola Cadmore, though, at mid-off.
Bless, yeah, that was funny. I remember watching that at home.
He looked completely at home, actually.
He's quite a confident cat, isn't he? Yeah. Or she. I can't remember. I think it's a female, isn't it?
I think it is.
But the name Brian stuck, and now it's hard to unstick it.
Yes, the cricket wasn't all-consuming in
No.
terms of its
No.
watchability, for her at least.
Yeah.
But it was a nice moment.
Yeah. It's a lovely part of actually the character of the ground is the fact they've got this cat, which is very often spotted. Sorry, where did I see him? See her. I feel like last week I saw it. Can we get the guys on the cameras? Can we keep an eye out? See if Brian's around.
Brooks then, continuing. Crisp leg side stroke will bring a single for Joe Denley, who inches his way closer to the half-century mark. Just 3 away now.
He's played well.
Conversation going on possibly about the field. Tom Kola Cadmore involved, and I think Josh Davey. And a word between the umpires as well. Is it the ball considering replacing?
Yeah, let's certainly have a good look at it. Shall I get my... There we go. Good time for the knockies. Get the binoculars out. It's Tom Abel. Oh, yeah. Umpires held on to it.
I think it's going to be replaced.
Yeah, they're going to change it, which might not be a bad thing for Somerset. I think they probably felt it's gone a bit dead. Well, Tom Abel's pleaded his case well. And Saggers and Longley walk off.
Could we have an oval situation?
Oh, wow. They weren't very happy about that, the Aussies, were they? Yep, the bag of balls has been brought out by one of the Kent players.
So there'll be probably half a dozen in that box with varying degrees of usage. And it's a question of sizing up what looks like the most similar to the one that's being replaced.
And the sun comes out. It's nice, isn't it? Last day of cricket at Taunton this year. The sun's come out. Well, we've got a lull. Just want to say what an enjoyable season it's been up here in the commentary box again. I had a great time. Hopefully you've enjoyed it as well at home or on the move, wherever you've been watching us, perhaps abroad as well. I know we get a lot of people watching on holidays or living outside of the UK. So, yeah, thank you for having me once again this year.
And me. Absolutely. It's an absolute joy for all of us to bring the action to you.
Yeah, so such a great thing that we're able to do these days is bring pictures and the sound of what's going on here at Taunton. As Brooks will continue then. The new ball, well, when I say new ball, not a brand new one, but a different ball in his hands.
Yeah, and thanks to our sponsors, WPA.
Absolutely.
Health insurance for their backing. It's been a fantastic project to be involved with. That's the view side on. That's a camera that came in after the streaming started.
Brooks in. Oh, and this one, not at all where the player meant to put it, O'Riordan.
It's a good stop.
Good diving stop, absolutely. Got down well. But perhaps just enough in this ball that Jack Brooks will be thinking, ooh, hello. Getting a bit of movement now.
It'd just be interesting to see just one delivery remaining in this over, but that will have given Jack Brooks a bit of encouragement. Bit of edge about that.
Oh, and again, this time inside edge. I'll run away, but I don't think Brooks will mind.
No. I don't think Lewis Gregory will either.
No.
See a couple of false strokes in the first 3 deliveries with that replacement ball.
That's his 50 as well for Denley. Not the way he would have wanted to bring it up, but it's 4 more to his total. So he moves to 51. He's played well, steadying the ship a little bit for Kent, who now look like they've got to a position where almost impossible to lose.
That's probably his least impressive shot that he got to his boundary, his 50 with. It is going to be Gregory to continue having a word with the umpire. Tom Lungley. Now there's going to be another exchange between Tom Lungley and Martin Saggers. Is there a problem with the replacement ball?
There we go. Get the knockies out.
Looks like there might be.
What have we got? Well, it's Tom Kohler-Cadmore who's gone over there to offer his bit of advice. Oh, I tell you what he nearly did there was lick his fingers and put it on the ball, which you're not allowed to do anymore, but he stopped himself. He's now just drying it on his silverware, shining it on his trousers. Jack Brooks doing a bit of it as well.
They're going to persevere with it.
Oh, Kent might want that changed in a minute then if it's seaming a bit more. Here comes Gregory. Driven. Nicely driven.
4.
Yeah, gone well all the way to the boundary. Good shot.
Yeah, it has quickened up slightly as well, the outfield, since the first session. Bit of sunshine on it. O'Riordan to 23 with that boundary. $85 for 5 when these two came together. They've taken it to 141 for 5 now.
Very good work, these two. It's just what Kent needed. They needed just someone to steady it, or 2 of them to steady it. And Denley is not a bad character at all to have out there. Crucial part of that big chase at Headingley when Jack Leach and Ben Stokes put on all those runs. Well, Jack managed 1. But they put it on together in a partnership, so credit to Leach. But Denley was a huge. I think he was not out overnight. Am I right in saying? Do you remember?
I think so.
2019. I think he might have been there at the start of the day on the last day. Whatever was it? Did he go to 5 days or was that the 4th day? I can't remember now. Funny those details
I think it was
fade.
5.
Was it the 5th day? Either way, yes, it must have been because it's quite a long build up to that point, wasn't it? England had batted quite slowly, I think, which was not something we're used to these days. Gregory's in. Wraps on the. I think it's taking an edge onto the ball. It was high. Lewis Gregory thought about it.
Yes, the arms went out, but not with complete conviction.
That's too much, too high. Much too high. Gregory looking to see the hands out, thinking, no. No, umpire, I'm not appealing. I'm just stretching.
Yeah, it was a pretty sorry-looking scorecard when Joe Denley and Harry Finch came together, and they made a start to the recovery. And O'Riordan has helped Denley continue with it. That's nicely off the middle, but won't be a run.
I've been impressed with O'Riordan here. He's looked pretty good. Middlesex getting on. Key question for Kent fans. Middlesex lead Warwickshire by 15 runs now. This is fine. Down the ground. Oh, that's going to go to the boundary. It might slow up. No, it's going to reach it all the way there.
Yeah, it's one of the shorter boundaries in front of the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion, and timed well enough to carry it over the rope. Autumn sunshine here at Taunton. I think there's a good chance we'll get through without any interruptions.
Fingers crossed.
Looked like a possibility this morning that we might get some rain. It certainly was around Taunton, but missed the Cooper Associates county ground.
Yeah, so just on that one, 213 for 4 now, Middlesex. Much better than they managed in the first innings of 121. So they lead by 19. They've got 6 wickets in hand. Warwickshire will now have to bat again. It's not definitely done, that game, but the way Middlesex are going, they'll feel like as long as they can hang in for a bit, they can hold on for a draw. If they lose that game, Kent will be absolutely delighted with that because they'll nip over them into 3rd from bottom, leaving Middlesex in the danger position going into the last round.
But with 6 wickets in hand, they've got a good chance of
should
saving
do.
that.
Should do. Standing up tall there, Denley, and punching it into the offside.
Yes, there have been tenser finishes to championship campaigns at Taunton that I can recall. 2019 especially. And they came so close.
Again, rain getting in the way of that one, wasn't there?
Again, just standing up and pushing that one backward a point.
Yeah, he's a bit of a wall at the moment, Joe Denley. Can't seem to get too much past him. He's had a few that have taken edges, but he's looked pretty good.
Well, batting looks decidedly easier in this session than it did in the previous one.
Who's that warming up there? Wagner, maybe? Driving straight to the fielder at cover. Trying to see, is that Wagner? Yeah, coming back from quite a serious injuries, kept him out of a few New Zealand games. A few games with Somerset here just to warm himself back up. I'll be in use here. I'll have to collect that one. Strong left arm. Not surprising given how he bowls.
Yeah, he was very expensive in his opening spell, Neil Wagner. Then came back at the river end and was less so. Interesting to see how he goes this afternoon. Hasn't got a wicket yet. Jack Brooks has.
Yeah, pleased about that. Takes him up to 126 for Somerset. It's not convincing, but done enough to pick up a couple of runs.
So at the ending of that over, I think it's time. I think I probably outstayed my half hour here. I think it's high time I handed over to Harry Everett.
Well, Stephen,
No?
you've been redeemed. You're back with us
Second chance.
for another half an hour.
Put one down. You
I
always
think
get
Harry's
another.
he's got his eyes on the third helping of dinner. That's why he doesn't fancy coming on air just yet because he's just, what's that? I can't hear. You've still got a mouthful of food. Harry never turns down a helping of food if he can. It's going to be Wagner. I did wonder when you said it's about time for a change. I thought you might have meant on the pitch because it's going to be Neil Wagner, who we did see warming up, so it's not a great surprise. God, he really flung that at Tom Abel there.
Yeah, the radar wasn't quite right. His first spell from this end. Let's see how he can come back.
That's very better.
Comfortably enough.
Yeah.
Right on the offside. This is the 37th over of the innings. Still got potentially another 60 overs today. Whether all those will be bowled, I rather doubt, but we'll see how things develop.
Still no wickets in that Northamptonshire-Surrey game. 26 without loss, Surrey following on.
That's the right length from Neil Wagner.
Nice. Sorry, Stephen.
Didn't give Joe Denley much room for manoeuvre.
Essex have declared. They've declared twice in this match. 4-4-7 for 9 declared. Hampshire made 3-3-4. Essex 153 for 8 declared. So they've set Hampshire 267. That'll be an interesting end to that match. Both teams desperate to win that. Bear in mind, Essex 153 for 8. They'll feel like they can definitely get Hampshire out for less than 267. Interesting one. See where that goes. If Essex win that, well, they'll catch up a fair bit with Surrey.
Sounds like a handy declaration.
That certainly does. Very interesting.
Don't think we're going to see that here while bonus points are in play.
No, well, that's the thing, isn't it? If you're going to declare your first innings, you've got to sacrifice points, probably. Which Somerset did. They sacrificed the batting point.
Good rolling stop by the Somerset captain.
I expect he'll be a bit disappointed with the way he got out earlier in this match. Feels a long time ago now, that first morning. But he's picked up a wicket, so I guess that makes it slightly less excruciating, looking back on his performance if he feels he didn't do well enough. Shorter played well, actually. O'Riordan getting on top of it.
And he's provided some food for thought about how the opening partnership for Somerset could look next year.
Yeah, I don't mind it at all, actually. Abel up top. I think he's the sort of player who's got the right mentality for an opener. I think he provides a good base for Tom Lammonby there as well. Good partner. Lammonby, who's proved in this match that he deserves to carry on there. Left-hand, right-hand split, which is always good in an opening partnership.
And we could have a number 3 solution as well from this game. Not inconceivably. Lewis Goldsworthy coming in for his first championship match of the summer and scoring 100.
Well, the only issue with that, as far as I'm concerned, is that Lewis Goldsworthy's name isn't Tom. I'd have Tom Lammonby and Tom Abel at the top. And then you've got the choice of Tom Kohler-Cadmore probably coming in at 3. That would be quite a powerful 3. That's a big move, putting Kohler-Cadmore up to 3 just because his name's Tom. And then you float Banton in there as well. So there's your top 4 Toms. Who does Somerset need to buy over the winter? Looking at Harry here. Tom Haynes, we've talked about already. Oh, he's in a bit of trouble at Sussex. Tom Latham as an overseas. Ooh, can we tap up Neil Wagner and Matt Henry to get some contacts there? Tom Clark. Thank you, Harry. Oh, it's bounced just in front of him there. Thomas Rue. Interesting. Everyone I speak to says, oh, Tom Rue, he's a prospect. They all say, oh, he's better than his brother. How can he be better than his brother? How can anyone be better than his brother?
As yet to be proven.
Well, yeah, absolutely. And I'm very cautious about this stuff because the last thing you want to do is put pressure on a young man and he's coming up. He'll find his way in the game. He'll have good days and he'll have bad days as well. So when you're ready, Thomas, no pressure.
Just join the other Toms in a year or two.
Exactly. No rush at all. Another drive. Oh, and Davey nearly getting a hand on that one as it went past him, but didn't hit the stumps.
Yeah, very little doubt about James Rue staying at 6, I'd have thought. But,
well, the way it's going, no, you wouldn't. But I wonder whether after another half a season, if he's doing well, whether you say to him, well, do you want to go further up, actually? You know it's working, but actually, especially if Somerset are having issues with consistency, if it's all consistent and everyone's performing, then great. But if you've got someone like that who can score buckets of runs, then you might think, well, actually, we could do with you at 4 or something. Not saying that he should do that, just hypothesising here. That's a nice drive, flick into the leg side, that will run for 4.
Yeah, just straying slightly to leg, Josh Davey. Come back on in place of Jack Brooks, as he did in the morning session from the River End. Came on as first change there. Bowled pretty well. Rather an intermittent summer for him due to injury. Mentioned it earlier, about James Rue, who must be in the frame for at least 2 awards at the end of this season.
Oh, yeah.
There's the Young Cricketer of the Year award, Cricket Writers Club. I voted for him last year, actually.
Oh, did you? I doubt you had the weight of, as this is another nice flick into the leg side, won't be a boundary this time. I doubt you had the weight of so many agreeing with you at that point.
I was tilting towards local loyalty.
Right, yeah, fair enough.
But I don't mind telling you that I've repeated the vote this year, and I think he's got a great chance.
I think it's hard to look past anyone, young cricketer especially. Who else has in the longer format in this country? Who else has really performed that well, consistently? What is it? 500s in first class and 100 as well in one day.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there is after this ball, which is defended pretty firmly, there is a county championship player of the season.
Well, he could even be up for that.
He would be in the frame for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Have to be.
Absolutely. Well, it's hard to look past. He is the top scorer at the moment, isn't he? He's in Division 1. No one higher than him. Let's just double check. Yeah, 1,077. He's only 7 ahead before all this round of games. 7 ahead of Josh Bohannon, who's also had a brilliant season. Could well be up for the award. But yeah, no one else anywhere near that.
What a year he's had.
Now, big call. Gone! It's the wicket. O'Riordan goes. And it's Davey with the breakthrough. And you can see the celebrations. Big moment here for Somerset. They pick up another wicket and another bowling point, crucially too.
Something about the appeal. It just carried all conviction, didn't it?
You can just tell straight away whether it's they appeal on more than the obvious ones, and then you can usually tell just from the appeal, can't you? But
that's big breakthrough.
Yeah.
6th wicket down, 2nd bowling point. Here it is again.
Yeah, looks good, doesn't it? I think.
Well, he was playing to leg, but he shouldn't have been. Wrong shot for the type of delivery. So Joe Denley is the man standing in Somerset's way, but we will probably see Joey Everson come in next. He's listed on the card to do so. Then there's Arafat Bhuiyan, Jas Singh and Michael Hogan, who we know is injured. And uncertainty about whether he'll be able to bat. 156 for 6. Denley 54 not out. Josh Davey taking the wicket with the last ball of the first over of his second spell. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 20. His figures.
Oh, does that just open the door a little bit? I was impressed with O'Riordan there.
Yeah, it was good effort.
Yeah, hit some nice shots.
In support of the senior partner.
And you're up against a good bowling side here, Somerset. I don't think you'd class them in the real top level of the county championship at the moment, and I don't mean to take anything away from them. Obviously, Neil Wagner's an international pro, and he's excellent at what he does. But I'm just thinking of your Surreys and Hampshires, who are really real top level.
Yeah, if you put Craig Overton in, it's closer.
If you do, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. At the moment, you'd say there's, you've got a 39-year-old Jack Brooks in there who's doing a great job, but when you look at Surrey in particular, and those two I mentioned, Hampshire and Essex as well, those for me are at the moment the top quality. As you say, if you put Overton in there as well, probably swapping Brooks for Overton. Davey not quite had the potency this season as he has had in other years. He's had injury problems as well.
That's probably been the reason why, actually.
If he was on full form, as he has been, he had several fantastic seasons, didn't he, Davey?
On full form, he's a must-pick, isn't he?
Absolutely. But there's no reason. Somerset have got the players to be one of those top bowling sides in this division. They've picked up loads of bowling points as well. Another one here just now, that last wicket. But still, I thought O'Riordan played very well against a good side.
Driven comfortably enough by Joe Denley as the sun hides behind a cloud over Taunton. Quantocks are still bathed in sunshine. We're not here at the moment. We will be. We'll come back. Autumnal sunlight intermittently over Taunton. And again defended firmly by Joe Denley.
Yeah, Wagner still wicketless. It would be good to see him to pick some up. As I say, he's come back from quite a big injury, kept him out of the game for a long time. So probably still not quite shaking off all the rust that he would have picked up during that time.
Yeah, as is the case, maybe to a lesser extent, with Josh Davey as well.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree with that.
The miles aren't quite in the legs yet. It's a bit of encouragement and a pat on the head. On his way back to the mark. He's got very positive body language, Neil Wagner.
Yes. Yeah. Stands up tall. On the leg side, and perhaps not far away from getting a bit of an edge on it. So Joe Denley followed it.
Just feel that as Tom Abel gives him a pat of encouragement, whether the captain might come on for another short spell.
Well, it worked last time, didn't it, when he brought himself on?
Took a wicket in the first over of that 4-over spell before lunch. Must have that in the back of his mind. Stood at third slip at the moment, Tom Abel, alongside Andy Umeet, who took a nice low chance earlier on in the morning session, which accounted for Tuanda Muyeye. Played a couple of beautiful cover drives, Muyeye, but that was it. So Davey, on the back of his wicket.
Yeah. Picked up on the last ball of that over. And now it's Everson on strike as well. Somerset have tweeted on @Somerset CCC. 14 wickets to go. Now there's optimism. I don't mind it, but I think the thing is, if 20 wickets were to fall today, or 18 if Hogan doesn't bat, then you'd probably raise a few eyebrows. There might be the sort of thing that goes, well, do we need to have a look at what, you know, make sure everything's okay, pitch-wise, I mean. Because 20 wickets in a day is an awful lot.
Well, the way the pitch has played overall shouldn't really...
No, not at all. No. No, it might just raise the eyebrows of people who perhaps hadn't seen the rest of the match. But the way the pitch has been absolutely great.
Yeah, so if it's 18, they're a third of the way there. And if they could take another... Well, if they can finish off this innings in...
The next 4 balls. That would do it.
Well, I was thinking if they could finish off the innings and get a couple in the second before tea, that could make it interesting.
8 wickets needed after tea.
Maybe they need 3.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? And so they're going to have to really, every few overs, pick up a wicket here, which is tough going.
Well, that was nearly one of them.
No ball. Another no ball. Somerset have leaked a lot of those. Now, what happened there? I assume that bounced in front of the slip fielder. I couldn't see it, but the way they reacted makes me assume that it did. I don't think... Oh, maybe. Yeah, well,
difficult to tell from that angle.
I expect the umpire would have already said no ball there, so
this may give us a clearer
yes, let's have a look at what happened.
Impression.
Just in front of him.
It's Davies' first no ball, in fairness to him.
Yes, well, we can't complain too much about one no ball. Oh, and again, a bit edgy. Runs past the 3rd slip. Just a single. Run rate's not bad. Run rate's at 4 here for Kent. They've been trying to reach 250, haven't they, to get those points? That's the thing. But in doing so, have given away 6 wickets.
Yeah, it's looking a bit of a tall order, really, isn't it, at the moment?
Yeah.
Still 3 slips in. Tom Abel, I think, whether Josh Davey asked him for another. Not sure, asked for something.
Slips are quite tight in with each other there. No gaps now. Denley caught a bit on one leg there.
Tom Abel's cap is beginning to assume an air of seniority.
It is, isn't it? It's getting towards James Hildreth levels. Not quite there yet. There's barely any colour left in James Hildreth's one, was there? It's been underneath so many sun-drenched skies that it had faded almost to white from the dark maroon browny colour. Denley now on the defensive, isn't he?
Yeah,
he was a bit more attacking when he first came in. Now, or after he'd been in for a little while, I should say. When he first came in, he was defensive because it was 30 for 3. And he opened up a little bit, and now he's just closed the door again.
It's been the odd streaky stroke, but he's looked pretty solid. The streakiest was his route to the half-century.
Yeah. Inside cut down to a fine leg.
Again, looking to play to leg. I think there may have been a height issue there. Wasn't a full-blooded appeal, and just having a word with the umpire to check.
Yeah, I think going down leg probably.
Probably confirmed his suspicions, I imagine.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the impact was in line, but I suspect the ball would have missed.
159 for 6 then, Kent, in reply to Somerset's 404. The overnight declaration, a flurry of wickets first thing, then this man, Joe Denley, non-striker at the moment, proving an obstacle to Somerset's progress. 54 not out. Still to be the left arm of Neil Wagner, with a short leg.
Yeah, that's an interesting move.
Q1 or 2 short deliveries, perhaps.
I should think so. Well, I guess with Wagner, that's what you expect, actually, really, isn't it? I should think
He's done it often enough.
Normally asks for a short leg, really. Yes,
he's not as short as short legs can sometimes be.
No, when you see it off a spinner, they're right in close, aren't they? But this one, a little bit further back. To see what Wagner goes for. Punching it into the leg side. It's interesting, the field here. They are attacking, aren't they, Somerset? You can see how close the field is. Barely anyone out on the boundary. You've got backward square leg.
Yeah, we've got 4 close in.
But otherwise, yeah. Field, you've got a lot of company there. If you're looking up as a new batter, Everson, you're looking up and you can't see too many gaps. I think you might try and hit the ball hard, because once you pierce the field, you've basically got 4 as long as you've hit it hard enough or timed it well enough. Choosing to defend here, and 3 fielders all descend on it.
Yes, a momentarily anxious look where the ball was landing.
One of those.
Penultimate championship match of the season for all involved in this stage. Concluding games next week. Somerset heading up to Birmingham. Trip up the M5. And they will almost certainly know by the time that game gets underway that they're safe in Division 1.
Yeah.
Where they are the longest surviving county.
By quite a long way.
Since Durham were relegated. In fact, that season Durham went down after they got into all that financial trouble. And Durham coming back up.
Yes, they are.
We could be going up to Chester Street.
Well, it's good news for, I think a lot of people are quite keen on Durham. It felt quite harsh, didn't it? I think a lot of people felt it was a harsh punishment for what it was. So that's quite nice, but as Somerset fans, that is a long away trip. Nice part of the country, mind you. You know, if you're there, and that's actually the nice thing about a 4-day game is if you get a ticket, you know, if you probably go up there for 4 days. When you go to away games, unless it's close-ish, but you kind of want to go for a few days. Well, if you're in Durham, it's a lovely part of the country to explore. Kind of makes it worth it, whereas if it was a T20 match, it's a bit different. In the air, pulled nicely, 4 runs.
Yeah, he was given a little bit of room there on length. Was Everson. That's his first boundary. Takes him to 5. Yeah, I can remember more than one season when the very first game in the championship was up at Chester Street in early April.
I mentioned this yesterday. Was it you I was telling Harry about this? The fact that it was several seasons, it felt like in a row. Every game, every start of the season was Chesterley Street away. Oh, it was a tough old few years, especially with, you know, Rushworth and Graham Onions up there bowling at Somerset. In the air.
Paul Collingwood.
Collingwood as well. I remember, in fact, one of the first games I came to at Taunton was a championship match against Durham. A long time ago now. Couldn't remember who was playing. Somerset won though. I remember that much.
The captain is loosening up. Heeding the suggestions from...
Well, he's obviously got his earpiece in. So who's he got to call on? He could look... Well, there's spin of Lewis Goldsworthy. I don't think you really want to turn to that if you can avoid it. Tom Lammonby's barely bowled this season.
It still feels like a seeming day.
Yeah, it definitely does. You could... Problem with Lammonby is if he's so out of practice, you don't want to do him any harm, especially if he's got that 100 now. You want him fresh for the next game. So then you're looking at Gregory, Davy, Brooks, Wagner. And once you've had those 4 in rotation, Abel considering himself the 5th option.
Get a single here. Just to the left of the man at mid-wicket.
Got Andy Umeed, bowls a bit of spin. If you're desperate.
bowled very well in a 50
Yeah,
over
he certainly did.
game.
Yeah.
Came on pretty much as a sort of, well, not last resort, but maybe sort of latter resort. And bowled really well.
Yeah, yeah. Well, he was.
I don't think that Sean Dixon would have thought of taking him off. And he got 100 in that game. What a tournament he had. Andy Umeed.
Oh, 300s overall,
Cup.
wasn't it?
Yeah.
Averaging 87 on with the bat throughout the competition. Incredible. I saw one of his hundreds here. 119 against Sussex, I think. Yeah.
Just hope that, maybe it's just opened the door.
Yeah, well, he's playing. I said this yesterday, the first day, how he just looks like he's so much freer and looser and relaxed at the crease, which is exactly what you want. You want a player to feel relaxed, which is how Denley looks at the moment, to be honest. Oh, that's a good ball.
It's been a good spell, this, from Josh Davey.
I wonder if Abel will keep him on for a couple more, bring himself on from the other end.
Yeah, well, he may be thinking of doing what he did in the morning session, which is to come on at this end, the Marcus Trescothic pavilion end, in place of Neil Wagner. Although Wagner's bowled better,
much better
in this spell than he has in the first one.
Though he hasn't looked particularly, there's not been many plays and misses or edges or too much that I can remember with Wagner. Good bowling recently, but whereas Davey has squared a few players up and taken the edge.
Slightly
More plays and misses.
exaggerated roll there at mid-on.
On for the cameras.
Lovely sight
It's
out
Jack
there
Brooks,
at the moment in the autumn sunshine. Cooper Associates County Ground staging first-class cricket for the last time this season. Woefully deprived of it, really, in August and September, partly on account of the misfortune of having a bye in these closing 4 games in the Championship.
Well, that's it, isn't it? Oh, nice shot. That's going to be 4. Lovely drive.
Yeah, once it was past the fielder, then there's only one outcome for that, which was a boundary in front of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. But yeah, the bye and just the one home game, this one.
And that's probably what the bye would have been, isn't it? If you've got 4 games like it is, you get 2 home, 2 away, which would have felt a little better. Not ideal, given, it is the 100 that takes away all the cricket. I know you still get the one-day cup, but there's only, 4 home games? 5 home games? 4, I think. So, yeah, it does feel like Somerset with just the 4 home one-day games and then the 1 4-day match. Obviously, we lost a day of it completely, and we've lost plenty of the rest of it for rain. Fans will feel a little starved of it. They'll be certainly ready in April to watch some more.
Nice shot.
Yeah, lovely clip into through mid-wicket. A couple of Western Storm games in there as well, which has been good, although sadly both defeats for the home side. But at least that means there's a few more days of cricket.
Our colleague Sophie Luff has been scoring some runs.
Certainly has. As we commentated on her making 87 here against the Northern Diamonds.
End of the over, and I think, having won myself a half-hour reprieve, it really is time for me to remove my headband and hand over to Harry Everett.
He's hanging up his headband, everyone. Thank you, Stephen. There we go. As we mentioned, Western Storm, you can see celebrations going on there as membership is now available. 45 quid. You get loads for it. You get access to the ODIs at Bristol and Taunton. You get access to all the Western Storm games. You'll have member cards that you can bring in so that you bring your mates and your family members in with you as well. 15 passes like that. Discounts on the double headers with the T20 side. So yeah, really well worth it. 45 quid, I think it's a bargain. Harry, you'll be getting one of those, I'm sure.
Absolute steal of a deal, Charlie.
Yep.
Thoroughly enjoyed packaging the membership packs up with.
Yeah, you were, weren't you?
Safe
You
Intrigues
one of those.
Wednesday.
They found a use for you at last.
Well, yeah. You just come on the nice sunny days and do commentary. You don't come on the rainy days and stay away.
The thing is, Harry, they booked me for some days. I've got to, it's quite hard. I've got to work it into my schedule, and then they didn't book me for the one day where it was raining. So I was just lucky. I just bring the sunshine with me. That's the way to do it.
That's it. We need a yellow headband for you, for the sunshine you bring.
Yeah. A bit like the yellow jersey in the Tour de France. It means I'm
That's it.
the top one. No, straight back to Abel there. Don't think it was a catching chance. I think it might have been a
Good
bump
field
ball.
of his own bowling, isn't he, Tom?
He certainly is, yeah. Good fielder, full stop.
Where are we going with this game then, Charlie?
Well, bowling points at the moment is where
Yeah.
Somerset, and batting points for Kent they'll be thinking
They
of.
might be in,
Well, if Denley
close enough.
stays in.
I was going to
Denley
say in
stays
danger of getting a couple.
Yeah. Well, it'll be crucial for Kent. It's not so crucial for Somerset, who are safe and have already accrued 6 today and over the course of this match. So they don't really need any more points. It's just nice to get points if they're on the table on offer.
And there's beautiful sunshine here. Rain stopped late at Derby, but we're cracking the flags down in the southwest.
Certainly, I like that phrase.
Yeah, it's a very northern phrase.
Is
I think.
it?
I never heard it before I went up to uni up there. Now I tend to drop it in when I can.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever really used it, but when I hear it, I always enjoy it. Crack it. I don't really know what it means.
No, neither do I.
That means it's sunny, but I don't know.
Is
where
it? It's so hot that the flags are cracking.
Yeah,
they're melting.
literally cracking.
Yeah.
Kent didn't even bring a flag, did they? Is it? I'm just checking. Yeah, no, they haven't brought one.
Well, so the scorer doesn't want to wear a Jack Brooks headband. The Kent didn't bring a flag.
I can understand the scorer not wanting to wear a headband for a player that isn't part of the Kent setup. Fair enough.
If it was Tim Groenewald, he would.
Yeah, probably.
Or Nathan Gilchrist.
Sean Dixon.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
Could he have dived Goldsworthy then? He's quick on the chase.
It always looks closer up here than it
Yeah.
actually is because
And he's so short that he hasn't got much of a length dive to him, has he?
That's true.
He's not like Wagner. He's got that full stretch, 6 foot on him.
Lammonby and Goldsworthy having a quick chat out there in the massive side of the field over there.
Well, the two bowlers next to bowl, I think, are the two. You've hit the nail on the head. The two men you just mentioned.
Lammonby and Goldsworthy?
Yeah.
You reckon?
For me, yeah.
Lammonby?
Well, these 5 have been great, but we're 42 overs in. To make something happen here, left arm spin or left arm wobble. Or actually, Tom Lammonby bowling left arm spin the other week, wasn't he? So that's not out of the equation.
Potentially. I wouldn't mind seeing Goldsworthy. I think
Well,
spin
he's the only
just
spinner, really, isn't
changes it up a little bit.
he? Yeah.
Well, no, because we were talking about Umeed earlier on. But yeah,
Sorry, just
realistically.
downloading your podcast ready for a drive home. How committed a friend am I?
Very good, mate.
Absolute hero.
Making the figures look good, thank you.
But yes, Andy Umeed. I would love to see him bowl, actually. I didn't even consider that. Good for me. I'd forgotten that he's now a regular bowler after his wickets in the One Day Cup.
Yeah, he's playing very well.
Still no wicket at the Oval. I've been following that. from
Yeah,
the box.
when they shut up shop. Who's it? Sibley and Burns?
Sibley and Burns. Of course,
Yeah.
Burns has faced 107 balls for his 26.
Well,
Sibley 93 for his 19.
And they're playing for the championship as well, so they're not going to throw it away, are they?
The thing is from 2 to 11, they're aggressive. So from 3 to 11, they're aggressive. These two are polar opposites. Well, these two compared to the other 9 players, really.
Northants will just feel like, had there not been rain, they could have done it. That's how they'll feel.
Ben Sanderson's one of those guys, though. He's a bit of a streak bowler, bit of a Stuart Broad for me. You know, he got his hat-trick last week. He can just suddenly run through a team, get a 4 for a 5 for. They need a bit of magic from him. I mean, Jack White, Tom Taylor, they've been decent, really, Northants. As we see, Yuzvendra Chahal, he had a towel over him as a blanket earlier.
It's the ball again.
What's going on? I thought we had a decent batch this year. There was no issue when 404 was struck by Somerset. I cannot remember there being an issue with the ball.
Well, apart from the one you picked up that had a chunk missing from it because it had gone into the car park.
I enjoyed that, actually.
That's a bit different to what we're looking
I
at
don't
here.
think I've ever collected one. All my years have been up here. I mean, in the commentary box you do well, but... Oh, look, Chahal comes onto the pitch and Sachin, the intern, he's delighted. He's there. Oh, Chahal's on the pitch. I can see the smile on his face. He's desperate to see Yuzvendra Chahal.
Well, we were out in Taunton last night, and
wild night out.
we were. Well, I left at 7:20. We ate quite early, so early that Stephen Lamb turned up after we'd eaten.
Good point.
Anyway, we were saying, oh, maybe Chahal might be around, given that he's staying up with the Kent team. And Sachin said, oh yeah, I'll know where he is. I'll just check his Instagram story. We're like, no, come on, Sach, give it a rest now. Poor man needs a break. Sach was very disappointed when Chahal was left out, wasn't he?
I promised to Sachin that I would attempt to have a reason to interview him at some point, and then I'd get Sachin a picture of him. But
the thing is, Chahal might ask you what here he is on the screen there. He might ask you what publication you're working for, because he's not just going to give you an interview for nothing.
I say I'm working for the Sachin Express.
Because Harry just turns up, does interviews with players, but actually it just pops him onto his own timeline.
Oh, that's a beauty from Josh Davey.
Just pops it on Twitter.
Deep extra cover. Deep extra.
Yeah, I
cover.
know. You
Can't
do that,
figure
but
out
that's not what you were doing this week.
Well, I actually am the sub-editor of Deep Extra Cover, so I ran the social media channels, and I end up retweeting myself more than anyone else. 'Cause sadly, a lot of our writers have been busy with other work, being unpaid. They have university commitments or other work, so I think I'm the only one.
Oh, another wicket in the
ground.
Middlesex game. Middlesex 227 for 5. Robson, he's dribbling his way towards 100. He's 94 off 232 balls.
Hey, Simpson's gone.
Yeah, Simpson out.
I think in Briggs against Simpson, apparently there's a real rough patch outside the left-handers off stump. So I guess Danny Briggs has hit that.
DeCarris is in there. Michael Atherton's son.
Yeah, did he make our 11 of the year? Or
Don't
not?
think. Well, he's only really sort of come into the spotlight in the last
Month,
few rounds.
so,
Yeah, last
yeah.
month, last 3 rounds of the game. So I don't know whether it's a sustained enough performance. But I think now he's in the team. I wouldn't be surprised to see him do well there next year if Middlesex stay up. The thing is, I think a lot of the Division 1 teams will be hoping that Middlesex stay up because they like a trip to Lords.
Well, you say that. You were probably going to, your next sentence was going to be something to do with the food at Lords, was it? Now,
I was going to talk about the general hospitality, a trip to
Okay.
London. You get 2 trips to London, that's quite
Yeah,
a
why
nice.
would you want to play in London?
Nice, you get a nice 4 days away in London. The thing is, in London, everyone knows anyone. Everyone knows someone in London, don't they?
What?
Friends, family. It's a good chance to catch up.
I'm heading to London tonight and I'm a bit petrified of the place. I'm a bit nervous.
Why
It's
are you
enjoy-
petrified of London?
It's just scary. Big
Scary.
places. You can't drive. Apparently there's some petrol ban or something. ULEZ or something. There's congestion charges.
Down the leg side while taking James Rue.
It worries me a bit. Yeah, these big, the big
What, you
smoke.
drive? Why would you drive?
Because I've got my sports equipment in the car.
Oh,
Just
sports
drive
equipment. Yeah, no,
straight
fair
home.
enough. You've got your sports equipment.
No,
you
I
play
just-
it. You're not playing there, are you?
Well,
You're taking your sports equipment for a day out in London. That's essentially what I'm
No.
hearing now.
this will make you chuck. I need a winter sport, Charlie. So I've been asked to play in a beach frisbee tournament in Crystal Palace this weekend.
So what? You need to take your car up so you can take all your frisbees with
Well,
you.
to be fair, I could get away with getting on the train, really. But aren't trains always on strike these days? I don't really take them very often.
To be fair, I've been catching the train in and none of them have been too affected. You just got to look at the days. It's clipped nicely, but it's managed to
That's a
pick out
joke, shot,
the
isn't
one fielder in that massive stretch of the ground there.
Well, back to Middlesex. I've heard.
I haven't finished about you being petrified in
come
London yet.
Come on, you got to hear this about Middlesex.
Go on then.
I've been told that head coach Richard Johnson gave a special request to not have steak. So last day of cricket at Lords in the county championship season, everyone knows it's steak on the final day of the final home game.
Is that so?
That's the thing. I didn't know that. Yeah,
no,
that's
no,
the thing.
did not know that. Okay.
Well, it's lamb gel frazee today.
Oh, I tell you that.
Do you reckon Tim Murtaugh's happy with that?
Yeah. I'll
Tim
take that.
Murtaugh, the
Lamb
Irishman,
gel
his
frazee.
last ever game at Lords, having played there for years, 1,000 wickets. Does he want to end with a steak or a lamb gel frazee?
I might even go for a lamb jalfrezi then. I mean, steak's nice, but lamb jalfrezi is also nice. Who's requested that? Richard Johnson,
Yeah, Middlesex coach,
formerly of.
former Somerset seaman.
Oh.
Right, as a stat the other day we were looking at, was it the fastest 100 for Somerset in each year? And
Yeah.
he had one of them.
He's
for
got
number
one of
8.
them. Yeah.
For number 8
He was fastest 100 for not just for Somerset.
in the county
in the
championship,
county
each
championship.
year.
Yeah, he's got one of them. Yeah. Coming in at number 8. Was
We've
it?
done some serious trivia this week, haven't we, in the rain delays?
Well, that's it. When you've got rain delays, you end up talking to people like you, Harry, who've got trivia coming out of their ears.
Well, Ben and I last night decided that today, during the rain delays, we were going to go through Linton Lynmouth play cricket versus Holden Sanford Peveril and see if we played against each other as 13-year-olds. But it hasn't rained yet, so I don't know if Ben's doing that behind the scenes when he's not directing. Tom Abel back in from the Triscothic Pavilion. What a lovely shot that is. Creamed off the pads, and Harry Trump, photographer himself, Getty Images, is going to trot over the blue covers and underarm that back. Oh, he doesn't fancy it. Josh Davey doesn't want it. Harry Trump's he's not reached Andy Mead at square leg on the full.
Bit embarrassing.
The ball-
Embarrassing.
He's got the ball wet, green. Harry, keep the ball up. Now, that's an interesting point, actually. We're obviously out for dinner. Harry Trump as well joined the live stream team dinner. And he promised me today
Here we
he'd be
go.
wearing
Oh,
an
we
earpiece.
nearly had a replay of Harry Trump's efforts.
He's not
there.
got his earpiece in, has he?
No. He doesn't want to listen to us.
another
Nice
lovely
shot.
shot.
Yeah.
2 fours in a row. Joey Everson is a player. I said after the top 5, Kent haven't got a lot else, but Joey Everson. He's the man that needs to be eradicated, taken out of his time at the wicket.
Eradicated.
For Somerset to win this game, we know Joe Denley's not going to give anything away now. He's set. He's going to get 100. put your life savings on it. Joey Everson needs to go for Somerset to have a chance. A 1% wasp win his chance of winning this game.
Have you checked that?
Just remember, Charlie, the blood's going to my head because I've got this headband on, so I might come out with all sorts of tripe. Because I've got a massive blood rush. It's quite tight, isn't it, these sweatbands, headbands, whatever you want to call them.
Yeah, Jack Brooks must have a small head. Well, anyone compared to you, Harry.
Middleton's gone. Fletcher, not Fletcher. Fletcher with an A. Is Court Porter, Boldhammer for 9. Hans 25 for 2, chasing 267.
Interesting finish there. When do they shut up shop? Because Hampshire will want to win that as well.
Well left.
Yeah, well watched.
Leicestershire still off for rain. There's going to be an inspection at 3 p.m. And another Tom you forgot. You know you named your Toms earlier. Tom
yes,
Alsop.
please. Tom Alsop, yeah.
Sussex 45 for 2. Alsop was bowled by Alex Thompson for 14.
Would be an odd recruitment strategy, wouldn't it?
Well,
Not looking at averages, just looking at Toms.
Real dream of a team of Toms. The second of the 2 mid-wickets fills that quite nicely. No, and Tommy Abel bowling well here into his 6th over. Marathon spell by his standards this season.
Well, he has injured. He missed England, didn't he? Missed an England call-up because of a side strain. He'll be disappointed.
Bangladesh, wasn't it?
Yeah, he must have been gutted about that. You know, he's been working so hard for that. He's on the cusp. On the cusp.
I was trying to plan my trip back from Australia and New Zealand via Bangladesh to watch Tom Abel play. That's a bit of a skewed slap through cover point for 4.
Yeah, take it.
That's 3 4s off the over for Joey Everson.
Yeah, a bit expensive.
I think Tom Abel takes himself off here.
Yeah, you just say you feel
Bring
the
a
whole
left arm on.
Yeah, what do you want then? Left arm. Well, you're talking Wagner. Or you're talking
Lammonby or Goldsworthy. I'm thinking Goldsworthy. Just change up.
Yeah.
Bowl some spin.
Yeah.
If it's not Andy Mead, it's got to be Lewis Goldsworthy.
I agree with you. I think Abel will take himself off there. I think 3 4s in the over is the sign that perhaps you're not going to be what's needed right here. So who's he turning to then? Keep an eye out for who's warming up here. Who's that? Is that Wagner down there? He doesn't seem to be warming up. He's only just come off anyway. So who might he turn to? Josh Davies definitely going to continue. Can't see Goldsworthy doing any warming up.
Oh, still 3 slips in place.
Yeah, Davies just getting the ball to do a little bit. Oh, that's a nice shot.
Beautiful cricket. That deserves 4.
Is that George Bartlett on?
Yes, he's been on a bit today, actually. We've seen Bashir on the field. We've seen Bartlett on the field.
It's funny, isn't it? You can sort of name a squad.
What, 3 12thers?
Yeah, 3 12th men. You can just pop on whenever you like.
Yeah, well, Max Waller and Van der Merwe were in the ground yesterday. Well, Max Waller's definitely not going to be 12 man, but not seen Van der Merwe either.
No, and this will be George Bartlett's last appearance at Taunton as well, even as a 3rd man.
3rd man?
12th man.
He might be a 12th man at 3rd man.
He could be a 12th man at 3rd man. What does that make you? 36th man?
Quick man.
15th man?
I reckon 36th man.
Yeah.
Oh, I was going to mention some of the YouTube comments. I thoroughly enjoyed.
Careful.
Well,
just read it first before you read it out.
I thoroughly enjoyed the Kent fans. Some of the Kent fans, someone saying, you know you had to pay. Well, you have to pay for the stream.
At Kent you do, yeah.
Yeah. And if Kent get relegated, some of the Kent fans reckon that fans should be paid to watch the stream.
Love that bit of gallows humour.
Oh,
shot.
Joe Denley off his legs. You think of the guys who batted at 3 in that little period of the last 10 years. Wesley, Lawrence even, Vince. Even to go back to Jonathan Trott before that. Is it a thing that anyone who bats 3 as a right-hander for England is very good through mid-wicket? I don't know if that's a picking selection requirement. Glorious.
Well, yeah,
drive.
I mean,
it's not a
you
shot
should be able to
everyone's got,
play
is
it. You should be able to play through mid-wicket.
But I wouldn't say Alistair Cook plays it as such. Everyone talks about his 3 shots.
Well, he goes sort of on drive, doesn't he, rather than mid-wicket?
Yeah, he'd go mid-on rather than mid-wicket.
Yeah.
I wouldn't think of many... Joe Root doesn't really whip it through there.
No. He might scoop and ramp it over the slips.
His
modern way. Oh, there again. There'll be another 4, will it? No.
Action replay.
That one. I'll pick up a couple, so
Oh, yeah,
keep
the
the strike.
Kent comments. They're fuming about.
Oh, De Keres is out.
Billings. Oh no, is he?
Middlesex lead Warwickshire by 36, but they're 6 down now. That game is still very much alive.
Oh, Hannon Dolby with another wicket. That man just keeps taking wickets.
Well, Somerset will be up against him next week.
Didn't Simon Harmer got 15 wickets against Hampshire last year? Chelmsford.
Wouldn't surprise me. Does that? Yeah, it rings a bell.
He could get. Could he get that money again? Leg side.
I don't think Harmer's going to get it.
Yeah, that was leg side Davey against Denley.
And Dolby got a 5 for in the first innings.
But now Tom Press in the middle, and he's a man who got 100. Well, yesterday, wasn't it? Quick between innings. Oh, and Old Trafford, the wettest. I cannot remember a 4-day game with less play than this week. In 4 innings of cricket meant to have, didn't even complete 1. Lancs 272 for 7. The young lad Matt Hurst got a 54 on debut.
Not a debut to remember, despite the 54.
Well,
didn't even get a chance to have a go at bowling.
The 19-year-old is probably allowed to be man of the match, I suppose.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
They still need a man of the match, don't they? I guess
Yeah.
one player of the match these days.
2 days entirely washed out. Then they had 69 overs on day 3. An
That
hour
was
this
it.
morning.
And an hour this morning.
Tommy was going to continue. Now, we said after being hit for 12 from Everton and 3 boundaries,
Well, I
he
wonder if
thought he'd
he's...
take himself off.
Do you think he's looking up and wondering who he goes to? That's what I would...
Oh, he's got to bowl one of the top order batters, isn't he? Sorry, Kent fans, I'm trying to give you a shout out. Keep getting distracted. Love the Brooksy headbands, says FSM the dog. Why can't Wagner take wickets anymore, says random nonsense.
It'll be Wagner next by the look of his warm-ups.
FSM the dog says, I think at Somerset we are spoiled. Ours is one of the best. Talking about the streams.
Well, that's nice, thank you.
Yes. And David Cartmore says Somerset would have hammered Kent but for the British weather. And then Phil Hubbard backs up the point. Somerset coverage is excellent. Today commentary is at least more directed to the cricket earlier in the weeks. Oh, I don't know if I can say this.
Oh, not far away.
We can't insult our great mate Vic Marks, can we? That's like slander, isn't it?
To be honest, I'll just listen to Vic Marks talking about pretty much anything.
Well, yeah. Last night, I was saying it was normally me asking him for stories. He was asking me for stories.
Was he?
Well, we talk about North Perrott Cricket Club and club cricket, and
Oh, yeah.
he wanted to know all about the Weffel Somerset and different grounds.
Well, he's still
and so-
connected to the game. He loves the game.
Yeah, done extra a few times this year. Watching his nephew. Good bit of fielding, diving across from mid wicket. Georgie Bartlett, as we said.
It's been a pleasure having him on the side this year, Vic Marks.
He'll be watching from home.
Great vision of the game, Vic. Especially when the spinners come on, he's like a dog if you just said it's dinner time. You know, when their ears prick up and he's that intently, that sort of part of it, he's looking at what the field is, what the bowler's doing. I think that's something you see a lot with spinners, whether they're current players or former players, is that similar. I've had chats with Jack Leach about the similar sort of thing. They're really, really interested in what
Students of
other
the
spinners
game.
do. They are, yeah. And they want to know what everyone's doing, how they're using their wrist, how they're using their fingers, how they what's their run up like, what's the field like they've got, where are they pitching it. There's just so much that they love it, looking at the rough that they've got to aim at.
Talking of spinners, Shoaib Bashir's on at mid wicket.
I thought you were going to say Goldsworthy is warming up.
Well, 2 of the spinners are on. Two of the 12thers are on. That's Kola Cadmore at mid on, isn't it? So it's not even the one guy who's got to play for England tomorrow morning, hopefully. 12 o'clock tomorrow. He'll be warming up with football at 9:30 tomorrow morning. So he's now on the ball at mid on.
That's Kola Cadmore there.
So who are the men off? It's not Wagner. It's got to be someone. It's not Golders.
Where's Umeed?
Davies, I think. Umeed's at slip. I think Lewis Gregory's off the field.
off, yeah.
And the other one, Jack Brooks.
I think I just
Is that
saw
a point? Jack Brooks a point? Who's got the better by nose?
Banton's
Banton's at point. I think it's Brooks and Gregory, the 2 elder statesmen who opened bowling. Fair enough.
Oh, Lewis Gregory, an elder statesman.
Well, I was just thinking, you're on about lunchtime. You weren't happy with his being able to eat and then digest his food and
He's
come out
gone
and
off
warm
for some
up.
lunch.
He's gone off for lunch now. That's what I'm thinking. His 2:30 lunch. He's gone off for 45 minutes. Jack Brooks is back on as soon as I say that.
And so that'll be Bashir, going off.
Leaving Lewis Gregory at the dinner table. big thanks to Jack Brooks for his donation of a load of brand new sweatbands, headbands. And, you know, I expected to have ones that he'd worn for 17 overs, steaming in, you know, needing a wash. But no, brand new in their packets. Oh, Wagner's going to have a bowl.
Yeah, I told you. I did say about 5 balls ago.
I know, but you've got to try something different, haven't you?
Well, I guess they'll feel like spin isn't the option here.
Well, I think it is.
You enjoy spin as well. Well, I mean,
I
we
do.
all enjoy spin, but
Yeah.
you really get engrossed in spin, don't you?
I do.
You always request to commentate on the spinners.
Yeah. Well, I find it different theatre.
Yeah, it is. It's very different. It is very different.
And sometimes it doesn't matter how good your spinner is. It's just a different change of pace, I think, upsets the rhythm of a batter.
So is that why you do it here? You didn't expect much turn?
No, I'm not doing it for the turn at all. No, it's the change of pace, something different. Make Denley force the pace. He's batting beautifully against even the express short stuff from Wagner. The control and swing from Davey, Brooks and Gregory, he's played pretty well. Even with the playing and missing, he's played well.
So Wagner from the other end, and he was just bowling here then. I wonder what we'll see at the other end.
Goes
You'd like that. Robson on 97 for Middlesex. He's done well for his side, but they're only 39 ahead with 4 wickets remaining. They made life hard for themselves when they got bowled out for 121. Remember, this game at Lords is crucial for Kent, who are very much in this. Well, at the moment, as it stands, they're going down, so they'll need points from next week's games, assuming they don't pick up too many here, although their batting points are going to start coming into the equation soon, aren't they? Denley ducking underneath that one.
Now, why is that Saggers or Lungley? Why has he gone from square leg to point after one ball of the Wagner over? Is it 'cause he's scared of the short ball being pulled straight at him? Not being able to move. He thinks he's safe
I
from
guess.
the cut shot.
I think that's probably it. Although, is that Banton who's fielding not far away? I guess maybe just to give him a bit
It's
of room.
normally a square leg fielder, isn't there?
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
I saw someone on Twitter earlier kicking off about umpires standing on the bowling crease. See, India have just got 100 off 93 balls. 100 partnership for Gaikwad and Shubman Gill. And someone on Twitter wasn't happy in the India-Australia ODI that the umpire to see a run out was, I think he was even behind the bowler's crease, so he's not there on the line to see the stumping. A square leg. And then an argument there is to get out of the way of the third umpire camera. Oh, I see a less spotted Stephen Lamb, Charlie. Sorry, I digress. Stephen Lamb's on a wander around the car park.
Oh, yes.
Got him. Can spot that pristine shot from a mile off. Big pull shot. Joe Denley has done well there to get that between the two men. I mean, he's nailed it. I don't really think he's thought about placement there. I think he's just thinking, if I hit this well enough, I'm pretty unlikely to be caught. And he's going to get forward to Gimlet's Hill, where tractor driver should be geeing up the troops. But I haven't heard him
there.
much.
No, I can see him. He's just where that ball landed, actually, just behind it.
Yeah, I can see him, but I can't hear him, Charlie. That's a worrying sign, isn't it?
Yeah, normally he's pretty vocal.
What's his Wagner shout? Is it, come on, Neil, come on, Waggy, come on, Neil?
Waggy, yeah.
Not Graham.
Go on, Waggers!
No, Graham Wag. This is Neil Wagner.
Oh, yeah, Graham Wag. Tormented Somerset a bit for
Yeah,
Graham.
he did. Devon this year.
Is he?
Yeah, well, playing against them in the Welsh minor national.
Oh, yeah.
The Welsh country that's the minor national county, if that makes any sense. If you're a cricket fan, you'll understand that some things you just don't even try to understand.
Yeah, it's hard to explain it sometimes.
I commentated on the women's final in the T20 here earlier in the year, and it was Devon against Cornwall, against Somerset, against Wales. But how do you expect kids to learn geography if they go through sport?
That's basically the Western Storm area, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
In fact, it is.
Except Snowdon.
Oh, no, Gloucestershire. No, Gloucestershire.
Far up the Wag there, Neil Wagner is attempted pull scuff.
They put a man in there, haven't they, in the that pull shot.
James Reeves shielding the sun from his eyes.
Just backward.
Not a sunglass wearer, James Reeves, is he?
Not noticed, to be
Not for
honest.
cricket.
I'm going to take your word for that.
Yeah.
It's funny, isn't it, how different players have got different preferences for that kind of thing.
Yeah. Talking on Northampton, we have a bit with the Surrey game. Northampton still can't get rid of Burns or Sibley. Sadly, Gareth Berg has also called time in his career. The 42-year-old,
that, yeah.
42-year-old, sorry. I think the same. Michael Hogan's 42, isn't he? Tim Murtagh, Jack Brooks, all these retirements at the end of the season. I get a bit emotional.
Jack Brooks is retiring.
Sorry, I'm not allowed to say that. Correct.
I think he's just leaving.
Just leaving and
Somerset.
seeing what's going to happen.
Yeah, he may well end up at another county, I think. But official word is he's not retired. But yes, there are a lot of players who are retiring.
Yeah.
200 up, by the way, for Kent.
Italy international Gareth Berg.
Yeah.
We've seen county game. When did Northampton debut at 38?
Wow.
Began his career in 2001. Is there another Darren Stevens? Would he have made his debut before 2000? Probably not.
No.
Quite.
Well, possible, because he's not that far off Marcus Trescothick's age, and he was 93, wasn't he, Trescothick?
Should we try?
I think he may well have done.
Darren Stevens' debut.
Oh, that's a big shout. Yeah, Given.
Given it.
He's
Ooh.
got it. Abel picks up a second. Denley's got to go. You said put your life savings on him making 100, but
I
Denley
did.
goes for 73, and I'm afraid Harry is homeless, and it's a real shame, but it just shows what he knows about the game. No, I'm joking. Denley, there, who was looking very set,
Correct.
has missed a straight one from Tom Abel.
Yeah, I'm honestly baffled by that dismissal. It didn't seem to do anything much. It's not express pace. This is Tom Abel, the medium pacer, who opened the batting. And Joe Denley's got to go, and Ben Green's got his coloured kit on. Is he going to come around and do some 12-man work now? We've seen 4 different 12-man on the field today. 12 men on the field for Somerset. But Joe Denley, serious knock. Worth a round of applause from the cricket fans, the knowledgeable cricket fans here in the West Country. And I'll be honest, I'm a little bit disappointed. I wanted to see Joe Denley get 100. He deserved it in my book. Just got him past the 200 mark. Didn't manage to get the 250.
Been sent a great screenshot from Serena. Thanks, Serena. Of
You or me?
Well, she's taken a picture, and my headband matches my top a bit here. It looks quite good, and so on commentary camera, there's a picture of you. You look like you're just fresh out of a boxing match. You look beaten up with your headband on as well.
That's how I feel with all the blood rushing out of my head. I've got no blood left in my brain, Charlie. I'm not used to having a compression on my head.
Another wicket. Oh, Middlesex have lost the 7th wicket, so they're 40 ahead with just 3 remaining. Warwickshire right back in that match. Robson's still there. He's on 98. Oh, tension, drama at the bottom of the Division 1 table. And with that wicket here, any faint hopes? What did Stephen say? Stephen said that if they could get them all out and then 3 down, then it's on. So that means 6 more wickets before tea, which is that's a heck of an ask, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, I fancy Northampton.
What time is tea today? It confuses me.
3:10.
Half an hour. 3:10, right.
3:10. Yeah. Oh, that's a beauty.
What a ball.
So this is Jazz Singh coming in at number 9.
Oh, Tom Helm, we could sign him as well. Did we mention that? I don't think we mentioned Tom Helm.
We're going around about 4 different conversations at once here.
Tom Helm, who's just currently started batting for Middlesex. We're thinking, who else could Somerset sign whose name is Tom? We need a bowler, Tom, actually.
That conversation's been going on for about 3 hours. It's good there. We'll come up with that one in a sec.
Oh,
Tom
that's a good
Laws. Surely
ball.
you've mentioned Tom Laws.
I think we did mention
Did you?
Tom, I think so.
A lot of batters called Tom. Yeah. We've named at least 12 Toms just in the county.
Well, there we go. We've got full team plus drinks sorted then.
Although Somerset today need 3 12ers. Jack Brooks is warming up. He's seen our headbands still squeezing the life out of our heads. And he's going to have a go soon, surely. But Tom Over's just got a wicket, having been whacked for 12 by Joe Everton and the previous bowler. Charlie and I would have both taken him off. But no, here he is into Jazz Singh. He's a tall fella. Jazz Singh. Oh, the other conversation. Sorry, we were distracted. Darren Stevens' debut, 1997.
I told you. There we go.
So Jazz Singh, 21-year-old, played up through the Kent youth sides, Kent seconds. 9 first-class innings in 6 matches. Made his debut at Canterbury in July 2021. That's a beauty.
What a ball. He's been bowling some absolute corkers in the last few deliveries, and he's got another one. 2 wickets in the over. Jazz Singh's got to go for a duck, and suddenly 200 for 8 the score. Somerset might just feel if they can rattle through these last 2, get them back in, and they'll be in with a shot here of winning the game. It's a long shot at the moment, but if the wickets keep falling, you never know.
There you go. I did not think Joe Denley would be parted from the crease before the other 10 fell, but he has, and that's opened up an end.
I've been told it's because I'm here. They've just got 2 wickets. All winning this and then I leave. They've just got 2 wickets.
Chelsea, the chef here's come up.
Legendary
You brought the wickets with you. It was lovely lunch today, by the way.
Yeah, can we ask you what it was? It was delicious, but no one knew what it was.
Chicken and pork cassoulet.
was a cassoulet. I said it's sort of sausagey casserole.
Let's
so
just
it wasn't
make it
far
a
away.
fancy casserole.
He was told it was something called jumbo.
Was it jumbo or
Well, it's the French's cassoulet.
jumbo? There you go. He's having it Dumbo. That's someone stitched me up on the YouTube comments again. Should we give Chelsea a mic, Rob?
We get Chelsea on comms.
Thank you very much. Well, it's the time of the year where we should
Yeah, we
shout out
should,
thanks
actually.
everyone.
Big, really,
Thanks for
really nice.
keeping us fed all year. Thanks very much, Chelsea.
Harry's had about 6 times as much as everyone else, but
This is true.
I've saved the waste. I've saved the waste paper basket. I've saved the dustbin.
not putting food in a waste paper basket.
We've had a cracking year. We've had a cracking year, and you've kept us going. So Chelsea will be getting into hibernation, just doing the winter carveries for the next.
Yeah, just.
months.
It's quite a lot, though, isn't it? And all the events and conferences, and
Yeah, next week's.
it's a lot going on.
You'll be catering for the end of season dinner. There you go, nice plug.
Yeah, there we go.
End of season dinner tickets still available. I'm sure Ben will have a graphic.
Do you know what's on the menu yet?
I think there's a Somerset cider soup.
Somerset cider soup.
Oh, that's very nice.
And I think there's a hay smoked chicken and seasoned veggies.
Some chicken and vegetables as well. Lovely stuff.
It's
That-
lemon meringue pie, the infamous.
Lemon
the
meringue
infamous
pie.
meringue pie. Ah, we've
If-
seen a few of them.
If have we?
We should have
If that hasn't already, if you didn't want to go, hadn't quite
Whetted your
sorted
appetite?
out. Now it's whetted your appetite with the food order as well.
That's what it is, so don't take my word for it, but it's what
Wagner is short, and that's not a nice ball for
No.
Everton to face.
Nasty ball. Everson now, the senior batter out there.
Yes, Jerry Everson. 23. 208. 2 wickets have fallen on 200. Ben comes into direct. Chelsea comes into the com box, and 2 wickets fall.
Yeah.
There's the end of season dinner. Ben Warren isn't there to miss a trick. He's already on it. Oh, there he's gone again.
Well, yeah, we've got cricket to watch here because there could be another win here for Somerset, but they're going to have to take 12. Well, actually, Hogan.
Could
The
be
question is whether they just need another 10 wickets or 12 wickets.
10. Can he be bothered?
No, it's not about can he be bothered. It's about whether he's
He's
fit
on-
to do it.
he's
It's
on-
very different.
Is he on the phone or having a coffee?
No, he's not on his phone. He's not having a coffee. If he's willing, we'll see next wicket, won't we? We'll see next drop because otherwise they'll walk off and may well be asked to bat again. I can't imagine Tom Abel will not enforce the follow-on. He's done it every single time there's been the option.
He
Here comes
has.
Wagner over the wicket. And this one flicked out towards the mid-wicket. And had there been some backing up, I think what Tom Banton was saying there is if the backing up had been a bit more switched on, I might have had a chuck at the stumps there. But Abel was a little slow to, or probably said don't actually. His captain saying no.
Right, Charlie, I have some news for you. Hot off the press from my eyes through my binoculars.
Got off the press from your eyes, yeah.
The Kent changing room has someone padded up with gloves and a bat in hand. I cannot
Who
tell
is
through
it?
the glass.
Is
if
it
it's
a
my
number
phone.
1 or is it number 11? That's what we need to
If
know.
it's number 1, that's pretty negative, isn't it? Ben Compton. Well, it's right-handed, so it's not Ben Compton.
In that case, it must be Hogan. So.
I think it's Hagen.
And pulled it straight to mid-wicket. 3 wickets have fallen quickly now, and Everson's got to go. So we'll have number 10 and 11. And is Arafat staying out there? Yes.
Yeah, so I've just seen Hogan walk downstairs.
Hogan will bat. Hogan will bat. Well done, Harry. You spotted it. But he's pulled it straight into the hands.
What a
of-
way to go,
Is it
Charlie.
I think it was Banton.
It
there
was
at,
Banton, yeah.
Sort of shortish mid-wicket.
I could tell Banton's face expression from here. He was just like, how have you just banked that short ball straight to me?
to him. Yeah.
He was so nonchalant, casual, took it easily. He looked good, Joey Everson.
Well, this is what Somerset needed, isn't it? If they were going to have any chance at all, and it is a tiny chance of winning this game, they needed these wickets to be cleared up quickly. I can't imagine. So what's Kent have done, A, is not get any batting bonus points by the look of it. There may well be a very big wag of the tail. But also, they now have kept within the follow-on target because actually Somerset only made 404. It wasn't like they made 600. So that means 255 is the follow-on target. So they need another 55 runs. And Somerset, don't forget as well, have now picked up full bowling points. So here's Michael Hogan.
Yep.
Who we think has got... Well, he was clutching his thigh, his hamstring area when he went off, sort of around the side of his leg.
The thigh and the hamstring.
Well,
That's
it was,
a big
sort of
hand.
it was the side of his leg, so it was like either the front or the back. Hard to know.
You just said your best, Charlie. A
Well,
leg
for
injury,
Pete,
a leg muscle
but
injury.
I was on commentary with Pete, who said, well, it could have been his thigh, his hamstring, his adductor.
So the adductor muscle's the other side.
Yeah, the
You've got that-
inside.
that's
Yeah,
the
yeah.
inside groin and hamstring connector.
Yeah.
So you've literally covered every
That's
bit of
what.
the leg.
Just look at Pete. Pete knows about muscles, not me. Pete's Mr.
He likes
Muscle.
he likes to talk about muscles. Whether he knows about it or not.
You're going to get us another wicket here.
Yeah, I've got to leave. in a
Chelsea.
couple of minutes. I better get
Chelsea can't go and do the school run until Somerset have this final wicket.
Yeah, absolutely.
Arafat and Hogan yet to get off the mark. 200 for 9. 3 wickets fell. Denley and Everson and Singh.
Yeah.
All 3 of them. In a bit closer is Banton at short leg.
Wagner has picked up his first wicket. Oh, left alone, and Hogan must have been pretty confident there. I mean, wasn't that close, but still, first ball, leave it. It's definitely low enough to hit the stumps. But missed them in the end. 200 for 9. We'll 100% we'll see the follow-on, right?
100%.
There's no way Tom Abel's going to say.
Tom Abel could get 10 wickets in a day. Force the follow on.
Yeah.
47 overs remain in the day, -2 for the changeover. 45 right on this ball, so it'll be 44.
Well, that's enough, isn't it? Because they've only taken 50 overs to take 9, so
yeah,
few quicker. Yeah.
Oh, we didn't notice this shot. This is carnage. There's a runner. That was poor of us to not notice. Michael Hogan has a runner now. This is great fun. This is great fun. Are you ready for this? Do you want to commentate on the runner and I'll commentate on the batter in case he runs? You do a dream team partnership on this. The runner.
The runner, okay.
It's gone to square leg.
The runner is just...
Is it Jack leaning? Trying to see
if he's got the beard.
He's got the jumper on.
So the one with the bat...
Well, it should be Michael Hogan and Arafat, yes. I'd like to think.
Well, and the runner has a bat, doesn't he? So we can
the runner's got an arm guard
in.
on, which is very professional to have the same kit as Tom Abel's in. From just got the pavilion end.
Comes off a
leg
pad.
Side. That's not an LBW shout, really.
No.
Yes, because the rule is with the runner, for those of you not a favour of these things, you have to have the same protective gear, give or take. I think whether it's M&H or GM, I don't think one too much. But if someone's got an elbow guard, you've got to have an elbow guard.
Yeah, you have to wear the same, basically, don't you? Or near enough.
So now umpire's running from square leg to point.
So you've got to wear pads, even though you're not facing a ball. When you've got your bat, so you can run it in, I guess. And
Abel into Arafat, well defended, solid. So Arafat and Hogan, proper tail enders.
Yeah.
Let's be honest.
Yeah.
As is Jazz Singh, really. What can they scrape out of this fairly dire situation for Kent? Grateful for Denley for getting them up there. Arafat has played 4 innings in first class cricket, with a high score of 5 not out. 7 runs, an average of 2.
Abel in. And that one's going to run away. Not a bad shot.
Well played, actually.
Hogan will pick up
4
runs.
The runner's just practising on the side strips, just practising his running.
Well, it's funny, isn't it? Because you never really practice having a runner. You just kind of know the rules and you do it when you need to. But so he obviously is pretty in a bad way, isn't he, Hogan, if he can't run?
Well, we shouldn't insult Hogan's batting too much. Michael Gary Hogan.
Oh, yeah, no.
He has 4 first-class 50s, high score of 57. He's at 67 sixes, so he's almost a Martin DeLange, but not quite as good, is what I'm surmising. I mean, I've seen him bat a few times, but I can't remember seeing him score any big runs.
I guess Hogan wouldn't have been number 11 if he was fit.
No, I think it'd have been 9.
Down the ground, but
Samir had to mid on. Yeah, he's a high score in all professional cricket, is 57, but 4 50s is decent effort. Strike rate above 80 in all of first class list day and T20 cricket.
Robson's still not at his 100. He's taken 248 balls to get to 98.
Doing a good job for his team, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Middlesex desperate to draw that one.
Oh, that's a big swing. So there's 2 mid-wickets and a batter at square leg. The batter at square leg is not a field.
It's a busy field out there.
Lewis Goldsworthy, he's chuckling with Martin Saggers. Martin Saggers is on the blower to Polly. Polly's got to answer a radio. What's happening, Paul? Oh, she's ignored it. She's just parted the umpire, Charlie. She can't do that. I saw her walkie-talkie go. She picked it up and then ignored it. Tom Abel back in. That's just a fence to the slips, isn't it? Michael Hogan's annoyed at that shot.
Catching practice.
That's a nothing shot.
Another over ticks by. 51 we've had in this innings of which is starting at the start of this day. So we've had 51 today. 44 remain. Obviously, you take off 2 for a change of innings, which we're about to see. 9 wickets down here, Kent. 3 wickets in quick succession. The fall of wickets to run through it if you just joined us. 200 for 7, 200 for 8, 200 for 9. So they've gone from 206 to 205 for 9. Which is a bit of a calamity, really, for them who are desperate to hold on for the draw. They will get another chance to bat, and I imagine with the pitch slightly easier to bat on. Certainly looks that way. Then they'll probably make a better fist of it. But you never know with cricket. You never know as Wagner comes in. And Arafat deals with that one. Gets bat onto it. Chelsea's what we do another 2 minutes. Chelsea's going to have to go pick up a little one from school in a minute, but she's here. She's picked up 3 wickets so far.
There's lucky Somerset charm in the commentary box.
Yeah.
Look at the billowing white sheet behind. Is that not a bit off-putting? The sight screen's got a life of its own. Look at it. It's been inflated like a bouncy castle behind Neil Wagner.
Looks like the sort of thing that might have seen a ship sailing with 100 years ago or more.
Well played.
No run there. Looks like a bit like the flag that we've got on top of the Andy Caddick Pavilion.
No Kent flag there, disappointing.
Yeah, I do like it when the counties bring their flags. Somerset one, they're flapping in the breeze, we can see. It's a bit breezy out there. There we are. Made by Polly, the scorer. Lovely flag, actually.
Just taking a headband off. Feel like, like the last day of work at the end of the year, or like the last day before Christmas party, people do silly little drinking games and stuff. We're not doing anything like that, I promise. But I feel like you've got to wear your headband, and Polly's taking her off. Stephen kept his on when he was on commentary, but that's it. Chelsea's got her hand on a headband. You deserve it. That's a present for me too.
That actually will be quite handy in the kitchen, probably.
It will.
Because it actually gets quite hot in there, does it?
It does.
There you are.
There you go. Suits you better than us. Wagner back in. Good cricket. Nudge into the offside. Take the one. Edge up towards 250, but I'm not backing 2 batters and a runner to put on 50 for the final wicket, to be honest with you. We're going to take
Can't
if
see
they
it
do.
happen. Can't see it happening. Runners never last that long, do they? Either the batter who's injured can't bat very well, or there's some kind of confusion. Running on different strips is never that easy. It's hard enough when you're running on the same strip, let alone sort of 15, 20 yards away.
Now, BBC Sport reckon it was a hamstring injury, Charlie. They've simplified your leg injury.
Could well be. I only went on what was he was holding, which was kind of his entire leg. Got big hands. Yeah.
And James Vince has been dropped. It's all kicking off that Hampshire game. Hampshire-Essex. Apparently fans are flocking into the ground at Chelmsford.
Yeah, not
Could be a
surprised.
fantastic
Yeah,
final afternoon.
One of those where you're sort of keeping an eye on your phone and then or watching the stream, and then suddenly you see, oh, hang on a minute, there's a cracking finish there. We might get one here yet today. You never know. If the weather stays like this, that's a drive, and that's going to be 4 runs.
I just thought he was standing there holding the pose, and I remembered that he's not running because he's got a runner. But he did stride down 3 steps.
Just a bit like that.
Lovely cover drive. Thank you, Chelsea. Amazing food this year.
Thanks very much.
Legendary chef.
I'll see you next week at the
Oh yeah, they do. The end of season dinner.
Ah, there
We look
go.
forward to your cider soup.
Cider soup and chicken and veg.
Mm,
And lemon meringue pie.
Yeah, this time you won't get told off.
No,
Thanks, Chelsea.
thanks.
Chelsea's been cooking for us all season, and we're very grateful.
Yeah, Pete Trigo, particularly grateful for the omelettes she's provided.
Pete
personally.
Trigo gets special omelette, and there were some days where he would have the special omelette, but he'd also have what was being served up, and then Chelsea said, well, why am I making you an omelette
Yeah.
if you're just having the normal food as well?
He's been dobbed in a few times for that poor behaviour.
Thing is, when you're Pete Trigo and you've scored several thousand
Well,
runs...
you know his exact stats, having read the
Well,
maps in one area. the other day.
no,
Tom Abel back in, he's sort of punched, but it goes nowhere.
it was interesting discussion with Pete about his career, about how he was on the fringes of England. He thought he was close to getting called up, played a lot for the Lions, but it didn't quite materialise. Well, yeah, I checked to see how well he knew his stats. Turns out pretty well. Not that surprising.
No,
I guess as a cricketer, you kind of remember your final stats, don't you?
Yeah, it's
Sure.
It could be 4 runs, you know. It's a long way out there. This guy is not quite as quick chasing that as he was early in the day. He did score 100 a couple of days ago. Tom Abel was a little bit gutted. He's bowled 9.1 overs now. 3 for 38. Nice sort of square. It's almost a cover drive. The tail enders don't really play a cover drive or a cut, do they? They sort of stand there and just swing the willow. It's an in-between job. Borthwick scored his 2nd century of the season, and both of them have come against Worcestershire. Isn't it funny how things like that work? I just find it odd that people just do well against certain counties. The chances, there's 18 counties out there. Plenty different teams to play against, but I think there was a single there. Josh Davey at mid-off had to chop round to his left hand. But with the run, I think they're just going to play it safe and only run if they're sure about it.
41 runs needed to avoid the follow-on. Getting a big clue of watching quite a lot of this game as to why Kent find themselves where they are.
Yeah.
Full ball from Abel.
Oh, Tom Banton sprinted around to that, dived and just missed it. It went for 4.
I think because of the Hogan being there and the umpire not far away, I wonder whether he checked his drive so as not to completely wipe out Michael Hogan.
And
Let's have a
also
look.
there's
Hang on.
the little uncut wicket end.
Maybe not. No, yeah. No, I don't think it was.
To be fair, Hogan moved out his way.
Yeah.
Back on Durham, we've given Durham a lot of love today. Big fan of Durham, aren't we all? 2nd county and everything. I love this. They have 47 batting points this season. The record was 49 in 2009. That's a good stop at first hit, because that could have gone for 4. He saved 3 or he saved 2 runs. Lewis Gregory trotting back, soft hands down into the cordon. But yeah, when they won the championship in 2009, Durham notched 49 batting points, and I'm pretty confident they'll break that record. If not today, then next week. Now, how many Kent fans are watching this game, and how many Kent fans are watching the Middlesex game?
Well, I think you've got to watch your team, haven't you?
But they
You'd certainly be keeping an eye on it. It might be double screening.
Or how many Kent fans have gone to Lords? That would be an interesting one, because Lords is a lot closer than Taunton.
Absolutely. Yeah, well, especially with HS1, you can get there easily.
Maybe they've got our stream on their phone on their lap at Lords.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Hello to anyone watching us at Lords. Would love to hear from you if you're at Lords watching.
We would love to, indeed. That would make our day, Charlie.
Yeah. You can find me at CharlieTaylor4 on Twitter. What's yours again? Harry Everett?
_14.
Harry Everett _14. Is that the number you play cricket in?
No, date of birth, actually. Valentine's Day, 96.
Your birthday's Valentine's Day. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? How does that work out?
I get lots of love. I get presents and cards on Valentine's Day, Charlie. There he is.
Look, Harry Trump's got his earpiece in. Bit embarrassing earlier on, Harry, wasn't it?
You paid 12 quid for that, Harry Trump. Oh, he's taking pictures. He's professional.
Oh, yeah. He's pretending to take photos.
I'll be honest with you. I just texted him, and I also texted a couple of the commercial team, and I said, "Can you please sort out the photographer who's not repping Virtue Motors earpieces?" And he said, "Oh, someone's on it for me." So well done. Harry's listening.
Big old swipe there. I expect that made a good photo.
That's a number 11 shot. He's got there. Sam Robson's got his 100. 251 deliveries, 14 falls.
Oh, you can see how much that hurt Hogan. Twisting on his leg, his hamstring. Maybe his groin. 10 off that over. Previously, Wagner on now. Does look in pain, poor old Michael Hogan. 41, 42 is he?
42, yeah. There's been more transfer news, Charlie. You know, I thought all the transfers were done for the year, but the big lad, Mitch Stanley, the big steamer who plays for Worcestershire, I watched him open the bowling against New Zealand, against Finn Allen and Devon Conway the other week. He's gone to Lancashire on a one-year deal. That's a bit of a rogue transfer.
Hang on, let me put my computer screen down and get a clearer shot this time. Harry, go for it. Harry Trump, that is.
How has he done that? We're looking at a TV camera
forward.
live stream at the professional photographer camera.
Look at him left his headband on.
There's
a good zoom lens on that one.
Tell you what, phenomenal camera work, Harry Trump, the best photographer in the West.
Very good. Oh, look, he's put his headband on around the camera, around the lens.
Nice
like
touch.
it.
Like that a lot. There we go. We do special things at Somerset. We just need Brian the Cat to make an appearance, and that's a special final day.
That's your new Twitter photo, by the way.
His left leg has gone towards mid-wicket. He tried to hit the ball through extra cover, and he just missed. Michael Hogan bang without a hamstring, in fairness.
Hogan on 8, Arafat on 11.
So Worcestershire have lost Josh Tongue and Dylan Pennington to Notts. They've lost Pat Brown to Derbyshire and now Mitch Stanley to Lancashire. You going to try and bowl seam for Worcestershire next year, Charlie?
I'll give it a go. Grandad was born in Worcester, so I reckon I've got the credentials.
Oh, that's a nice shot. Really nice shot. It's only going to be one run. TKC's down there.
Do you think, as a batter, when you're running with a runner, so Hogan there, his natural instinct would have been to set off for a run? He must really have to think hard not to run. I know he'll have the pain of the
only thing about
injury.
it is Michael Hogan, like I said, about a bit like March and Delanga. He's one of those guys who swings from the hip, so he probably doesn't actually run that much anyway.
That's probably true.
Can they get past 250? Can they get past the follow-on target? Sorry, 85 for none. I think that's it for Northampton.
Yeah,
Minimum overs, 37 remaining today, but you don't see
Unlikely.
Burns and said we're giving it away. That's going to be another
Ah,
four.
Great shot.
Tell you what, Neil Wagner's not having his best day at the office.
No. If anyone, Abel's looked the most likely, isn't he, really?
Neil Wagner's 1 for 58, and even that was, you could argue, well-directed short ball, but it was a pull shot, nailed straight at Tom Banton.
Yeah. Abel 3 for 44. Gregory 3 for 49. I think Gregory's still off the field.
Stephen Lamb's back. Did you manage to find Brian the Cat on your travels, Stephen? No.
No sign of Brian today.
Come back without a cuddly cat in his arms.
So what we get? One more over before tea, I expect.
I reckon so. And then you're legging it, aren't you, Charlie?
I've got
Part-time
an
Charlie
awards
today.
I've got an awards due.
Don't give us an excuse, part-time Charlie.
Part-time? I was up at... my alarm went off at 10 past 4 this morning. Touched a nerve here, mate.
I have.
10 past 4 this morning.
I didn't say you were part-time for the BBC.
And did my BBC show. And instantly, as soon as I could, came here.
Very good.
And then leaving it around about tea time to go over to the awards do that I'm hosting later on.
How many updates on the radio did you give at Somerset here between 10:30 and 12?
I wasn't on air between 10:30 and 12. Breakfast show doesn't finish at midday.
See, really? You should have been here at 10:30.
No, because I got to run through the rehearsal for the awards do that I was doing. I can give you a breakdown minute by minute of my day if you like. Part-time, but part-time rankles a bit when in
Part-time Charlie does bring
non-stop
it back,
from
really.
5 a.m. through till about 11 p.m.
It's
today.
4:30 a minute ago.
Well, 4:30 is when I left the house.
Very good. No, part-time Charlie. We had part-time Polly, to be fair, when we were folding leaflets on Wednesday. So. Tom Abel in again. That's a big old swing.
Oh.
He did not mean that to go to the Colin Atkinson for 4 through fine leg. He was trying to hit that over long on towards the car park, towards Anthony Gibson and Annie Chave in the BBC commentary box. But in the end, he's found a 4 to Colin Atkinson pavilion. You take him, Ken, every run.
Well, they're not
Vital.
that far off getting some points here. And avoiding the follow-on, which would be the bigger...
Yeah.
Well, I know the points are obviously huge, but in the context of this game, they definitely don't want to lose. Losing would be a complete disaster for Kent here.
One blow could be past the 250 and the follow-on in one go.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, that could be... no, he's got away with it. Josh Davies going to turn and go. They should get 2 here. Do the runners communicate? Great running from the runners. I've been really impressed with, as runners go, have we worked out, is it definitely Jack Leaning?
I'm not sure he's got the beard for leaning, is it?
Firm? Is it Marcus O'Reilly?
Is it Compton or someone? No. It's Finch. It's Finch. Thank you, Ben.
Finch, the wicket-keeper,
Yeah.
with the forearm guard. I suppose Finch, well, he had a fair stint at the crease. 26 off 33 balls he got.
Yeah.
He's young and keen. Do you think it's a bit harsh to make a keeper run? I wouldn't make a bowler or a keeper run. I'd make one of the batters who went early.
100%. If the batter's got out for barely anything, I'd be sending them out.
It'd be
So you've got
Rie,
fresh
you're
legs.
thinking, yeah.
You're not going to be needed much
You'd be
in
a
the
young
second innings.
batter, surely.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think that's harsh. If Finch misses a diving catch, well, mind you,
Or if he pulls a hamstring out there running, then you'd
Yeah.
be annoyed, wouldn't you?
well, they're down to their 6th choice for keeper, weren't they? With no Billings, Robinson, Cox. Ooh, that's another smear.
Putting it in the slot, but
Talk about March and Delanga. I think him and Hogan could bat in a mirror and you wouldn't be able to tell them apart.
well, if they do get past 255, then that's the game, then, isn't it? Really?
It means the handshakes will come soon, I suppose.
Yeah, Somerset, unless Somerset
Both teams
declare
get
an
them
innings, but I can't see them doing that, risking that, just to get a win that they don't desperately need.
Yeah, that would be exciting though, wouldn't it?
Well,
Declare
yeah,
an
it
innings
would.
And then Kent need 200 off 25 overs.
Yeah, that'd be. I tell
That
you,
could be a cracker.
Kent would go for that, wouldn't they? They'd need
You-
that. The idea of a win would be.
You might cancel your evening plans for that.
Got him.
Got it.
That's the end of that. And I did say earlier on he's putting it in the slot, but that's because that's what he's hoping for, is that eventually Hogan would miss one and it would knock middle stump back, and it has done. So Abel, who finishes with in fact he's going to finish with the best figures because he's picked up 4 wickets today, 4 for 50, possibly 4 for 54. I think might be 4 runs behind, which is an excellent return for the captain, who has been injured a little bit this season with his side strain that kept him out of an England squad, so not bowled as much as he could have done. But he's shown how useful he is, and that is the end of the Kent innings. And now I'm certain that, as he has done every single time he's had the option, that young Abel there, who's just taken the wicket, will say, yes, please, Kent, can you come back out, please?
As I say earlier, Tom Abel could take a 10 for today.
Well, yeah, he only needs 6 now, doesn't he, in the second innings? It's actually not quite doable. Actually, that's probably going to be tea. So,
well, I was about to say, I'm delighted how well that's fallen. I hate it when you lose 10 minutes and 2 overs for an innings change.
Oh, of course, you won't lose the 2 overs.
I love it that that's fallen at tea.
Great point for Somerset.
Saves 2 overs.
Yes, 12 deliveries that might make a big difference.
The win is on here, Charlie. Somerset have 41 overs. That might be their... No, it should still be 41, shouldn't it?
41
if light holds.
That's the thing for me. You've got September, it's one of the latest games of the year. You're going to lose the light earlier, but it's fairly blue, light, fluffy clouds. You might be all right. You're going to get quite a lot of those. If you can reduce Kent to 30 for 4 again, suddenly you're looking at a very different game. But as it stands, you'd still say Somerset have got an awful lot to do if they're going to win this game. Kent will be gutted, so have only picked up 1 bonus point across 2 innings there, 1 bowling point, when what they desperately needed was all the points they could muster in what was probably going to be a rain-reduced draw anyway. They've actually been bad enough that they could potentially only finish this game with 1 point if they can't stop Somerset taking 10 wickets. It's a big ask. It means there's an absolutely brilliant final session of this match coming. We didn't know if we'd get a brilliant end to this game, but we are going to get one, which is brilliant news.
So good that you're going to leave us.
Which is what I'm going to do, is leave it in the hands of the professionals, because I am otherwise engaged today. In fact, I wasn't actually booked for today. And then they said, I can't remember who it was, someone wasn't able to make it. So I said, well, I can come along and make up numbers for a bit. So I'll say thank you very much for having me for this season. It's been an absolute joy. Fingers crossed Somerset can pick up a win here, certainly from my perspective anyway. I'm sure the Kent fans won't be thinking that, but thank you very much for having me, and I look forward to seeing you all again next season. Winter well, and we'll keep fingers crossed. I'll be watching as Somerset hopefully pick up 10 wickets here, and I'll leave you with Harry and Stephen after the tea break.
Thanks very much, Charlie Taylor. He'll be back next April, I'm sure. We'll be back in 20 minutes.
21 extras in total, of which one was a leg bye and 20 no balls. Bowling figures for Somerset. Lewis Gregory, 11 overs, 1 maiden, 3 wickets for 49. Jack Brooks, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 wicket for 33. Josh Davey, 11 overs, 2 maidens, 1 wicket for 40. Neil Wagner, 12 overs, 2 maidens, 1 wicket for 58. And Tom Abel, 11 overs, 2 maidens, 4 wickets for 54. So Somerset, having forced the follow-on, Kent will start their second innings shortly, trailing by 169 runs.
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground. Final session of the season here at Taunton in County Championship cricket, and it could be an interesting one because you won't be surprised to hear, you may well know already, that Tom Abel has enforced the follow-on here. Kent bowled out for 235 and falling short of any batting points at all and of that follow-on figure, which would have been 255. So with time running out in the game, we've got just 41 overs left. The Somerset captain would have had no hesitation in enforcing. I'm Stephen Lamb, Harry Everett alongside. No surprise, Harry.
No, Tom Abel has always enforced the follow-on when he's given the opportunity to do so. Lewis Gregory's going to take the first over. You'd have thought it'd be Brooksy Ferret from the far end with his headband in tow.
You would. Headbands are the order of the day.
He's warming up at mid-off. Mid-on? Yeah, mid-on, because Tawanda Muye is going to take strike again today to face the first ball with 4-5 slips in place.
Muye, who scored 2 beautiful boundaries this morning, but that was the extent of it.
Cover drives, weren't they? Oh, he nearly tried to the first ball, didn't he?
Rather hanging his bat out to dry. He was thinking of the cover drive, but didn't go through with it. Strange sort of stroke in the end. Yeah, he just checked the shot.
Yeah. Probably did well to pull out that.
And just as they started this morning, Somerset, they have 5 slips. You sense that the conditions may not be quite so bowler friendly as they were first thing.
Now, isn't it? Dry pitch now.
Yeah, that's fine, the middle of the bat, okay. Lewis Gregory was exemplary this morning. It's a fantastic 7-over spell in which he picked up 3 wickets. Really beautiful display of swing and seam bowling. He's still not happy with that popping crease, Lewis Gregory. He's been kicking away at it a lot today. Something not quite right at the point of delivery with that brand new ball. Watchful defence again from Muye. So Somerset the only team really with any chance of winning this game, and that may be a bit slim as well. What Middlesex need to do is bat out 41 overs, basically.
Yeah, they don't look like the team that want to bat things out, though, do they? They look an aggressive side. Strike rates are pretty high, even with being 235 all out.
But winning this game is an impossibility for them.
Oh, yes, indeed. Somerset still got another innings, remember, if required. Even if Kent suddenly charged to 250, 300.
There's maybe less incentive to go for your shots than there was in the first innings, because first innings at least there was the lure of batting points. No longer. Somerset assured of at least 12 points altogether from this match. A draw will give them 5 to add to the 7 bonus points they've already secured. Just forfeiting 1 batting point with the declaration this morning. And Middlesex, I beg your pardon, Kent by contrast, just the 1 bowling point. Nothing at all for batting. So they can basically, they can hope for a maximum of 6 altogether.
Not quite as good a first over from Lewis Gregory as it was this morning. I mean, still a maiden. You can't argue the maiden, but not the playing and missing and the probing lines he bowled earlier on in the day. But Jack
and not the assistance either.
No.
From the atmosphere.
Still a new ball, of course, but
it was a dewy, wet morning after the rain we had yesterday. and skies overcast periodically. It was a bowler's morning, but now we've got bright sunshine over Taunton, and it is going to be Jack Brooks.
What can Jack Brooks do with a new ball? I said earlier it'd be his last ever time with a new ball, but he gets another chance with a new ball. In a Somerset shirt at Taunton.
Going to have 4 slips. Just pacing themselves out, that cordon, as Brooks is ready.
Well played, Ben Compton. Good bit of fielding and backward point diving. Tom Cullicam will often lose his trousers. Exposes the Under Armour shorts underneath, but yeah, never tightens them, does he? Having a little chuckle with the cordon. Andy Mead is at second.
Took a nice catch there this morning.
Yeah, he did. He's telling Tom Abel to go further away at third. And he's an experienced cricketer. Well, Brooks has to play a miss. Then able to go further away at third, and he's still got Lewis Gregory at orthodox first slip. James Rew can cover a fair amount of ground from the wicket-keeping position. What can he do now, Jack Brooks with the ball? Oh, that's a full toss. He's angry. He didn't get hold of that at all. Ben Compton's going to scuff it for 2. Slightly bemusing delivery. Watch this on the replay. Not one Jack Brooks will be watching the replay again. I wonder how many times he'll watch his final bowl in a Somerset shirt back. Over the years, will he sit down with kids and grandkids? Will he? I think he'll be analysing.
Well, the wicket will do.
Well, yeah. I mean, we hope he
It'll
plays
be watchable.
We hope he plays Edgbaston next week. We don't know for sure yet.
Just the 1 wicket so far, but he's got the chance right now to add to that. Jack Brooks, it may not. That wicket he took this morning of...
to Under Miyei.
It was. Caught that slip catch I mentioned by Andy Umeed. May be his last, but may not be.
No, you can't bowl there, Jack. Well played by Compton. You've got to put those away, but that's Cunning fodder, I'm afraid. Short boundary as well. And Yuzvendra Chahal comes onto the field. His side, India, 166 for 3 against Australia in the ODI, warming up for the World Cup. And he's not picked for the Indian side before the World Cup, and he's not picked for his Kent side here, so he'll be feeling a little bit sorry for himself in the rain and the cold in the dugout. But the sun is out here now, at last, after 3 days of pretty wet weather.
So Ben Compton has got off his pair. He's on 6 not out. Yeah, yet to get off the mark. 6 without loss. Kent. Trailing by 163. That's the figure that will require Somerset to bat again. And bear in mind, just 39 overs remaining in this match. Gregory then, from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Everything behind that from Muyeye. Can Somerset prize an opening here to propel them towards what seems an unlikely win? Take 20 wickets in a day is going some. They've got 10 of them. That'll be runs, extra cover, at least 2, probably 3. Hasn't got the legs to take it over the rope. It's quite a long boundary out there in this match. Down by the Somerset stand, the new scoreboard. Muyeye off the mark.
Yeah, he's a silky stroke maker. Hits the ball beautifully, lovely timing.
So the left-handed Ben Compton to face for the first time down at the river end. That's the end where he was dismissed for a duck in the first innings. Caught behind off the man who has ball in hand at the moment. Watchfully forward to his first ball from Gregory. Sun's disappeared for the moment. You've had a cloud around all day, but happily no interruptions. It's been badly affected by the weather this match. One day completely lost. Most of yesterday was lost. Way, way outside off stump, almost a wide.
One, two, three, four, five slips through. It's great, isn't it, Stephen? This time of day 4 to see the pouncing slips.
Yeah, casting lengthening shadows as well as autumn approaches. Sun reappearing. One of the floodlight pylons is, the shadow is just extending onto the wicket at the moment. That's the one above the new scoreboard behind Gimlet's Hill. Maybe a little outside edge about that. Fielded at point end of Gregory's over. 2 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 3. Five floodlight pylons in all here.
No peregrine falcons.
Not at the moment. We had some starlings this morning.
Yes, haven't seen the falcons for a while though. The Twitter page has been quiet.
I haven't seen them all season, but
I think I have actually.
we did have some starlings. We had a flock of them, and they were on one of the pylons this morning. Don't think it was that one. It was the one opposite.
Jack Brooks, Brooksy Ferret, the headband warrior in, and Mouye takes the easy single, back foot punched in. Josh Davies should cut the angle here. They got 2 here. Now, Paul Tweddle will not be impressed with that. I mean, he's not going to lose sleep over it. Josh Davies, an opening bowler, over the age of 30, and runs not going to make a difference. But little things that they coach fielders to cut the angle, don't they? To get to the ball as soon as possible. Josh Davies sort of run around that a little bit, let him have 2. I think Brooks would like to have a bowl at Ben Compton, the left-hander. Or just mix it up. Don't let Mouye get a even-numbered score. He's ready to go, Jack Brooks. Mouye's not. Kent, knowing that they're in no rush. The best they can get from this game is a draw, as we said earlier. Jack Brooks wants another 10 wickets. Well, bowled. If that's straighter, that's better. A little bit too far outside the off stump, but they're going away with the arm, bit of swing.
Yeah, but not as much as he found this morning. That's the difference.
Ah, Stephen, you'll like this. Now Harry Trump has got his Virtue Motors earpiece in. He's able to communicate with us. He's listening in. He said he heard the Falcons by the church first thing this morning.
Ah!
He's enjoying our David Attenborough chat.
Left alone again by Mouye. Oh, that's good news.
Great to hear.
I fear for the pigeon population.
Yeah.
That's a staple diet for peregrine falcons. Not sure how many pigeons there are around in Taunton. Seen a few pied wagtails on the outfield here. Herring gulls. Thought about playing it, didn't need to, didn't do so in the end. Broadly in defensive format so far, Kent, which isn't really surprising. A match for them to save. No other option.
No. Still a fair few fans in the ground. Enjoying the sunshine at last this week. Oh, that's a big appeal for LBW Jack Brooks to Muye. No.
He looked interested, Jack Brooks, as did James Rue. Let's have another shifty. Oh, I think it was outside off stump, just outside the line.
Close, but not close enough, you'd have to say, wouldn't you? You get one more replay of this.
Yeah, this is from the reverse angle. Not quite in line.
Outside the off stump, we reckon?
I think so.
There's another single.
Not far away, though.
That into Killer Cadmore. Cover point.
So close, but no cigar for Jack Brooks. 2 overs for 9 so far. So the overs gradually ticking down. Somerset still needing 10 wickets. 37 left.
Ellen in the James Hilder stand, still awake. Give us a wave. Not the Triscothic stand, not the River stand anymore. Now the James Hilder stand. Who's listening? There we go. There's a few waves. Back second row on the right. Always wide awake and listening to us, Stephen.
Excellent.
Faithful fans in there. I'll go and sit and have a chat with them sometimes when I'm not on commentary, but not made it around this week.
Tractor's here as well.
Yeah,
I could hear him.
I haven't heard him much today. I hope he gets in full voice.
Yeah,
in the next hour or so.
he was when I had a pot around the ground towards the end of the last session. He was in good voice. Go on, Abes.
Go on, Abes. Go on, Abel. Come on, Tommy A. Yep, great loyal fan is Tractor Driver.
Somerset just searching for another breakthrough. First of this second innings after enforcing the follow-on, to the surprise of no one. And that floodlight shadow now is right over the pitch at the non-striker's end. It's extending rapidly in this autumnal sunshine. Lifting delivery, but no requirement for Muyeye to play it. 6 apiece, the 2 Kent openers. Neither reached double figures in the Kent first innings this morning. Compton a duck and just 8 for Muyeye. The innings built around 73 from Joe Denley.
Well played. Solid defensive shot, Stephen. That's textbook, isn't it?
It's a no ball. He
Lewis
had a few of them
bowled,
from Lewis in
yeah.
the first innings.
He bowled 7 in the first innings.
That's his first of the second, I think.
Richard Walsh in the sunshine. He's not got his earpiece in.
In front of the Andy Caddick Pavilion, I fancy.
Definitely, yeah, I can see him. He's giggling away. I give him a text, shall I? Put your earpiece in. Put your sunglasses on. Mr. Bryce has got a call. Someone's spotted him on the live stream. Good camera work from Sachin. Again, good solid defensive shot. I like that Kent have, well, from Kent's sanity cricket point of view, the fact that they've come in with a defensive mindset here is more likely them to get the draw.
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't feel like defending it much in the first
I don't
innings.
think they've got very much option, have they? They've got no possible winning opportunity. And, you know, you take a swing and get yourself out in circumstances like these, it's not going to look great.
Well, there's been another wicket at Middlesex, though, Stephen. Helm, a bowled hand Dolby for 2.
Good drive. That's going to be 4 comfortably.
Glorious,
right below
glorious
us.
stroke. Yeah. Brilliant, brilliant piece of cricket, that. Lovely straight drive.
That's up there with the 2 cover drives he played this morning.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Middlesex, 2 wickets left, 33 overs remaining. Only lead by 50. 244 for 8. Hans 101 for 4, chasing 267. Many overs left. There could be over 40 overs left in that game, but Harmer will bowl a fair few of them. Liam Dawson against Simon Harmer, the two best spinners in the league, you'd probably have to say.
Squeezed away, down to third man. There'll be at least 2 here. Won't get to the boundary, and 2 is enough.
And James Vince has now reached 50, so you think Vince and Dawson at the crease is pretty useful for Hampshire, but can they get them another 150 runs? Thought it'd be a big win in that Hampshire-Essex game.
If any Hampshire pair can, it's probably those 2, isn't it?
Yeah, agreed.
20 without loss then, Kent. 13, I beg your pardon, 12 for Muyeye and 6 for Compton.
Skullboy says, Somerset you beauty, let's go Gregory and company. And the Cowpat is following the Middlesex game too. Do tweet us at Harry Everett _14. At Lamb365?
165.
1 digit out. Last few hours of the home season to get in touch as Jack Brooks is defended by Ben Compton. All the live chat and the YouTube stream, we'll try and keep tabs on that though. We are aware there's other grounds with live streams kicking off. We're keeping half an eye on the other games as well, don't you worry. The Essex live chat is already saying congratulations to Surrey. They're giving up hope as Vince and Dawson are there. And Ben Compton is as solid as it gets. And I said earlier, didn't I, how crucial that wicket was?
Yeah, well, having failed in the first innings, the urge to be limpet-like will be strengthened in the second. The left-hander. Another Compton playing at Taunton. Nick was here for a while, of course.
I missed the old Nick Compton. He was brilliant to watch here. Really enjoyed watching Nick Compton bat. Number 3 for years, wasn't he?
Yep.
Good player.
Very effective one.
He was doing some work in America, wasn't he, last time I heard?
Didn't know about that.
Coaching, yeah. He was
Okay.
Had some link out there. Done some great work with schools and foundations too.
Push gently up to mid-off. Applause from Tom Abel at the third slip for that delivery. Tom Abel, who finished up as leading wicket taker in the Kent first innings, 4 for 54. Went past Lewis Gregory by taking the last wicket. Is that going to be a run? It's a misfield, or has it hit? I think it's hit the fielder rather painfully. Hope he's okay. He's on the ground. He's completely prone at the moment.
Umpire's having a good laugh at him.
Oh, he's all right. Bit theatrical, perhaps.
Yeah.
There's not much going past the bat.
No, not like the same in the first innings, is it? I reckon that was Tom Abel's second best ever bowling figures in first class cricket. He got a 4 for 39 before. 4 for 52 today. 2 fourthers.
Yep, bowled well. Lewis Gregory's still the standout for me.
Yeah.
With his 3 for 49. Bowled so well this morning in his first spell with the new ball. Really made it talk. Could well have had 3 more wickets. Now we've got a change. This is the first time that Josh Davey has bowled from the Marcus Pavilion. The Marcus Pavilion? The Trescothic end. Picked up a wicket in the first innings. Here he is in the second.
Doesn't seem quite right in bowling from this end, does it? Having been all day from the other end.
Yeah, and he's tended to bowl from the river end as well, not just today, but
yeah,
on the
agreed.
whole.
Well, Craigo would bowl from this end, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
You think Overton and Davey, so often that Bob Willis Trophy, how good were they? The best bowling partnership, better than Abbas and Abbott in that COVID Bob Willis year.
So what can Josh Davey do in this spell? On pretty early, after just 6 overs, in place of Lewis Gregory. That's nicely done. Muyeye beaten outside the off stump. Will encourage Josh Davey. Yeah, just feeling for it, the batter. And no contact made. .147, the deficit still. Oh, that's a bit of a waft.
Yeah, doesn't need to be playing at that. I did speak to someone the other day. I was playing for Somerset Stragglers against the Stragglers of Asia in a Straggler derby at Bishop's Lydia the other day, and someone was telling me a story from the opposition about playing against Tawanda Muyeye, and I think it was a friendly or a school game, and he just whacked 150 and then just got bored and started playing left-handed, and these audacious shots. So good.
Hasn't put bat on ball in this over yet, though.
No. Oh, there we go.
This time, out to deep backward square.
Tom Banton running slightly gingerly.
Comfortable single.
Middlesex have got to 250. Ethan Bamber's still there. Former Exeter Uni lad, Seamer. They got a lead of 56, and it's getting a bit dark at Lords, so with a bad light will hinder that having a big finale. In Division 2, Durham have lost a 4th wicket now. Kashi Valley has got Ollie Robinson. Ollie Robinson, formerly of Kent, of course. That's Kashi Valley's first wicket in the county championship. But Scott Borthwick is still there, 134 not out. They've got 159. Did Robinson and Borthwick. Durham, the champions of Division 2.
Yeah, Somerset v Durham beckons next summer in the championship.
Long away trip. Presuming we'd play there at some point away.
Well, yeah, but we don't know, do we? There's no guarantee. No. I hope that will change. I've never really liked that.
It'd be fair if everyone plays everyone the same number of times. I agree, indeed.
Davey then round the wicket to the left-handed Compton. Drops a moribund bat on it, pushes it up to mid-on. Kent weathering this opening spell of salvos from Somerset at the moment. One delivery remaining in this over. Nicely fielded. And Sashin, our cameraman, in the car park, giving us a salutary wave. And that's Andy up there in the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion. Afternoon both. Great job.
Cameraman to cameraman. Yep, shout out to the interns.
Love your work.
They've been brilliant. Thank you, Andrew Holmes, who's come back, second year of helping out here, and Alex Robinson and Sachin, who's delighted to be working in cricket. And the last day. Always sad this time of year of departure, isn't it? Whether they're playing,
yeah, it is.
Hospitality or interns or media team. Jack Brooks thinks about throwing that back and drops it in his follow through. Wasn't a catching chance, just picked up the rebound. Is this petering out to a draw already, Stephen? Is that negative of me to
Well,
say with 34 overs remaining?
Yeah, I don't think it is. I mean, there's no breakthrough as yet, and breakthrough doesn't look particularly likely.
Doesn't.
Unlike this morning.
And am I slightly pessimistic? Has a lovely shot for 4. He's put nothing on that Millet. He just can punch it for 4. There's no one there. Josh Davey will collect. But the pessimist in me looks to me like the sun's going to be shrouded in grey cloud in the next hour or two. I don't see us playing past 5 with a bad light, potentially. And also, you think normally they can shake hands at 10 to 5. Being that's an 11 o'clock start. Being a 10:30 start, they could shake hands at 20 past 4. How long does Tom Abel want to keep this game going? I mean, other than Tom Kohler-Cadmore, who's on the M5 up to Trent Bridge tonight for hopefully playing an England shirt tomorrow. No one else has any other commitments until Tuesday, but then they'll all be getting up north to Edgbaston.
That's played comfortably enough. There's a world of difference between the way the ball's behaving now and the way it was this morning. That's why I'm largely in agreement with you, Harry.
Yeah.
The draw looks, well, with every delivery,
I think the Wasp is on
likely.
86% to the draw, 13% to the Somerset win, and 1%. Should we give Kent win? Do they even get 1%?
I don't think they do, actually.
Not even 1, no. You're not even giving them that much of a sniff, Stephen.
I think it's an impossibility.
Well,
I think it's a draw is highly likely now.
Yeah. Dom Sibley's got to 50, 158 balls. They're going to shake hands in probably 9 overs time there. Still, the Middlesex game is still going, but sorry, Northants. Will be a draw. They shut up shop, sorry.
Yorker and dug out by Muyeye pretty well. Going to get at least 2 for it.
Yeah, well played. Good chase from George Bartlett in his last couple of hours in a Somerset shirt. Presuming he won't play next week. He might be 12th man next week. Or whether he gets an extra week's holiday.
29 without loss then. Kent. Trailing by 140. Nice touch again, but straight to extra cover this time.
Cowpats, there's a draw, maybe a strong possibility, but worse still is that this is the last home match we'll see on the live stream for this year. Thanks for all the matches you've shown. Great job. Almost have a tear in my eye, Stephen, at this stage of the year. You wait till we're about to close and all the messages come raining in, or people start farewelling because they have other commitments on a Friday evening. They say goodbye. Lady Blade Binder waves to the excellent camera team. FSM the dog, to all at Somerset Cricket, thanks for the coverage, and a big clap hands emoji. I can see a tear just popping out of your eye, Stephen.
I can see a pied wagtail.
That's cheered you up.
I mentioned them earlier, and one of them has obligingly appeared on the outfield.
Very good at them.
It's found something too. It's got...
You like the Pied Piper?
Is it a leaf, or maybe it's a bit of roll or something?
Ben Compton is in behind. See, a more attacking batter might have tried to pull that and then got in trouble with the top edge, because Ben Compton's a, what do you call him earlier, a limpet. He can just ride the bounce and lift his hands up, go with the bounce and defend.
Still the 5 slips in, but absolutely nothing to lose by doing that. They know that runs aren't an issue. They know that wickets are the only way that they can win this. A slight chance, having taken 10, but to take 10 more in these conditions is a tall order indeed. As the overs gradually tick down.
Okay, Stephen, so at 4:30, in half an hour's time, let's say they are still none down. Does Tom Abel keep his troops in the field for another 25 overs, maximum? Or do they shake hands and think we're not going to get 10 wickets in 25 overs? Well,
it may drag on till 5, conceivably.
How does he decide when or when not?
Well, if these two are still there, I'm
an optimist, but I don't see Ben Compton giving it away. He's fairly set now. Yeah, you might give it away, but then Bell Drummond and Denley are not going to make the same mistakes as the first innings, I don't think. I mean, even though Denley batted beautifully, it was a fairly innocuous delivery that got him out, I thought.
Yeah, but this is a much more impressive opening stand
Yeah.
than these two managed. Well, it's no sort of an opening stand really in the first innings. They've got it to 29 now. They've got the deficit down below the 150. And the overs are running out.
We've got a helmeted fifth slip. Tom Banton, I think. Yep.
Just in case he's moved to short leg, I guess.
Yeah. I guess also it's not the worst idea. If Compton steers a wide, short, long hop outside off stump, it would really rocket towards fourth slip, as Polly Rhodes' embroidery work is shown on the stream again. Shows how strong the wind is. Although the sun's out, it is a jumper and shorts day. There aren't many in t-shirts in the crowd. Tractor driver, I dare say, would be one.
I'm okay in a shirt when the sun's out, but as soon as it goes in...
You got your knees covered, Stephen.
One layer isn't enough. Davey then. Outside off stump, and no need to play it. You can see the mindset, can't you? Come out of this with a draw. That's the way Kent are looking at it.
They only got one bonus point. I can't remember many teams only getting one. Normally you get at least 2 bowling points and you might scrape to 1 batting point, but Somerset, they couldn't take enough wickets before Somerset declared to even get a second bowling bonus point. Only 4 down with Somerset.
Yeah, so they were 2 wickets short, Kent, of the second one.
And Somerset were only 46 runs short of full maximum batting bonus points. Still slightly disappointed in me. If Somerset end up drawing this game, part of me thinks, could they have let TKC get his 100?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think given the way the conditions were, I think that declaration was...
Oh, is it fair? Yeah, yeah. We can't really argue it now. And if suddenly there's a little collapso now, then it could be different. As Shoaib Bashir runs on with his yellow sweater. Neil Wagner's going to have a bowl. What are we looking at there on the camera?
We've got a floodlight pylon.
That's
and,
the Viridor, isn't it?
Yeah, one of the buildings that surrounds the ground in the distance, and the shades of a rainbow.
Oh, couldn't see that. That's Sachin's eagle eyes over there.
We've had one or two. There was quite a thick, it wasn't a complete one, but quite a thick partial one over the Quantox this morning, which was rather nice to see. That's behind the Andy Caddick Pavilion.
That's good. On the money for Neil Wagner. First ball right on it.
Yeah, he's come on in place of Jack Brooks.
Oh, here we go, Stephen. Plenty of comments. It'll be a long winter till those warm-up match live streams, says Lady Bladebinder. Correct. Funny little bird, she says, about the Pied Wagtails. And FSM the dog enjoyed the last #flagwatch. And Clyde F is worried that we're going to stop live streaming games. No, no, no. Just for 2023. That's an appeal for Abu Dhabi, but doesn't he pitch his outside leg? Left arm over the wicket. I think you're
across, I think.
Yeah, you're looking for a lot there, Neil Wagner. And FSM the dog, we are still trying to get Brian in the combo before the day is out.
Let's have another look at that LBW appeal. Slanting across, missing off. It's a difficult angle to get an LBW for a left armour. Single here, out to deep mid wicket.
You're asking a lot, aren't you, being a left arm over bowler? There's been a wicket. Ethan Bamber's gone, caught behind Ollie Hannon Dolby. 251 for 9 at Middlesex, and suddenly they only lead by 57. 27 remaining overs in the day. Middlesex could lose this game. Warwickshire could get the win, and Middlesex could be sent down, and Kent would be pretty happy then, taking this draw and a Middlesex loss, and suddenly Kent could pop above Middlesex.
Yep. Defended here at Taunton. Very much alive at Lord's.
Yeah,
plainly.
that's big, isn't it? Cracking slower ball. Just watch the replay of that. Got the Middlesex stream up, and that was a beauty from Ollie Hannon Dolby. Clever bowling. You can't see them getting many more with Tim Murtagh. He'll have a swing of the willow, will the Irish international. Got that 5 against England at Lords in the Test match, of course. Did swing a few with a bat, but Tim Murtagh in his final appearance at Lords. Can he provide a Jack Leach-esque innings? The same game, wasn't it? He got a 5-fer.
He's done. He got 6-fer, didn't he, with the ball?
And Jack Leach did it with the bat that day. Should have got 100. Could have got 100. Well, Robson's on 100. 107 not out of 282 balls. Herculean effort from Sam Robson, another former England opener. He's still defending resolutely. He's batting for his county on the line. I love the passion in county cricket, don't you? When you see, even Burns and Sibley today, they weren't going to play him for the win, but playing for the draw. They've batted so stoically. Just to ensure they get that draw, ensure they win the championship. They don't give Essex a sniff. And then Robson's the same. He's doing his very best on his own. Can he keep Middlesex up? But it's only really been Higgins and Robson scoring runs for Middlesex all year. Stoneman's had a disappointing season at the top. Eskenazi's been in and out, and some of the young lads have flirted with run scoring, but nothing big.
Still to be Josh Davey here. He'll be bowling to Muyeye, who's on 20. Freer scoring of these two Kent openers as the visitors follow on. But no breakthrough yet for Somerset, and time is rapidly running out. Just 31 overs remaining potentially in this game. If these two hang around, I suspect we may not see all of those overs. A draw, every delivery that goes by, becomes more and more likely. Davey to Muyeye. Just prodded up to mid-off. Plays quite wide. Got a slight glitch on the scoreboard at the moment. Neil Wagner is bowling at both ends.
It's
Quite
so
strange.
good, bowling from both ends. Polly's shaking her head. She's not happy.
Yeah, she's looking a bit glum
Not impressed.
in her headband.
Oh, she's smiling again now. She's seen the funny side last game of the season. At home, Josh Davey is driven. Glorious shot. Tawanda Muyeye has not left the crease. Not even one step down the wicket.
Just stood and admired.
Yeah. And I don't blame him.
Have another look at this. Beautiful stroke. Bat straight. Not trying to hit it too hard. Timing perfect.
So after the first 12 matches, just looking at Josh Davies' stats with the ball. Bowled just not as many overs as you'd expect him to, with the injuries he's had this season. He's into Muyeye again. Oh, that's a catch. Great catch. Tom Abel diving in from third slip in front of Andy Mead at second. Josh Davey was about to read through his stats for the season, and that is another wicket to add to the column. 34 for 1 now, Kent. And Josh Davey getting the breakthrough there. And we were just saying the ball wasn't doing as much as the first innings we've seen today. Suddenly, Somerset only need 9 more wickets. We know Hogan will come out with a runner. Can Kent get to the close of play and earn a draw?
And just as you were about to read those stats out, we're going to have to adjust them.
We are. That ruins my line.
Well bowled, Josh Davey.
Well, do you want them, Stephen?
Nice catch by Tom Abel.
It was. After 12 matches, Josh Davey only had 10 wickets. 14 maidens, 354 runs, an average of 35, economy of 3.7, a best of 4 for 17. Well, he picked up the wicket of Marcus O'Riordan, Abu Dhabi for 35 earlier today. He's got a second wicket in the day now. And DBD will have to come in and see what he can do.
Well, always assuming he's recovered from the shock of getting dismissed in the way he did this morning. Hitting a full toss straight to Lewis Goldsworthy at mid-wicket. The one wayward delivery that Lewis Gregory bowled in that wonderful spell this morning. So Bell Drummond has another opportunity on the same day to play himself in again. 34 for 1 then, Kent. Somerset need another 9. 31 overs to get them.
9 wickets. 9 wickets, Stephen. What do you reckon?
Still a tall order.
Yeah. Well played.
Get 4 for that, I fancy. No, cut off just inside the boundary. Just 2. Straight off the mark, Bell Drummond. Muyeye dismissed for 24. Caught Abel bowled Davey. 3 boundaries, 37 deliveries. Easy on the eye again. But that was a really nice catch by Tom Abel, moving smartly to his left.
It was a great catch.
Good reaction catch.
Great fielding. Oh, that could have been a run out, Stephen. Tom Banton, 1 hand, 1 bounce. Good reactions. Bell Drummond was about to run, but he didn't.
Yeah, he made as if to shy at the stumps, Tom Banton, but he hadn't left his crease.
Now, Division 2 has been ravaged by rain this week.
I know, he just got his bat back, basically.
Yeah, that wasn't going to be helpful. But yeah, poor Division 2 has seen another result decided early. We saw Notts and Lancs called off very early, still in the first innings at Old Trafford. Hardly worth bothering up there in 4 days. Well, Worcestershire have drawn with Durham. Borthwick left on 134 not out. And no one's playing in Division 2. Division 1 still got some crackers. But Middlesex Warwickshire is probably the most dramatic game left.
End of Josh Davies over, a successful one. Although it's not reflected on the scoreboard at the moment.
Not
It's
yet.
still Wagner and Wagner.
Wagner's bowling a great double spell.
Few hefty clouds in the distance. There's some rain on the Quantox there, over to the left of your screen. Just hope that passes to the north of us. Decidedly murky. 36 for 1. $133 behind still, Kent. Somerset still searching for what would be an unlikely victory.
That's another decent delivery. Just seemed to stay a little bit low. And if you go on the Somerset Facebook page, you get to see a 50-second video of Tom Curler-Cadmore's huge sixes. Worth a watch. That second ball, he hit Jack Leaning into the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. TKC went ballistic yesterday, warming up for his England white ball stint for the couple of games left against Ireland.
Firm defence this time from Ben Compton. Very much the man for the moment from Kent's point of view. It's probably their ideal batter to have at the crease defending. See his team to a draw here. Not having anything to do with that one. Outside his off stump. 6 from 30 deliveries, Ben Compton. Mindset is defensive.
Bit grey, isn't it? Bit darker overhead.
Yeah, they need the floodlights possibly. That's still an option if it gets any darker. Essex side, and James Rue reacting well. Applauded by Lewis Gregory. Well taken, sir. Lewis Gregory at first slip. Just bowled 3 overs with the new ball. Might well see him again though. Nicely timed, but entirely defensive again from Ben Compton to end the over. 36 for 1.
Stephen, massive developments in London. 2 massive games for both ends of the table in London. Rain stopped play at the Oval, and then they shook hands. So Surrey have drawn with Northants. So Northants are relegated. Surrey are not 100% confirmed at the top yet, though. They're pretty much going to win it. But Tim Murtagh was bowled by Danny Briggs for none. So poor chap. Didn't get any runs in his final appearance for the bat for Middlesex. And Warwickshire now only need 58 to win in 23 overs. But the covers are on, and it's getting dark. So obviously rain at the Oval, rain at Middlesex.
So that
the
could
Oval
be
not far
abandoned.
apart. So that's abandoned.
Could be.
Then Sam Robson's 100 could be crucial. Middlesex could have got away with it because Warwickshire could chase 58 in 5, 6, 7 overs. They'd go out and whack it and get it done before the rain of bad light stops them. Wow, it's all kicking off in London, the County Championship, but Josh Davies still going for his 2nd wicket in this innings here. Can't keep up with all the drama, Stephen.
No, London's a busy place in the County Championship at the moment.
See, I've got the stream on and there's serious rain at Lord's. Look at that, all the covers on. Rain coming down the press box window.
So that could be that.
That could be that. Essex. Hampshire. Essex Hampshire still going. But with Vince and Dawson, the Hamps face full trust.
Josh Davey into his 4th over. Has the 1 wicket to have fallen in this Kent 2nd innings. Picked one up in the 1st as well. Tom Abel clapping his hands in encouragement at 3rd slip. Somerset striving for another breakthrough. Under some fairly heavy cloud. That may well help the bowler's cause. Defence again from Drummond. Certainly it was cloudy this morning and pretty damp. And that made it very difficult to bat in the first hour or so.
£139 for 4 Hampshire. Vince 63, Dawson 44. 2 England internationals. Genuine all-rounder, Liam Dawson, really. They are doing their job against Simon Harmer. James Finch is batting right outside the off-stump.
Clipped away by Drummond. At least 2 here. It might go all the way. Such is the excellent placement. Threaded a gap through the onside field. Daniel Drummond, and that's his first boundary. Draws level with Ben Compton on 6. 40 for 1, Kent. Deficit now is 129.
Lovely shot. How about that, Stephen? Some of the shots today have been down the ground, haven't they? Miye, we saw do it. Daniel Drummond now. The straight drive down the ground is just beautiful.
Always good to see. So a brace of boundaries in succession for Daniel Drummond, who rapidly moves to double figures.
Yep, just 2 games going in the County Championship now. Essex against Hampshire, and here Somerset against Kent. Australia looking like they're going to lose to India as well in that ODI India needing just 65 off 70 balls with Surya Kumar Yadav and KL Rahul at the wicket. Little bit of grey cloud here, but nothing terminal yet.
I think he played at that.
Plays it low, doesn't he? Oh no, he's holding his hamstring. Josh Davey bowled a beauty there, then he held his hamstring. He's still walking. Hopefully he's all right. Now, Josh Davey, he was playing in the twos last week. He was on the two scorecard, but one day when he was down and meant to be at Taunton Valley, he was actually in the gym here last Monday. Him and Casey Aldridge were in the twos 11 and on the scorecard, but didn't actually bowl. So he wasn't 100% fit coming into this game. But, you know, the season ending, he wanted to get a go and get a bowl.
He's not going off. I think he's finished his spell, Josh Davey. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 17. And quite an expensive end to the spell with that brace of boundaries. But I think he's okay. In the meantime, it's still to be Wagner at the river end. And the scoreboard has sorted itself out to the extent that Wagner is only down to bowl at one end rather than both. This is his third over. Just 1 run off him so far. Much more miserly than he was first thing this morning.
When he was bowling from both ends, Stephen. I mean, that's unfair, isn't it?
Whatever gremlin it was has been put to flight. Compton not interested in playing that. Single-minded intention on Ben Compton's part to hang around until stumps and the end of this match. 6 from 36 deliveries. Solid defence. And again. Up to mid-on. Potentially 28 overs still left in this match. It's very unlikely that Somerset are going to be able to polish off these 9 wickets in that time. Nothing's impossible though in cricket.
No, need a bit of magic. Tom Banton's just chatting to Sher Bashir on the boundary. Banton's at deep square leg. He's been the short leg man. He's been the third slip, the fourth slip, the gully. He's fielded at point. He's fielded at short mid wicket. Tom Banton's not batted this week. He's not kept this week, but he's fielded in so many different positions. There's Harry Trump and his apprentice, Jacob Harrier, in the lap of the ground with their cameras, getting different shots from different angles.
Push gently out to cover this time by the obdurate Ben Compton. Oh, is that a catch behind the wicket? It is. It is. Compton's gone. Rue taking the catch low down and comfortably enough. And the man who was standing between Somerset and a possible win, still possible, very unlikely, has been dismissed.
Yeah, I did not expect Ben Compton to give another chance, to be honest with you. I'm really surprised with that. Neil Wagner, the overseas Kiwi bowler. Can he provide the magic Somerset need? Fine edge, wasn't it? Compton walked straight off.
He knew straight away, didn't he? James Rue taking the catch. So, wicket number 2 for Somerset. Is there life in this game yet?
Oh, there's always life. They know it's the fat lady sings, don't they say, Stephen?
Yeah, well, that's a big wicket.
Well, Neil Wagner's economy rate of 0.33. When I looked at his economy rate in the first innings was 12. Went for over 30 in his first 3 overs. Complete change-up. Can he be the hero here for Somerset? Ben Compton has to go for 6.
He's worked out the modus operandi for the conditions.
pitch it up.
Look at those figures.
6 of 39 balls, and then the 40th was his demise, Ben Compton.
3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 1, Neil Wagner. Remarkable. Now, this is rather unexpected.
No.
Tom Banton is going to come on to bowl.
Why? What? What's wrong with Lewis Goldsworthy? What's wrong with Andy Mead?
Very strange. Perhaps
Really?
Tom Abel feels that Tom Banton hasn't had enough opportunity in this match. Anyway,
This is baffling me, Stephen Lamb.
that was a full toss that he started with, and he's got away with.
Doesn't surprise me. We're just taking a wicket at Somerset. The game's alive. They need 8 more. Joke bowling's a bit early for that, isn't it? Is this because Banton's not done anything all game?
Certainly unexpected.
We've seen Banton bowl. We've seen George Bartlett bowl in the championship this year, but we've not seen much of Lewis Goldsworthy or Andy Mead.
Maybe it's
He's got 2
just
slips in
to
place.
give the batters something that he completely wasn't expecting.
I don't mind that, but why the over after Wagner's taken a wicket and you got a new batter? Well, Leamy might not face a ball, but get more overs in, I suppose. It's a bad light thing. Barry
Does seem
Banton is having
extraordinary.
a whale of a time. He's loving this.
Gentle off breaks.
Well, that
one
turned, Stephen. That seriously turned.
Turned square. If you can get one of those on target.
So Simon Harman needs to stop playing against Hampshire and come down here and watch this Barry Banton masterclass.
And again.
Well played by Bell Drummond, because that was a
slightly
real
gingerly.
surprise.
Well, that's not a... If you take out the full toss, that's not a bad over. It's a maiden, without question. But really, they have in fact shaken hands.
Oh.
It's over. The match has been drawn. So Tom Abel making the decision that he didn't think the conditions were going to allow him to make sufficient inroads into the Kent innings. He got 2 wickets, but he reckoned he wasn't going to get another 8 in the remaining 26 overs. So the match does end in a draw. It will mean that Somerset take 12 points from it, and their survival in Division 1 is assured. And that's not so for Kent. They take just the 6 points from the match and know that there is a very real possibility they could be relegated. It's either them or Middlesex. Confirmed today that Northants will go down. That was virtually certain at the start of this round of games. But that is definite. Somerset will survive, and either Kent or Middlesex will be relegated along with Northamptonshire.
Yeah, well, that was a bit of a weird end to the game, Stephen. That took us by surprise. I said, when will they shake hands? When will it be? But we should give a shout out to a few more thanks on the live stream. Cowpat, thanks for the live stream. Best live stream of all the counties. FSM the Dog says, cheers all at Somerset for the coverage. And Lady Blade Binder says, thank you to Somerset coverage. Has been great, and to all involved with the commentaries. FSM will miss the banter and gossip from all of us. Keep safe over the winter, and we'll see you next spring. Well, Jack Brooks is going to get to lead the players off. He deserves every clap, round of applause and accolade. We've got our headbands on up here. Mr. Hawkins is getting a thank you. The ground staff getting a big thank you from umpires Lungley and Saggers. Polly's getting a wave in the score box next door. And it's a bit of an emotional farewell, isn't it, Stephen?
It is.
Where's George Bartlett? He should be getting a bit of a...
Yeah,
Was he on the field? I don't think
when
he
you
was.
know that the moment has come, and we do know that Jack Brooks will not be playing for Somerset again at Taunton. This is his last game. May not necessarily be his retirement from all first-class cricket, but it is certainly his last game here for Somerset. May play next week at Edgbaston. Who knows? But he's been an adornment, Jack Brooks, while he's been here at Taunton. Previously with Northants and Yorkshire. And he's been a thoroughly useful part of the Somerset squad. So the floodlights weren't required in the end. We were thinking, oh, it's getting darker. If we carry on, then maybe we'll need them. But that's how it's finished. with a maiden over from Tom Banton.
What a weird way to finish it. Doesn't sound quite right, does it? I mean, it was actually a half-decent over after the full toss. He bowled some decent balls. He turned a couple. And Somerset have a record 15th consecutive Division 1 season. No one has been in Division 1 as long as the mighty Sidemen, says Lord Dusty, so thanks for that. So many nice comments. Thanks for all our efforts. See you next year. Gonna miss you, Jack. Excellent live streaming. We should farewell Steve Davies and George Bartlett as well as Jack Brooks.
Yep, indeed.
Three playing, but
Stephen Davies' retirement announced last week. George Bartlett on his way to Northamptonshire. And just remains really for us to say how very much we've enjoyed being with you this summer. It's been absolute ball, really.
Yeah.
To have the opportunity to watch the various formats of the game. Somerset, of course, champions in one of them, the T20 Blast. And they're secure in Division 1 for another season. The senior Division 1 side, as they have been for some considerable time. And we look forward to coverage next year. And in the meantime, thanks to you, Harry. Thanks to Charlie Taylor. Thanks to other members of the commentary team. Should mention Vic Marks, of course. Peter Trigo. Sophie Luff. Sam Dalling. It's been great for all of us. And we hope that you've enjoyed the coverage.
yes, thanks indeed. It's been, it seems a bit emotional to finish, Stephen, but we'll keep wearing our Jack Brooks headbands into the night. And remember, you can watch back on the Somerset YouTube channel or the Facebook page. You can watch back action.
Should also say thanks, particular thanks to Ben Warren for putting it all together.
Of course, and all the team that sit in the boxes a couple over to our left.
So that's it, and hopefully you can join us another season. And in the meantime, from Harry and from me, Stephen Lamb, a very good evening to you.
Farewell.